impact of the Hustler Fund on women entrepreneurs and how that can be enhanced to further promote women-led enterprises. And finally, the economic barriers that women are facing in accessing financial resources and what strategies has the ministry adopted to address and remove these barriers. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, is already in the chambers this morning, as you can see from your screens. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing and have a great morning.
Tukusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Cloud, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The business at the Senate has already commenced this morning, but upon the commencement, we got a small hitch as the House lacks quorum to commence business this morning. And so, due to that fact, the Speaker of the Senate, guided by the House standing orders on matters quorum upon the commencement of business, has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes for senators to make their way into the chamber, those yet to do exactly that, to necessitate the House to have quorum. Away from the CS for Labor and the CS for Small and Medium Enterprises, we also expect the CS for Health to appear before the Senate Plenary. The CS for Health has a majority share of the questions in today's order paper, where senators are seeking answers and clarifications on a number of issues. Senator Tom Ojenda, the senator for Kisumu, will be leading that question time directed to the CS for Health, CS Eden Duale. The Kisumu senator wants the cabinet secretary to explain the terms of engagement between personnel from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and the Ministry of Health. This is in the ongoing registration of Kenyans to the Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF. What are the specific roles of the personnel in the registration process? And could the Cabinet Secretary indicate if they are receiving extra incentives? And if so, state the amount they are being paid per day. And clarification of whether there are established guidelines for the operations of the personnel to ensure that the vulnerable persons, particularly the poor and the elderly, are not being coerced or unduly influenced to register for the programs. The Senator for Nairobi, Senator Edwin Sifuna, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Health why the Edu Afya medical scheme, which provided comprehensive medical insurance for secondary school learners under the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, discontinued under the current Social Health Insurance Fund. This is the SHIFT program. What measures and the reason for the government failure to provide last expense compensation for Mr. Elias Manjau, whose son, Master Robin Murimi Manjau, a Form 3 student at Kibra Secondary School, passed away on the 9th of September 2022. This is a question to the CS for Health on matters of provision of a comprehensive medical cover that will be sought by the Senator for Nairobi, Senator Edwin Sifuna. Upon the reply of every other question, the Senator whose the question originates from has the leeway to ask a supplementary question before the other senators are given time to seek clarification or ask questions that are related to the primary question. The newly enacted standing orders do not allow for the House to go beyond what is related to the question on the floor, but from time to time, as per the guidance by the Speaker, if the Cabinet Secretary is not able to provide answers to some questions, perhaps not related to the questions in the order paper, the Cabinet Secretary in question has the mandate and the leeway to seek to provide answers on some questions later. The Senator for Makueni, Senator Daniel Manzo, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Health to provide a detailed breakdown of the management and utilization of Tobacco Control Fund, specifically outlining how funds have been received and allocated as stipulated by Section 7 of the Tobacco Control Act of 2007. The CS for Health is required to provide information before the House on the measures that have been put in place to improve transparency and accountability in the administration of Tobacco Control Fund, how it plans to address the recent assessments indicating insufficient progress in the advancing tobacco control efforts in Kenya. This is in light with the influx of oral nicotine pouches and e-cigarette and such other products targeting the youth and children. The Senator for Makueni also states that in the light of the 2015 court case under petition 143 on the constitutionality of the tobacco control regulations, the CS for Health will be required to provide details on how the ministry has ensured compliance with the regulations, particularly regarding the solatium contribution from tobacco manufacturers and importers. And finally, how tobacco control is being coordinated within the ministry and across the country, especially in the context of devolution. These are questions directed to the CS for Health, seeking to understand how the ministry and the government at large is controlling the consumption of tobacco in the country. These, as senators are making their way into the chamber this morning to allow the House to raise quorum. The indications are that the House has a balance of about 2 senators for that quorum to be attained, and immediately that quorum has been achieved, we will be handing you over back to the chamber this morning so you can follow up on this live proceedings streaming from Parliament of Kenya. Away from the questions directed to the Cabinet Secretaries, the Senate will this morning be debating a motion by the Senator for Taita Taveta, Senator Jonas Mwaruma, on the establishment of the National Teaching and Referral Hospitals in Kenya. In this motion, the Senator for Taita Taveta is seeking to have the Senate urge the Ministry of Health to establish national teaching and referral hospitals in the coast, eastern, northeastern, Nyanza, and western regions, to not only establish these referral hospitals, but to also fully equip them. This is a fully equipment of the national teaching and referral hospitals with modern medical treatment equipment, medical supplies and personnel. And finally, that the county governments do allocate more funds to the respective health dockets to facilitate the county level 5 and level 6 hospitals in order to enhance provision of critical health services, to reduce the demand of such services from the national teaching and referral hospitals across the country. So this is a motion that is seeking to lift weight from the existing referral hospitals by seeking the establishment of more referral hospitals in about 5 counties to ensure that Kenyans do quickly access health services. Allow me to hand over back into the chamber this morning.
Do you have quorum now? Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, we do have 7 questions for the day, and we have 3 CSs, and therefore time will be of the essence as we try to handle all the 7 questions. Therefore, each question has been allocated a maximum of 20 minutes. The question by Senator George Mbugua directed to the CS in charge of labor, that is question number 057, will take us to 10:06, and thereafter we will move to the next question. Clerk, you may now usher in the CS. Honorable CS, welcome to the Senate. You are here primarily to respond to question number 057 by the Honorable Senator George Mbugua. Senator Mbugua, you may now proceed to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Waziri, welcome to the Senate. I rise to ask question number 57. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the reinstatement of the Disability Mainstreaming Indicator, the DMI, in the performance contracting guidelines for the current and future financial years? And B, what actions have been taken against the public institutions that failed to submit data on the employment of persons with disabilities as indicated in the 2024 Status Report on Disability Inclusion? And 3, what measures have been put in place to ensure that the Public Service Commission assumes responsibility for enforcing the 5% requirement for the reservation and employment of persons with disabilities in all public institutions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much, Senator Mbugua, for this wonderful question, and thank you for the Senate for giving us an opportunity to talk about this very important issue. Before I read my written statement, I'd like to also congratulate Senator Christo Sigi for pushing and ensuring that we have a very good updated Disability Act. So it was very pleasing when we went to State House and the President assented to the Act. My response is as follows. The Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, through the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, is mandated to create and enforce policies that protect the rights, welfare, and dignity of all citizens, with a special focus on marginalized and vulnerable populations, including persons with disabilities. The government is committed to disability inclusion in the implementation of all its programs and has put in place policies and measures that are geared towards the improvement of livelihoods, economic empowerment, and for improved living standards of persons with disabilities, both at county and national levels. Mr. Speaker, sir, disability inclusion focuses on creating accessible, equitable environments in which individuals with disabilities can fully participate in the society. The ministry has made efforts to ensure that the disability mainstreaming indicator is reinstated. The State Department, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, acknowledges that the disability mainstreaming indicator was among 6 performance indicators retired from the performance contracting guidelines following the comprehensive review of the PC framework. The decision was informed by recommendations of the Stakeholders Forum, which resolved to reduce the number of cross-cutting indicators and retain only those directly linked to institutional strengthening and core mandate delivery. Despite its retirement from the performance contracting framework, Mr. Speaker, sir, the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, which is the specialist agency mandated by law to spearhead disability inclusion efforts in public institutions, has continued with the implementation of the indicator. The rationale provided for its retirement includes, and it's spelled out there, its anchorage in law, both the Constitution and the New Disabilities Act, the belief that inclusion is now mainstreamed in many institutions and can continue to be implemented without necessarily being tied to performance contracting. 3, the existence of other indicators such as national values and principles of governance, which have aspects of disability inclusion and which are also reported, and the absence of formal impact assessment on the effectiveness of the disability mainstreaming indicator since its introduction. However, the ministry, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, continues to engage the Office of the Head of Public Service and the Public Service Performance Management and Monitoring Unit to advocate for the reinstatement of the disability mainstreaming indicator in future performance contracting cycles. In the current financial year, this 2024-2025, the State Department for Social Protection, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, is undertaking an impact assessment of the disability mainstreaming indicator to demonstrate its effectiveness when it was in place and to highlight its continued relevance in driving disability inclusion within public institutions. There, Mr. Speaker, I may regress and say that it is important for us to have some form of evidence that will be able to convince others that this is important. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, is supporting ministries, departments, and agencies that have opted to continue reporting on disability inclusion indicators outside the performance contracting framework, and is working with county governments to institutionalize disability inclusion through alternative monitoring tools tailored to their structures and priorities. I'm very pleased that during the assent of the Person with Disabilities Bill 2024, of which, Mr. Speaker, you are present, the President, His Excellency William Ruto, directed that disability mainstreaming indicator be reinstated back in the performance contracting guidelines. And we're very happy with that. While this ministry is actively advocating for the reinstatement of the disabilities mainstreaming indicator, we want to tell this House that there is need that the ministry that is in charge of public service and performance contracting, because they're the ones to include it. Ours is to lobby and say it is important, to follow the law, but they're the ones to carry out the presidential directive. And so it is good for the Senate to be able to ask them what steps are being taken for its reinstatement as per the presidential directive. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me now move to question B, about actions taken against public institutions that fail to submit data on employment of persons with disabilities. And my response is as follows. The 2024 Status Report on Disability Inclusion revealed that 50% of public institutions submitted data, that less than 50% submitted data on the employment of persons with disabilities, pointing to a significant compliance gap despite clear legal provisions requiring the same. Mr. Speaker, the State Department for Social Protection, Senior Citizen Affairs, through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities and the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, has taken the following actions. One, we've been issuing formal reminders, which we issue to all MDAs of government, reiterating their legal obligations under the Act. Number two, which says that at least 5% of public sector employment opportunities be reserved for persons with disabilities. Number two, in a move to promote transparency and accountability, the names of institutions that failed to submit the required data were listed in the Status Report on Disability Inclusion 2024, thus creating reputational accountability and encouraging future compliance. Number three, initiated engagement with relevant authorities to explore possible enforcement measures for non-compliance, so that this is something that is ongoing, trying to lobby and ensure that others are told the importance of it and how to be able to enact this very important. And lastly, reviewing the feasibility of introducing mental disability inclusion, reporting in government performance frameworks to ensure structured follow-up and consistent monitoring. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important to note that even though there are laws for certain limitation sanctioning government institutions, we are committed to strengthening. There's really no enforcement mechanism. There is a law that says if you don't do this, then this is the punishment that you're going to receive. So lack of that, you have to lobby people and tell them. So there's a weakness there in telling people that they need to do this. So C, measures to ensure the Public Service Commission enforces the 5% employment reservation. Mr. Speaker, despite, I'm on second paragraph, despite this legal foundation that is listed up there, the law does not explicitly assign enforcement authority to a single entity, creating a gap in accountability. As a result, the State Department for Social Protection, Senior Citizen Affairs, through the National Council of Persons with Disabilities, has proactively initiated a multi-pronged approach to address this gap and ensure that the Public Service Commission assumes a stronger enforcement role given its constitutional and operational oversight of public sector recruitment. And the following measures have been undertaken. One, the Ministry has formally engaged the Public Service Commission to issue circulars requiring all ministries, departments, and agencies to submit disaggregated employment data, specifically indicating the number of persons with disabilities that are employed. This forms the basis for accountability and tracking progress. And second, a structured partnership between the Ministry and the Public Service Commission is currently under exploration to, one, conduct joint disability inclusion audits in public institutions, monitor progressive realization of the 5% employment threshold, and integrate disability inclusion indicators into performance appraisals of accounting officers and HR managers in the public sector. There is ongoing work to integrate disability disintegrated employment data within the Unified Human Resource Information System and to establish linkage with the National Council of Peoples with Disability Database for real-time compliance monitoring and cross-verification. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, all these steps are part of a broader strategy for transition disability inclusion from a goodwill-based effort. And I think this is very important. It's important to transition this from a goodwill-based effort to a right-based, structured and enforceable obligation. Achieving full compliance with the Constitution of 5% employment requirement will require continued commitment and coordinated action across all arms of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I submit.
Senator Mbugua, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. CS, first of all, I'm not satisfied with the answer you have given because on many issues you just given some general indications without specifics. I would want to know from your response on page 2, you have indicated that there are some alternative monitoring tools which have been used. Would you tell this House which tools are these and where they have been applied? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of the performance indicator, can the CS tell this House how his department, his ministry has been monitoring the inclusion status of the PWDs? Thank you.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to request the indulgence, Senator Mbugua. Just the second question, I missed the last bit with the indulgence.
In the absence of the performance indicator, how has your ministry been monitoring the inclusion of persons with disabilities in all sectors, as your ministry is mandated to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, Senator Mbugua. Some of the alternative ways of monitoring have been through what you call performance appraisal. So they have been in the forms of performance appraisal of HR officers and also leaders of certain sections. So you are asked, have you been doing this? So that's part of the system. But as I said, there needs to be a better and improved system. And what I've told my officers after the Disability Act was passed is that we have to sit down, and we agreed during a Senate Labor and Social Protection Committee meeting that we'll be sitting down within the next 4 weeks with Senator Christo Asige. She said we invited her to come and sit with us so that we could go through modules of how to enforce and ensure some of these performance issues are indicated, and also how data is collected, because one of the challenges we face in this country is getting proper data. And you find that there is no proper system of even telling us how many disabled people there are, people living with disability rather, they are living in our country, because it is not very good research that is done. So we need to agree on a tool. One of the tools that is used is called the Washington model, a Washington tool that is actually removed from our cultural experience. It's a tool that is being used that we've borrowed heavily from the West. We have to come up with our tool. So I want to assure this House and Senator Mbugua that within a very short time, we will come up with proper systems, not only for the public service, but also for the public sector. Because the public service may be complying, but the private sector may not be complying. The other thing you asked us about what performance indicators have we been using. I think I've answered that in the first question. It's been a challenge. When I got to this ministry, I found that there are a lot of things that are in theory that are not implemented. And I think that's the challenge we have with the public service all over the world, and especially in this country. There are a lot of things are put in theory, and they're in books, but they're not implemented. So it's part of the process that we are going through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to ask a question. Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by declaring interest. I am a parent of a person with disability, so I take these issues very seriously. Honorable Speaker, indulge me also for just a minute to say that I have read through this question very carefully, and I'm afraid it's very underwhelming. The CS has not responded. The CS is scattering around. He is vague, trying to justify why an indicator has been removed, talking about beliefs, not giving any statistic to show that he has the competence as the department related with matters on disability to guide on the questions that he's been provided. There are many questions I could ask, but I'm allowed only one. I would want to know which tools has the ministry used to guide them in measuring disability inclusion, since you say your department has continued to use the indicator while the other MDS are not using it. Which tools are these, and can you submit this tool to us?
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of the CS to the figure 5%. Going by the example in this House, the House is expected to be properly constituted when we have at least two senators who live with disability. The Speaker would never start the House unless that provision was made. In your case, it is 5%. Listening to you, you are giving the country the go-round, whiling and talking about circulars and all manner of things that you have said. This failure by yourself and your ministry in this issue of 5% is a reflection of your failure in the employment of our youth outside the country. Those youths have asked me this morning, because they knew you are coming, that I demand of you, which I now do, that you resign
Senator,
as the cabinet secretary
Senator
in the ministry.
Boni.
Are you willing to do so that you can be properly investigated?
Senator Boni, Honorable CS, you can disregard totally that statement by Senator Boni. Just disregard that statement. It's got nothing to do with what has brought you before this House. Senator Enoch. And honorable senators, let us stick to our standing orders. Let us stick to our standing orders. Let us ask supplementary questions. Supplementary questions must flow from the primary questions. And Senator Boni, you're lucky I did not rule you out of order. So please, don't push the chair to those limits. Senator Enoch, proceed.
I'm wondering who is out of order
Senator
now.
Enoch has not even uttered a word. What is out of order about that? Proceed, Senator Enoch. Senator Boni, just take your seat.
We've relaxed. It's my time. I think, the Speaker, my question flows from the response of the CS on part C of the question asked by Senator Mbugua on the issue of the ongoing work to integrate disability employment data within the Unified Human Resource Information System. So, Speaker, the question that I am grappling with is the CS indicates that as things stand now, treatment of issues to do with persons with disability is based on goodwill. And you say that there is a transition now towards rights-based structure and forcible obligation to persons with disabilities. As Speaker, I want to find out from the CS whether it is the position of the government that, in fact, the inclusion of persons with disabilities so far, because what he talks about is a transition, So far,
Yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, what we've been doing and what I found the ministry has been doing is that we have been trying as much as possible to use the tools that are given to human resource agencies when they're employing. And that is in terms of we look at what is the percentage of people with disability in their companies or in the institutions based on the employment data that they provide. And so it's about accountability and access of that information. Number two is also looking at procurement, because, for example, the law is very clear that a certain percentage needs to be given, of government procurement needs to be given to people living with disabilities. So we've been also tracking to find out whether that is accurate and how it is being done. As I said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, the act that we had was weak, but the new act gives us more tools and an ability to do even better. And I want to thank Senator Keogh for pointing out, because this is where the dichotomy has been. It's like we've been put in a place whereby we are asking people to do things, but there is no enforcement mechanism. There is nothing that can be done to somebody when they don't do it. You know, there is no law, but now we have a law now, and you know, this Article 54 of the Constitution is very clear about some of these things. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also point out that we have to be innovative, and I'll be issuing directives very soon as the guidelines, and also bringing some, some ideas here to this House to be able to help us. For example, when I served as the governor of Machakos, we issued a notice and had all supermarkets and buildings compliant with the law. And woke up one day and we shut down a lot of buildings. And we closed, shops, supermarkets, and people complied very well. But you see, that was just because it was something that was very important to me and my government at the time in Machakos. But we want to make this a national issue. For example, if you are hard of seeing, for example, like visually impaired, like Crystal, Senator Crystal, and you go into a building, other people will find out where you are going because you have to ask somebody to push the button of the third or the fifth floor for you. Whereas, like when you go to other countries that have been, when on my government trips, you find that all the lifts have braille. So you can just touch and know where you're pushing. And when you're inside the lift reads out the floors so that you know the next floor is yours, and the lifts have opened. So we're getting there. But these are things that we can't just let the private sector and the public sector do it under goodwill. So we'll be giving directives as government and saying these are things that are expected. Ramps have been well enforced all over. But there's a simple thing, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I like the point that Dr. Senator Alwale talked about how this House has ensured that people living with disability are included and part of this House. If you're in a wheelchair, members of this House, if you're in a wheelchair and you want to do a banking transaction and you want to go to an ATM here in Nairobi, in a wheelchair, you'll not be able to transact. You'll have to ask somebody to help you, because the ATMs are made for people who are standing, able-bodied people. Majority of people on wheelchairs cannot reach that ATM. So we need to do like what they have done in Australia, they have done in England, they have done in many countries, also have ATMs that also consider the lives of people who are living with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we need to conclude it at that. It is now 10:12. We will move to the next question. Now, honorable senators, we have, for lack of a better word, wasted 15 minutes of this question because we did not raise quorum at 9:30. We started at 9:45. So please, honorable senators, question time, let us be in the House by 9:30 so that we can take full advantage of time and interact with the CSS longer. Having lost 15 minutes at no fault of the CS, We are going to release the CS at this juncture and usher in the CS in charge of cooperatives and micro and small medium enterprises. Honorable CS, you are released. You may leave at your pleasure. Clerk, do you have the Honorable CS? Are we ready? Yes, sir. Order, Honorable Senators. The CS in charge of cooperatives is in the Senate, is in the House. Kindly take your seats so that we proceed. Now, Honorable Senators, there are two questions that are directed to the Honorable CS. Each question is allocated 20 minutes. So we will terminate at exactly 10:55. And thereafter, we will usher in the CS in charge of health. Now, the first question directed to the CS is question number 065 by the Honorable Joyce Korir. Honorable Senator, you may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to welcome the CS to this sitting. And Honorable Speaker, I will go direct to ask my question, which is one, or A. Could the Cabinet Secretary outline the existing or new initiatives aimed at supporting women entrepreneurs to start and grow businesses? B. What steps has the ministry taken to raise awareness among marginalized and unprivileged women, particularly those in remote areas, and availability of funding support for women entrepreneurs? C, Honorable Speaker, is what has been the impact of the Hustler Fund on women entrepreneurs, and how can it be enhanced to further promote women-led enterprises? Finally, Honorable Speaker, what economic barriers do women face in accessing financial resources, and what strategies has the ministry adopt to address and remove these barriers? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to respond to question number 065 by the nominated Senator Joyce Korir as follows. For A, Honorable Speaker, the ministry, through the state agencies, has implemented multiple existing and new initiatives that are inclusive to women, youth, and persons living with disabilities, marginalized and minority groups to start or expand their businesses. The first one, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Inclusion Fund, popularly known as the Hustler Fund, offers accessible and affordable credit to all Kenyans, including women entrepreneurs, through personal loans, group loans, and bridging loans products. To date, the fund has served over 25 million Kenyans across the country through the digital lending platform using both feature Mulikamwisi and smartphone, to date dispersing about 70 billion, with women accounting for 48% of the total beneficiaries. The Hustler Fund credit model is inclusive, requiring no collateral or credit history, thereby enabling women with limited financial background to access the funding. Number two, Uwezo Fund, another flagship program, was established under the Public Finance Management Act 2012 to provide interest-free loans to business training, mentorship, and market linkages to women, youth, and persons living with disabilities. At the constituency level, the fund has so far dispersed over 5.3 billion to 53,596 women groups across all the 290 constituencies. In addition, the Uwezo Fund has rolled out Wekesha Kazi Maju product, which we were working closely with the Ministry of Labor to support the labor mobility, where we are giving loans up to 200,000 Kenya shillings to successful applicants of the labor mobility program to support their air tickets, visa, and other attendance costs at zero interest rate with a one-off management fee of 8%. Number three, the Kenya Industrial Estates has also provided over 464 million to affordable credit to 1,303 women entrepreneurs between the financial year 2019 to 2020 and 2024 to 2025 period. In addition, the Kenya Industrial Estates supports entrepreneurs' capacity building, industrial incubation, where 73 women-owned enterprises are currently on incubation in its facilities. KIE is also training hundreds of thousands of women in leadership, financial literacy through partnerships such as with the Stanbic Kenya Foundation and University of Nairobi Women Economic Empowerment Hub. Number four, the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, MSEA, has undertaken a wide range of intervention. This includes construction and equipping of the constituency industrial development centers, CIDCs, that currently accommodate 2,994 women entrepreneurs. It has facilitated over 4,540 women-led businesses to access markets through trade fairs and exhibitions, and distributed model equipment over 805 women entrepreneurs. In addition, tens of thousands of young women have been supported through the Kenya Youth Employment Opportunities Project. Number five, in addition to that, the new National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, NYOTA, and the Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation, gadget projects being rolled out this financial year targets both youth, who majority are young women, for economic empowerment through grants, training, and access to commercial infrastructure and market linkages, thereby strengthening women's participation in high potential value chains. For number B, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that women in the marginalized and remote areas are aware of available funding opportunities, the ministry is spearheading outreach and awareness initiatives through a multi-sectoral approach involving other ministries, departments, and agencies, development partners, and private sector players. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has put in place a robust MSME ecosystem to ensure development, growth, and scalability of MSMEs, whereas there are many existing interventions from government and private actors. Their effectiveness has tended to be undermined by the silo manner of operations. The ministry has embraced the multi-sectoral approach to coordinate the sector and create more synergies and opportunities for leveraging the focus on MSME development. As a result, the ministry has established a public-private sector MSME dialogue known as MSME Connect. This initiative was launched on 14th March 2025, this year in Nairobi, and the plan is to go across the country and hold county-level forums that will converge local actors and discuss opportunities, address emerging challenges within the prevailing local context, and offer solutions. The next Kenya public-private sector MSME dialogue will be held in June this year in Embu County. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is embracing joint outreach programs through the SAGAs while working together with the county governments and national government administrative officers and respective officers to provide a comprehensive sensitization program that outlines opportunities in the entire ecosystem, including financing, capacity building, and market linkage. For instance, in April and May this year, teams from MSEA and Hustler Fund, Weser Fund, and KIE had a sensitization meeting in Kakamega County and Marsabit County, and they collaborated with the Ngao and the Office of the Advisor to the President on Women Affairs, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, among others, to conduct awareness on the economic empowerment opportunities within and out of the government, including how to access government procurement opportunities program. Honorable Speaker, it is only through such coordinated approach that the majority of Kenyans at the bottom of the economic pyramid will be reached and linked to opportunities that grows and scales their enterprises. For number C, Honorable Speaker, the impact of the Hustler Fund on the women entrepreneurs has been considerable, with women accounting for 48% of over the 25 million total borrowers. In addition to enabling over 70 billion circulation into the economy, the fund has provided a credit card to its beneficiaries to enable them access credit line through a dignified manner. As of today, with a credit limit of 500 shillings, beneficiaries can confidentially have a fallback plan to meet their needs and avoid shame and fear that comes with borrowing. Good borrowers have had an opportunity to grow their credit limits, and as today we have beneficiaries who are borrowing up to a maximum of 150,000 Kenya shillings on the new bridging loan product. The saving component has mobilized over 4 billion in both voluntary and mandatory, promoting a saving consciousness among Kenyans as a de-risking mechanism to their livelihood. The credit history of all beneficiaries has been crystallized into a 9-band Hustler Fund behavioral rating system ranging from A1 to C3, and this form excellent to this A1 is excellent to very poor rating of C3, respectively. We are institutionalizing the credit score towards market utilization to accord the high scorers a soft collateral that will unlock for them access to enhancing financing. Honorable Speaker, with respect to women, everybody agrees that they are good borrowers, and even the banks will tell you as much. However, the good borrowing attributes to women has not found its way to the banks to accord them a preferential access to financing. Our women, regardless of their good demonstration of good behavior, are still subjected to hard collateral such as land title deeds, pay slips, and properties which most have no reach. The Hustler Fund rating will therefore institutionalize the collateralize these good borrowing attributes of women to inform their creditworthiness and eventually move to our credit market from fixation on hard collateral to soft behavior based to deepen financial inclusion at the bottom of the economic pyramid and enable majority of our people to be served. A comprehensive socioeconomic impact study is in the process to measure long-term effects. Plans to enhance the fund's support to women include introducing dynamic loan limits tied to individual repayment behavior and integrating savings and pension components to build long-term financial resilience among women borrowers. For the Honorable Speaker, the women entrepreneurs in Kenya face several economic barriers in accessing financial resources, many of which stem from structural inequalities and systems challenges. Among the most prevalent barriers are lack of collateral due to limited asset ownership, limited access to formal financial history, low level of financial literacy, high costs associated with registering and formalizing business, cultural and societal norms in some regions further restrict women's participation in enterprises. Informality remains a major issue as many women operate outside the formal financial system, which limits their ability to access credit. Honorable Speaker, the response to these economic barriers, the Ministry has deployed a variety of strategies as follows. One, I have already mentioned about Hustler Fund that has eliminated traditional requirements like collateral and credit history, offering loans based on mobile money profile and repayment behavior. It also promotes savings and retirement planning through embedded product features. Wealth Fund supports women participation in local leadership and decision-making by ensuring their representation in fund committees and has advocated for simplified business registration process, such as such as for single business permits. The fund also emphasizes capacity building to improve women's readiness for entrepreneurship and market participation. Kenya Industrial Estates has introduced group guarantee loans using social collateral, allowing women without assets to access credit through mutual trust within groups. KIE also provides affordable credit with flexible payment terms and supports mentorship, coaching, and exposure visas to strengthen business acumen. MSEA provides a direct grants in incubation in consistent industrial development centers, value chain integration, and targeted training. The proposed establishment of the Women in Business Unit within MSEA is a major policy shift aimed at institutionalized support for women, addressing access to finance, mentorship, ICT, and sustainable business development, while advocating for gender response policies and regulatory reforms. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry remains steadfast in its commitment to empowering women entrepreneurs and dismantling barriers to their full participation in Kenya's economy. Through the coordinated efforts of the state agencies, the ministry has delivered impressive results and continues to scale efforts through grants, training, financial inclusion, market access, and infrastructure support. The ministry is steadily building a more inclusive MSME sector where young and women are equipped, empowered, and resilient amid Kenya's evolving economic realities. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will strengthen the institutional framework for supporting women entrepreneurs and align these efforts with the national development priorities under the Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Thank you.
Now, we'll take question number 078 before we come to supplementary questions. Now, Honorable CS, you've already circulated your written response. Try to paraphrase so that we save on time. Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the Senate, Honorable CS. I have 3 questions. What initiatives is the ministry undertaking to foster the growth and resilience of youth and women-led MSMEs amidst the current economic climate, and how are these programs aimed at improving the representation and benefits in the sector? Could the Cabinet Secretary indicate?
Honorable CS, you can take your seat before. When you're responding, then you can.
Okay.
Stand.
Could the Cabinet Secretary indicate when the Deposit Guarantee Fund and the integrated digital lending platforms for cooperatives will become operational? And could you please outline the measures in place to protect the members and to harmonize cooperative policies across counties to ensure consistent policy framework and promote intergovernmental cooperation? What measures are being implemented to ensure timely remittance of members' contributions to savings in SACCOs, especially in light of persistent financial mismanagement that, according to the government, has resulted in Kenya shillings 600 million in unpaid SACCO deductions from county governments and universities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I think the first question that the member is asking, I've really responded to it. If she looked at my detailed response, that was fairly comprehensively covered. The issue of remittances to the SACCOs and other cooperatives, especially from the employers, this has been a challenge. And this has mainly affected county governments and universities. Those are the two major culprits within the government ecosystem that has frequently defaulted on remittances of members' deductions. As a ministry, we have very limited powers. The only powers that we have is for the Commissioner of Cooperatives. Commissioner of Cooperatives to write to them, to plead with them, to make a contribution. And secondly, he has also the powers to conduct the banks of those who are defaulting to actually make sure that they remit their deductions. But sometimes the banks' hands are also tied because if there are no remittances, then the banks have no money in their accounts to make the remittances. However, we have now the cooperative bill before the Senate, and we have outlined some of the ways that we need to institute so that members' remittances actually reach the circles as required, where we involve even the control of budgets in case of remittances for the county government, and also even involve the treasury on the same.
Now, Senator Senator Karen, you'll have an opportunity to ask 2 questions. And then also Senator Joyce Korir, you have an opportunity to ask 2 supplementary questions before I give your colleagues the floor. We start with Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I don't have any supplementary question, but just to thank the Honorable CS for a very elaborate answer that he has given. And I just want to say that, Honorable Speaker, a number of issues that has raised, I think, answers the questions that was lingering in my mind. Otherwise, I want to say thank you and most welcome.
Senator Karen.
Mr. Honorable CS, you have indicated that 25 million Kenyans, translating to 48% of Kenyans who have borrowed from the Hustler Fund, are women. I would want a detailed, more detailed information on those loans, because we know on the onset, Kenyans used to borrow money from the Hustler Fund just to test if it works. And a lot of these loans were 500 shillings, maybe amounts that do not translate to the kind of empowerment that we're looking for the women. If we can have the details and the nature of these loans, is it group loans, is it individual loans? What are the amounts that women are accessing through the Hustler Funds? And on the Kenya industrial estates, you have elaborated very well what you're doing to empower women, and a lot of detail on the women. I've had nothing. You have not given any breakdown, similar breakdown that you have given on women. I have not seen it on the youth. And you know, right now, one of the biggest problems we have in this country is a youth unemployment. And these are some of the channels where youth can be useful in the economic activities. So can the CS give a similar breakdown on the efforts made towards the youth in this by KIE? Thank you.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the first one, where I said that the majority of borrowers are women, 48%, as you are aware, the Hustler Funds is a digital platform-operated systems, and these are the figures we get on daily basis. Mr. Speaker, if I was to bring a detailed list of the 48%, maybe you will not be able to carry it, because this is a digital system. However, I'm very much willing if the member can conduct me so that I take her through how we get these figures. And we have Safaricom as a service provider that gives us this information on daily basis. So if it means printing it to prove that...
Honorable CS, is this information contained in the ministry's website?
Yeah, it is.
Then
It is
you just
contained.
need to give the
It is
ministry's
contained
website.
in the website.
Then
It is
members
even
can
on my phone now. It's information that I can pass it to her, because this is the information we get on daily basis. So I can avail that, and I can even put you to be part of the WhatsApp so that you can get it on daily, or you can get it on daily basis. Secondly, on the issue of the youth, that is, I think, is another question. The question asked by Honorable Korir was actually on women. So if she needs details about the youth, I just mentioned the youth, by the way, to show that we are dealing with all vulnerable groups. But if she needs a detailed response on the youth, that is now another question which I can deal with later, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable John Yutu. Honorable Onyonka. Honorable Oroba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a supplementary question on the issue of availability of funds to youth and women. And in your response, Waziri, you have said that in addition, the Uwezo Fund has rolled out a Wezesha Kazi Maju product to support the labor mobility, where you're giving loans of up to 200,000 with 0 interest rate and 8% management fee. My question would be, how many people have successfully gotten these 200,000 loans? And how many of those who have been given the 200,000 are actually abroad working as we speak?
Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the expert to the Senate. He has talked about two initiatives. He has talked about the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement, NYOTA, and the Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation Project, KJET. Mr. Speaker, the CS indicates that they are being rolled out this financial year. Whereas Kenyans are aware of the Hustler Fund, the pros and cons, and the Uwezo Fund, KJET and NYOTA are not very well known amongst Kenyans. Can the CS confirm whether it is possible to use these honorable senators as promoters and mobilizers for KJET and NYOTA? Because they aim at empowering and providing grants to young people at the grassroots. Now, can the CS also confirm that they will not also be using the networks of CDF and networks of county governments which already have their funds? These senators are available, they are ready, they have networks across all polling stations in their jurisdictions. The CS could consider using the members of this House to promote and to roll out and to mobilize these two grants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Sifuna. And Honorable Senators, you shall refer the CS as the Honorable CS and not by any other name.
I don't know why that directive is being given immediately. I take the mic, but I'll take it in stride. Honorable Speaker, you know, in his other life, the Cabinet Secretary and I used to agree on how this Hustler Fund needs to be treated.
As of September of 2024, data from that ministry indicates that the default rate was up to 58%. That is about 14 out of the 24 million people who are borrowing on that platform are classified as defaulters. I want the Honorable CS, because in his other life he was very clear that we need to hold the President to his promise that this Hustler Fund was supposed to be a grant and not a loan, and that therefore the people who borrowed this money need not pay that money back. That was the position we held together with the CS. I want him to confirm, Honorable Speaker, what plans are there to make sure that the people who are listed as defaulters of this particular Hustler Fund are made to pay back this money, now that he has taken a diametrically opposite position that this money needs to be paid back. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I want to welcome the Cabinet Secretary to the Senate and be proud that if this is the kind of leaders from Mulembe Nation, led by Oparanya and Kalwale, then the Mulembe Nation is in safe hands. Mr. Speaker, my only, Mr. Speaker, I really want to ask from my brother CS, in this Hustler Fund package, what should be the aspect in ensuring that upcoming cooperative societies like Kipsiele Cooperative Societies, Cheptarit Women Star, Kapsaos Coffee Cooperative, Kapkulumben Cooperative Society, Lesos Farmers Cooperative Society, and Kabunyeria Farmers Cooperative Society, among others in Nandi County, is there a specific package that the Hustler Fund can give to these cooperative societies so that, Mr. Speaker, it can jumpstart and ensure that we don't only capture societies and youth groups and women groups in Nairobi, but also the people from the, what we call under the President's agenda of bottom-up economic model, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the CS not to fear Sifuna. Sifuna was told off by Raila over the weekend, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Fernandez. Honorable Senator Fernandez, you are out of order. Okay? And I'll give you your first question for the day. Senator for Kericho. The majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question with regards to the financial inclusion product, which the Cabinet Secretary responded to in this first part of the question, otherwise known as the Hustler Fund. And for the record, to the best of my knowledge, the President never promised a grant. The people, please, the people, Speaker.
Senator Fernandez. Senator Fernandez. Senator Fernandez, you're out of order. And you proceed in that manner, I will have to ask you to leave the House. Proceed, the majority leader.
Thank you. The people who promised 6,000 one-off as a grant, Mr. Speaker, are known. Hustler Fund, Mr. Speaker, and the minister is here, will confirm to us from the get-go, everybody who borrowed knew that the scheme is that you borrow, pay, you build a credit history, and are able to grow your limit. The question that I have for the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Speaker, is if we can have a record, you can provide it now or later, of what is the approximate number of Kenyans that borrow on a daily basis currently, Mr. Speaker, and that are active on this platform, so that we are able to know how they are able to achieve this figure of 70 billion. Mr. Speaker, that's not a small amount. In fact, there are only 2 or 3 banks in this country that can lend out such a similar amount out there. Therefore, it will be important for this House to know how many ordinary citizens borrow and pay on a daily basis from the Cabinet Secretary. I thank you for this chance.
Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I welcome the CS and our senior brother once more. My question is, Honorable Speaker, to the CS, what percentage of the funds lent, especially of the Hustler Fund, has become bad debt? And Honorable CS, now that we are in broad-based, is it possible that you can pay the 6,000 shillings that was promised to Kenyans as in our manifesto. Thank you.
Senator Miraj. Senator Miraj. Order, honorable senators. Senator Miraj, proceed.
Asante mstahiki Spika, na mimi nimkaribishe waziri na nimpongeze kwa kufika kwa wakati. Swali langu kwake ni kwamba kuna jinamizi jipya limechipuka katika taifa letu la Kenya, jinamizi la watoto wetu kuweza kucheza kamari. Na kuna ushahidi ya kwamba pesa nyingi zinazochukuliwa katika mifuko hii ya hazina za fedha inaenda kutumika katika hali ambazo sizo za malengo ya hazina hizi za fedha. Je, kuna mikakati gani katika wizara yetu kuhakikisha kwamba tunafuatilia utekelezaji wa ruwaza wa hazina hizi za pesa? Nikimaanisha kuna mikakati gani ya kuhakikisha kwamba pesa zinazochukuliwa zinafanywa biashara na zinastawisha vipi uchumi wa serikali kama ilivyokuwa malengo ya rais wetu wakati alipokuwa anataka kuweka hazina hii ya fedha, ili tuone kwamba kuna sera ya kuona kwamba anayechukua hizi fedha anaenda kuyafanyia yale malengo ambayo anaombea na haendi kutumia kwa mihadarati na hata kujiingiza katika jinamizi la kamare. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My question is also on the same ASLA fund, and because the CS in charge now is an expert from ODM, has the ministry done a legal impact assessment of the ASLA fund, Mr. Speaker? Because it seems to me that we don't know where this ASLA fund is being invested, and we don't know who are borrowing this ASLA fund. Is there even intention by the ministry to publish a proper impact assessment of areas that this money has gone, which people have borrowed, and to what extent have they transformed their business, Mr. Speaker? Because, Mr. Speaker, where I come from, one of the people I hoped would have borrowed from this FASLA fund, Mr. Speaker, is the border industry, which we are given to be about 1.5 million people in our borders today, Mr. Speaker. But the border industry is still going to very expensive solutions in terms of people who are in the marketplace, giving them, Mr. Speaker, these loans at almost 60%, Mr. Speaker. If you look at what the border are getting, even in terms of just the deposit that they're given to give to these funds like What to Credit, Mogo, Progressive, they have to give sometimes up to 60,000, Mr. Speaker. And then within 3 years, they try to pay these funds. The border is depleted, is depreciated, but then they don't have even the border itself, Mr. Speaker. So who are these people borrowing from ASLA fund? Who are these ASLAs? Can the minister table to us at the right time an impact assessment that is legally done as an expert that he is from ODM to show the country what has happened in that ASLA fund?
Senator Mgatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In your response, Waziri, when you are asked about how you have gone out of your way to explain the opportunities that exist for women by the Honorable Joyce Korir, especially in remote and underprivileged areas, you said that you have taken a multi-sectoral approach and you have gone to other places, and you gave the example of Marsabit and Kakamega. Now, in this Senate, we have 47 counties, Mr. Speaker. Now, 2 out of 47 is 4.25%. The question I wanted to ask you as a follow-up is, when are you coming to Tana River? When are you going to the rest of the other counties? Which program, when are you rolling out this program so that we can host you in our various counties to explain these opportunities to the other people? You did not tell us that program. It just ended that you've given Marsabit and Kakamega. We want to hear when you will be coming to the rest of the counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, before I answer the supplementary questions, I think members are very much interested in Hustler Fund. And I want to commit myself, Mr. Speaker, that you can set aside time that I can come and meet the members out of the normal session so that we are able to explain in detail how Hustler Fund is working and how it can help the members, also the members, your members from your constituencies who helped you to come to this house. So if you will give me that opportunity, I will avail myself, Mr. Speaker, to do that. But on the issue of labor mobility, we are working with the Ministry of Labor, and I saw the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Labor was here. We are working, and our role is actually to provide finances. So the entire selection, the entire identification of the opportunities that are there overseas is the responsibility of the Ministry of Labor. So as soon as they identify those particular people, they just forward a list with the documents, necessary documents, to prove that these people actually have got a job overseas and they have the necessary documentation to travel and they have a letters of appointment, then we facilitate them. So far, we have facilitated 200.
Order, honorable senators. May we hear the honorable CS in total silence?
Yeah, so far we have facilitated 268.
Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
268 Kenyans.
Senator Beatrice Akinyi. I thought you're the one who asked these questions. Proceed, honorable CS.
Yeah, so far we have facilitated 268, but this, to know where they have gone, if they have not gone, that is the responsibility of the Ministry of Labor. My role is just to get a list with the necessary documents from the Ministry of Labor, and then we facilitate the financing. And my responsibility ends there. To know who went, who never went, where they are going, that information can be availed from the Ministry of Labor. On the issue of Nyota and KJet, honorable members, this is a very important initiative that you as members of parliament, you should get aware of, because this is a joint initiative with the Kenya government, with the World Bank, and it involves about 33 billion Kenya shillings. Already sensitization program is going on. Unfortunately, the sensitization program is going on with the members of the National Assembly because the selection of the beneficiaries is based on wards. So they thought that members of parliament would be the best ones with the member of the county assemblies, so that these people are sensitized to apply, and you have to apply on your phone. It's a digital application process. So unfortunately, the members of National Assembly have been sensitized, they are aware of it, and unfortunately the Senate have not been properly included, and I want also to commit myself that you are members of parliament, so you must be aware of what is happening, and I also commit myself that given opportunity, because this is a very important initiative, I'm ready to come and actually sensitize you or take you through the program. On the issues raised by my Secretary General, Mr. Sfuna, I don't remember. I know we were in the same boat that time. Yeah, but I never heard of this money being a grant. That was the truth. I only was in the same boat when we were saying that this money should not be paid. But now I'm in a different boat. I'm saying that Kenyans who have borrowed this money should pay. Because I feel that this money is a good initiative that will help many Kenyans. Unfortunately, when such initiatives come up after an election, members of the public think that they are being rewarded. And that's why we had so many defaulters when the fund started. But let me assure members of parliament who are here that we are working on a system where we will ensure that this amount is recovered so that more Kenyans benefit from this money. But please note that out of the 20 million Kenyans that started borrowing from this fund, 2 million of them have proved to be good borrowers. And these good borrowers, we have introduced a bridging loan. These are the people who have been given a good limit, a better limit for them to borrow up to 150,000. So out of the 20 million, 2 million have been promoted to what we call a bridging loan, so they can be able to access this fund at 150,000. And let me tell you that this fund is working very well. It is helping many Kenyans despite the initial problems that we had. On the issue of Hustler Fund helping cooperative, Hustler Fund is a different product. It's a digital. We use a digital platform to access, use your phone. You do not interact with any individual. So it will be difficult to take that particular fund again, divert it to cooperatives. However, in the Cooperative Bill 2024 that is before the Senate, there is a provision of creating a cooperative development fund. And it is through that fund that now, based on how you will pass it here, that is the fund that we will use to support cooperatives specifically. And it will be a levy collected from cooperatives, also government allocation to that fund, so that now we can scale up the operations of most cooperatives, especially those in the critical value chain. The issue of providing records, I've clearly said here, providing records of Hustler Fund. I've clearly said here, Hustler Fund is a digital platform facility. If you want a printout, I can do it. But if you go to our website, it will show you how it is operated. But I have committed myself that Hustler Fund is a critical fund that I think it helps a lot of Kenyans, that I will come here and explain to members so that they know how this fund is working. So I know there are bad debts. I've admitted myself that there are bad debts, and we're working to see how that can be recovered. But one member said that I paid the 6,000. 6,000 was a promise by Asmio, and as you know, Asmio lost the election, so maybe you organize yourself so that if Asmio comes into power, if they have a chance of coming into power, then they can be able to pay for the 6,000, to pay for the 6,000 shillings. But we are in the Kenya Kwanza government. They have their own priorities, and since we are now under the broad-based, we are now working towards those agenda of theirs. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of how us knowing how these funds are used, because one member of Parliament here mentioned the issue of Kamari. With the Hustler Fund, it will be difficult for us as a ministry to follow what the individual use that money. But other funds like Kenya Industrial Estates, KIE, those ones we are able to follow, we are able to monitor and make respective reports, because this is targeted money to make sure that it is given to entrepreneurs. Those entrepreneurs use it properly, they pay back with interest of 8%, is a specific period, and is supposed to help the entrepreneurs to grow, to create more employment. So that will be easier to monitor, and that's what we do. Weather Fund, we do the same, but Hustler Fund, it will be difficult. On the question of Eddie, about the legal impact, let me assure you that we are in the process of doing that. We have commissioned a consultant to help us come up with the impact assessment of Hustler Fund. But I want to assure you that Hustler Fund is operated by two private service providers. That is Safaricom and Kenya Commercial Bank. Kenya Commercial Bank is the custodian of funds, but the operation is carried out by Safaricom. So we are in the process of carrying out an impact assessment, and I'm hopeful that in the near future we will give you a report on that. On the last one raised by my friend Mungatana, I just gave Kakamega as one example that where we were 2 weeks ago. Next Friday we are going to Marsabit, and we have a whole program involving 47 counties. I will let you know when we are coming to Tana River, and I will appreciate if you are around so that we are able to speak one language.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. I think we have come to the end of the session with the Cabinet Secretary. Senator Dulo, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I had requested to ask questions from the beginning. Up to now, I was not given an opportunity. And I came to consult the previous speaker. Please allow me to ask one question on the county government.
Senator Dulo, I have not been informed that you and Senator Onyonko had requested, but if you're talking about your name appearing on the schedule, there were several senators before you. And now, because of time, we had actually set a time to finish with the CS at 11. So if we could please allow... Okay, Senator Dulo and Senator Onyonka, I will allow you, but not less than a minute. Huh? Oh, Senator Onyonka, I'm being informed that you were called and you were not here, so your name was dropped. Senator Dulo, ask your question very quickly, in less than a minute. Unfortunately, your name was called, you were on the schedule, and you were not present. Allow Senator Dulo to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I have a problem with my gadget, and I had contacted the previous speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask a question on trade budget within the counties. Mr. Speaker, counties normally budget for trade, more specifically for women empowerment, youth empowerment, and PWD's empowerment. Unfortunately, most of the counties, they have not come up with a legal framework to utilize that particular budget. At the end of the financial year, that budget is reallocated to other activities,
when our women, our youth and PWDs are suffering within those counties. I wanted to ask you, CS, are you in touch with the county governments to ensure that that budget is utilized properly to help our people on the ground? I thank you.
Senator Onyonka, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS, I would like to say I'm happy to see you in this House. My question is, your government, which you proudly appreciated today, KK, has said that all the funds were going to be collapsed so that we could have either one or two funds which will be run through either the outfit that you've been talking about or any other. Have you come up with strategies on how you're going to collapse all the funds that exist in our republic? Because we believe that many of those funds are duplicating and being misused and confusing, so that for the public to benefit as much as they're supposed to benefit. That was the question, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the first question, supplementary question about county governments budgeting for trade. Unfortunately, as a CS, I have no control over the budget of the county governments. But what we do as a national government, in most of these sensitization programs, we involve the official of the counties to know what we are doing at the national level, so that they can also be part of the system. And there will be something for them to learn, as you know very well that most of these counties have not matured enough, so they have something to learn from the national government. On the issue raised by Honorable Nyonga, already there is recommendation that has been passed already by the cabinet that all these funds, the initiative is the same, whether it is involving women, whether it is involving the youth, whether it's involving people living with disability, the aim is the same. So it has been already passed that these funds be put together under Biashara Fund, and the process is still going on, and it will come before you for approval. But the process is going on, stakeholders are being consulted, how this can happen, and it will end up in this House.
Thank you very much, CS. Thank you for coming today and answering the questions. We want to wish you all the best, and just to request that since you've seen how much interest there is in your ministry, that you try to keep your office open and engage the senators continuously, Bwana CS. But otherwise, we will give you leave, and thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Honorable Senators, we're waiting for the CS Health so that we can proceed with the question time. I mean, from honorable senators, we seem to have a problem with the CS. I'm being informed that the CS had scheduled another meeting with the committee at the National Assembly at the same time with the plenary here. So the delay is because he's still stuck at the National Assembly. It's unfortunate, and I think it borders on contempt. Yes, Senator Kalwale.
Do you recheck the information that you have just given the House? While seated where I am, Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to the Minister of Health, the Honorable Duale. I've also talked to Muriuki, her PS. They have both confirmed to me that they are on the way. They are coming for this session and not in the National Assembly. By the time I was talking to them, they were in the office. It must be around 8 to 15 minutes ago. I've been talking to them now. So can you recheck that? It is inconceivable that the minister would go to the National Assembly when he has confirmed that he's coming here this morning, up to and including the conversation that I'm referring to, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Kalwale, that is the impression that we also had, that the CS was here and he would be appearing. But the clerks have checked and the Sergeant at Arms has checked. He is not at the waiting area where he's supposed to be. And that's why we have this delay. Senator Enoch, yes, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, it's getting worse. It's really getting worse. Last week, we had a similar situation with CS Treasury when he communicated, when we were already assembled, that he was going to be attending. Now, it's even worse. We are waiting for him, the CS Health. The last minute, he's supposed to be on his way here, but then it's suddenly he is attending another committee of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, these games must come to an end. These games really must come to an end, Mr. Speaker. The CS must be brought to this House to respond to the questions that members have asked. If he has to make a choice between going to the National Assembly and coming to the Senate, health is a devolved function. He will have to come here and then make arrangements to meet members of the lower house at another time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Senator Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker,
proceed, Senator Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, why is the majority leader heckling? Because you have given me the mic, I think you should allow me to say what I wanted to say. I promise to be... Honorable Speaker, fortunately for the majority leader, I was directed by my party leader to be nicer. And I'm going to try my best. So I am not going to respond to his heckling today because I have been put on a regime where waliniambia nitoe pilipili moja. It's okay, Honorable Speaker. In the morning, I was called by the MCA Fongara, the Honorable Chege Mwaura, and he wanted my assistance with his people there who are being evicted in this rain by the Nairobi County government alleging rent arrears. I told the MCA, and unfortunately or fortunately, he had put me on speaker with the people, that I could not go to Ngara because I have a question here pending for the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Honorable Speaker, in fact, I have looked at the question that I was supposed to ask and the response that came from the ministry. There is specific documentation that he has said that I needed to supply. This is regarding the death of a young man who was a student at Kibera Secondary. Honorable Speaker, this is regarding compensation. So I came here purposely so that I can hand these documents to the CS. I hope he's the one walking in. I hope he's the one walking in. Yeah, so if he has arrived, then we need to proceed. But these games, Waziri, they must come to an end. Because just a minute. Honorable Speaker, please allow us to speak, Majority Leader. I am on the floor. Why are you heckling us? Why are you heckling us? This is not your house. Leader, this is not your house.
Majority
it is the house
Leader.
for all of us.
Majority
and the
Leader.
information that we have comes from the Speaker.
Majority
Honorable Cheriot,
Leader.
you can't heckle us all the time. Can
Majority
you throw him
Leader.
out? Honorable
Majority
Speaker.
Leader. Order. Order.
Ah,
Order.
bana. No,
Order,
Honorable Speaker,
order.
this is unacceptable.
Order, Senator.
Even if I was asked to be nicer, I
Order,
will not
Senator.
allow this provocation to continue.
You started heckling. Okay, then let's stop it at there. Let him finish and listen to him in silence. Yes,
Speaker,
Senator Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, how is it in order for somebody who's younger than me to call himself my elder? We in which society? And in this particular house, Honorable Speaker, there is nothing like seniority coming from how old you are. It is what is in your brain. It is what is in your head. So you can't come here heckling and telling us you are senior to us, Honorable Cheriot. You are just lucky that I have been directed to be nice. Otherwise, you would have seen the full wrath of Edwin Sifuna. Honorable Speaker, I want these demons who have been sent to tempt me to break the directive by my party leader to depart from me. Leave me alone. Honorable Speaker, therefore, now that I have seen the CS, I will take my seat because it was all very critical. But as Senator Wambua has said, the communication to this house
He was on the floor of the House.
Yeah,
Can you
please.
allow him to finish? Senator
Can you throw
Cheriot.
this guy out? Is
Senator
Senator
Cheriot.
Cheriot above the law? Is Senator Cheriot above the law, Honorable Speaker?
Order, Senators.
He can't heckle like this.
Order,
He can't heckle
order,
like
Senators.
This. He can't heckle like this.
Order, Senators. Order. He's addressing his issue now. Can we allow him to finish? Let's listen to the senator in silence.
Honorable
Senator
Speaker.
Sifuna, just conclude.
Honorable Speaker, it is very unfair. If it was Senator Sifuna behaving like this heckler from Kericho, I would have been thrown out by now. I would have been thrown out by now. I would have been thrown out by now. Can you apply the rules equally? No, apply the rules equally. Apply the rules equally. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say lastly, no, throw him out, Bwana. One is he above the law? He's not above the law. He's not above the law. You are not above the law, Senator Cheriot. No.
Senator
We don't allow
Sifuna,
this.
Senator
Let me
Sifuna.
conclude. Let me conclude.
Before you
Honorable
conclude, there's a point of order. Before you conclude, Senator Cheriot, what
How
is your
can
point of
somebody who
order?
is out of order be given a point of order? He is already out of order. How can he stand up unless the point of order is against himself?
Honorable Senators. Senator Cheriot, take your seat.
I thought we have senators here.
Take your seat, Senator. Take order, Senators. Order, Senators. Senators, the CS is already here. We are going to go to and proceed to question time. And we will seize, we will not, Senator Cheriot, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, Senator. Take your seat. 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 Senator Cheriot, I will find you grossly out of order. You started heckling. You were heckling against him. You did not behave orderly yourself, Senator Cheriot. You were not orderly. You started heckling and Senator Cheriot, you started heckling and I let you. I did not bring you to order. You will now, I will find you grossly out of order. All the time when Senator I was going to give you a point of order so that you can respond, but you were not behaving orderly. So I have to put a stop to this, and we go to question times. That is it, Senators. We are starting with the questions. Honorable senators, honorable senators. Senator Cherargei, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I was requesting understanding on the number 1 and standing on the 101. You heard Senator Sifuna say it's heckler. Can it be expunged from the record of the House so that we protect the dignity of the member, Mr. Speaker? That's my indulgence. No, Mr. Speaker, you need to rein on Senator Sifuna. He cannot be heckling everybody. He needs to behave. Yes. Can you kindly, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Sifuna, order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 1, can you kindly expunge the word referring Senator Cheruiyot as a heckler? That's what you are just requesting. Then the matter rests there.
Honorable senators, I want to bring this matter to an end. Yes, I did, for a matter of fact, I did not refer to Senator Cheruiyot as a heckler. I said he was heckling in the House. But Senator Sifuna, you did refer to the senator as a heckler, which is out of order. If you could withdraw that and apologize.
Honorable Speaker, you are determined to turn me back into the old me. You yourself have said he was heckling. A person who heckles is a heckler. That is what you call him. Senator Cheruiyot of Kericho was heckling me. He's a heckler. You yourself have made that decision. I will not allow anyone to bully me in this house. I did not come here because of Cheruiyot's graces. I was elected by the people of Nairobi. He is not bigger than anyone in this house.
Senator Sifuna.
If you cannot throw Senator Cheruiyot out for the misbehavior, then there are no rules in this house. There are no rules in this house.
What's your point of order, Senator Cherargei? Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you cannot allow, Mr. Speaker, you cannot, Mr. Speaker, you cannot allow the House to be overrun. You are in charge. Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting you to standing order 121 and 122, which says a senator commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the senator defies a ruling or direction of the Speaker or chairperson of committees. So Senator Sifuna is totally out of order. He must be thrown to face consequences of standing order 121 and 22 so that this House can proceed, Mr. Speaker. He has defied your direction.
Senator,
he must be thrown out.
Senator Sifuna. Senators, let us conclude this. Let us conclude. Let us conclude. Senator Sifuna. Order, senators. Senator Hamida, order. Cherargei, order. Order. Senator Sifuna. The point of order that Senator Cherargei has raised is a valid point of order. As the chair, I did direct you. Even though Senator Cheruiyot has said he's not even looking for you to withdraw and apologize, but as the chair, I had already given a ruling. So for the sake of sanity and so that we can proceed, just withdraw so that it does not appear that you called Senator Cheruiyot a heckler. Just withdraw, Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna, just withdraw so that we can proceed. Senator Kajwang. Yes, Senator Kajwang, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why we want to position ourselves as the upper house. The CS for Health, and allow me just 1 minute to say this, was a leader of majority in the other house. He was extremely contemptuous to this house. And we cannot conduct ourselves in a manner that affirms the kind of contempt he used to show to this house. Instead of us pointing fingers at ourselves, we should be condemning the CS for keeping us waiting. Mr. Speaker, we have had children sitting in the gallery, children that you have invited, seeing the leader of this house behaving in a manner that is beneath those children. Mr. Speaker, the initial request was to expunge certain statements from the Hansard. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is fair enough. If they can be expunged, let us not push these things of apologies because we are now getting into brittle egos, Mr. Speaker. I urge you to direct this house and to take control of this house so that we can train our guns on the cabinet secretary rather than on ourselves. Please, let this house remain the upper house. Let this house be a house of decorum.
Honorable senators. Honorable senators. Order, senators. Order. I'm not giving you to speak, Oroba. I'm not giving anybody to speak. Order, senators. Oroba, order. We are going to proceed to question time. I'm not going to take any more points of orders. Can we proceed to question number 22 by Senator Tom Ojienda? Senator Tom Ojienda, ask your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last time we were at the funeral of the late member for Kasipul, Senator Sifuna was told to stop what is done today. But let me move. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order, senators. Order. Order, senators.
Let me move to my question, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, put your question.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, let me move to question number 22, addressed to the Senator.
Order, senators. Order.
No.
Order. Let's listen to the question in silence.
Mr.
Senator,
Speaker,
proceed.
To ask question number 22, addressed to the CS Health. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the terms of the engagement between personnel from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and the Ministry of Health in the ongoing registration of Kenyans to the Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF? 2, what are the specific roles of the personnel in the registration process, and could the Cabinet Secretary indicate if they are receiving extra incentives, and if so, state the amounts they are being paid? Part C, Mr. Speaker, of the question, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the established guidelines for the operations of the personnel to ensure that vulnerable persons, particularly the poor and elderly, are not coerced or unduly influenced to register for the program? Mr. Speaker, that is part 1. Those are part 1, 2, and 3 of question number 22.
Yes, I confirm receipt of the responses. Cabinet Secretary could proceed.
Cabinet Secretary, please welcome.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, honorable senators. Speaker, if you allow me, on a light touch, the honorable senator for Homa Bay, that I had, in my old days, I had points of legislative difference, but I had no contemptuous for the Senate. I'm a person who believes in devolution, and I have a lot of respect even now for Senate. I want to confirm that, and to all senators and members of parliament. Coming to the question by the honorable senator for Kisumu, honorable chair, the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination, through its national government administration officers, plays a vital role in coordinating national government functions at the county level. Among their key responsibilities is identification and mobilization of citizens for national and civic registration. Notably, Ngaos, as they are known, have been instrumental in advancing the implementation of the Social Health Authority, having successfully registered 12 million households during the initial phase of the rollout of the universal health coverage. As of 12th May 2025, registration stands at 22,199,252. Honorable Speaker, every day, save for Saturday and Sunday, between 40 to 50,000 Kenyans register voluntarily. Honorable Speaker, in relation to their terms of engagement, the national government administration officers have been responsible for the following functions. They help us coordinate UHC registration, and we leverage on the extensive network across all the 47 counties. Ngaos are spearheading the registration of Kenyans into Social Health Authority. They help us in community sensitization. They are playing a very vital role in educating communities about the transition from NHIF, defined NHIF, to SHA, addressing the misconceptions and encouraging active participation in the registration process. Honorable Speaker, they help our members. They help us in monitoring and reporting. Both at the regional and the county commissioners are tasked with the daily monitoring of registration progress and working together with the community health promoters and other health care workers. They submit regular reports to ensure that the attainment of the 12 million households target. And finally, they help us in community engagement. Ngaos are actively engaging with the communities to dispel misinformation and promote understanding of the benefits of UHC, thereby encouraging widespread participation in the registration process. Honorable Speaker, in terms of engagement strategy, by utilizing the extensive network, similar to the previous successful registration of farmers for the subsidized fertilizer program, the Social Health Authority was able to quickly reach out to Kenyans, even in remote areas, and provide them with information on how to register for the program. Still on the same question, Honorable Speaker and Senators, the Senators sought to know what are the specific roles of the personnel in the registration process and if they are receiving extra incentives. Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate, while Ngao officers are playing a critical role in the SHA transition through mobilization and sensitization of registration process, they are not receiving any additional allowances beyond their regular salaries. Their involvement is considered part of their official duties. Honorable Speaker, the government strategy is to leverage on the extensive network of Ngao to reach communities at grassroots level and educate them about the benefit of UHC. Honorable Speaker, finally on this question, the Honorable Senator for Kisumu sought clarifications on whether there are established guidelines for the operation of the personnel to ensure vulnerable persons particularly the poor and the elderly, are not coerced or unduly influenced to register for the program. Honorable Speaker and honorable senators, to ensure ethical and inclusive environment, the government has established guidelines to prevent coercion or undue influence, particularly among vulnerable population. 2, the registration process is designed to be accessible and user-friendly, with various options available to the individuals. The options include the USS code registration, the online registration, the in-person registration and at designated centers, the use of the community health workers, the registration that we have created for teenage mothers, among others. Honorable Speaker and honorable senators, by providing multiple channels, the government aims to reach all segments of the population, including the elderly and those in remote areas. Additionally, public awareness campaigns are being conducted to educate the public about the benefits of UHC and the importance of timely registration. The Social Health Insurance Regulations 2023, and I want to thank this House for helping me through the Committee on Delegated Legislation of the Senate to articulate, that law articulates the registration process described above. Honorable Speaker, moving to question 30, sought by the Senator for Kisumu on the analysis of the financial implications and the benefits of the 3 funds under the Social Health Authority vis-a-vis the former defunct NHIF. My response is as follows. The Social Health Insurance is established under the Social Health Insurance Act of 2023, which this House has passed and which repealed the NHIF Act number 9 of 1988. The Social Health Authority, Honorable Speaker and Senators, has 3 funds, namely the
Cabinet
primary...
Secretary, sorry to stop you. Senator Professor Jenda had not asked the second question, his second question. If you could allow him to ask the question so that you can proceed.
Thank you. But I can ask question 030. Question 30, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a comparative analysis of the financial implications and insurance package benefits of the 3 funds under SHA vis-a-vis the defunct NHIF for individuals in the formal and informal sectors? 2, what is the justification for the mandatory migration of details of NHIF contributors to SHA? And could the CS outline any measures put in place to ensure that data protection laws were not violated in the process? Part C, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures put in place to guarantee comprehensive year-round health coverage for entire households to prevent depletion of insurance package benefits by individual members? And lastly, what challenges at NHIF, and this is the part that is key, necessitated the transition to SHA? And could the CS explain the rationale behind the establishment of those funds so that Kenyans can understand? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Cabinet Secretary.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I thought I was answering the both questions asked by the Senator 22 and 30. But let me now answer 30. The Social Health Authority is established under the Social Insurance Act 2023, which this House has passed, and which repealed the NHIF Act number 9 of 1988. The Social Health Authority has 3 funds: the Primary Health Care Fund, the Social Insurance Fund, and the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. These funds ensure the full spectrum of health care is given attention from the point of prevention, promotion, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative care. Honorable Speaker and members, from the onset, allow me to state that in terms of access under SHA, Kenyans can access free primary care by just registering as a member. For NHIF to access any benefits, one had to register and pay monthly premiums, leaving those who have not paid with no benefits for them. And in this regard, accessibility of primary health care to all Kenyans who have registered or with registration will address up to 70% of the health burden under the universal provision of primary health care to ensure that in totality we attain full universal health coverage. Let me make it very clear, Honorable Speaker, that from level 2 to level 4 of the primary health care, Kenyans, all they need to do is to register. It's free. You can walk to any dispensary. You can walk to any health center. You can walk to any sub-county hospital. As long as you are registered with SHA, the government of Kenya, through a budgetary allocation, will pay for it. And we are working around the clock, and I will answer, I'm sure members will ask me. We are increasing the refill of KEMSA to 100%, so that Kenyans need to go to these centers. And all that they need to do is, once they are treated, that facility will bill the Social Health Insurance Authority. Honorable Speaker, allow me now to highlight on the specific benefits of the three funds as compared to NHIF on various benefits categories provided under each fund. And let me start with the Primary Health Care Fund. In the Primary Health Care Fund, let me pick on the outpatient services. Honorable Speaker, in relation to outpatient services, SHA focuses on preventive, promotive, curative care services, and palliative care. Members are not limited and can access health services within the primary care network. There is no need to pre-select your health facility. You don't need to select. You can be in Kisumu, and the next day you are in Kakamega or in Garissa, and visit any health facility as long as it's registered with the SHA. So there's no need to pre-select health facility, as the patients are free to go to any SHA contracted facility when they fall ill in any part of our country. Comprehensive services provided include health education, diagnosis, treatment, essential laboratory investigation, basic radiology, and chronic disease management. Honorable Speaker, comparing this with the defunct NHIF, NHIF only focused on curative care. And I've said earlier, this now has changed. We care more about promotive, preventive, and rehabilitative care. So NHIF was only dealing with curative care. Access to service by the former defunct NHIF was limited to a specific choice of a facility, therefore, limiting the members or our citizens from accessing services in case they fall sick when they are away from their selected facilities or facilities of their home counties or home constituencies or wards. Services are limited to 4 visits per card per year in particular facilities, and to basic services such as consultation, laboratory investigation, and only minor surgeries. That was what was in the previous NHIF. From the foregoing, Honorable Speaker and Senators, undoubtedly, the Social Health Authority offers a broader range of outpatient services with the focus on comprehensive care, making it more valuable for managing chronic conditions and preventive care. Honorable Speaker and members of the Senate, let me go to the optical services. In the respect of optical services, SHA provides a more comprehensive optical care package with a focus on preventive and corrective services, making it more beneficial for the long-term eye health management of our people. Honorable Speaker, the services will now include eye health education, eye examination, basic eye medication, and if need be, eye surgical procedures. Honorable Speaker, it is good to note that these services were not offered by the defunct NHIF, which had only 20% of our citizens. Let me go to the Social Health Insurance Fund. Inpatient, what do they provide? Under the Social Health Insurance Fund, in relation to the outpatient care, SHA provides more comprehensive inpatient care with a clear structure for different levels of facilities and longer coverage duration. Honorable Speaker and Senators, critical care service now covered includes, among others, ICU at a rate of 28,000 a night, HDU, and palliative inpatient care. The expanded coverage also include pre-admission evaluation, hospital accommodation, specialist consultation, post-discharge follow-up, and has a limit of 180 days per household. Honorable Speaker, if you compare this with the NHIF, as the member has sought, NHIF only catered for a negotiated daily repeat charge negotiated between a healthcare provider and the NHIF. The patient was nowhere found. It was between the NHIF and the healthcare provider. The NHIF also only covered treatment in government, mission, and some private hospitals, with a limited based on health categories. So the number of health facilities you can visit was limited. Let me come to maternity and neonatal care. Honorable Speaker, in respect of the maternity and neonatal care, SHA offers more inclusive maternity care, covering a wide range of service and ensuring that aftercare for both mothers and child. This package is not only limited to maternal care during pregnancy, but it covers the whole comprehensive package. Honorable Speaker, under SHA, maternity and neonatal care has now been expanded. It has an expanded scope of antenatal and postnatal care that entails how we manage complications, including critical care for both mother and the newborn. It is our moral and constitutional duty that as a country, using SHA, we reduce both the death, the maternal mortality of both the mother and the newborn. It has also incorporated services that were under the Linda Mama cover and enhanced it from a delivery of Kenya shillings 5,000 to a reimbursement of 10,000, which constitute about 100% increment for normal delivery and 30,000 for cesarean. Mr. Speaker, just to demonstrate, the honorable members who are members of SHA and who have an extra comprehensive insurance cover given by the Parliamentary Service Commission. The chair, for example, the speaker sitting today, his house girl or houseboy, or his house girl, for example, let me pick that, will go to Pumani Hospital, deliver, 30,000 paid, and walk away without paying a cent, even for cesarean. The speaker, if his wife goes to go and deliver in Aga Khan, SHA will pay 30. His other contribution, medical cover, will pay the 170, because Aga Khan is 200, Pumani is 30. But the same speaker sitting here can also ask his wife to join his house girl to go and deliver, like the rest of Kenya, in Pumwani, and walk out with a baby. So the choice is the same. So we are caring for your house girl, but if the speaker and Speaker Kingi, let me pick on Speaker Wetangula, if they want to, because of equity, they can join our Honorable Sifuna's wife, or my wife can go, I'm saying, even the president's wife can go to Pumwani and join our house girls. That is the health care, and that's why we say SHA has brought the element of equity. The choice is yours. You can go to Pumwani or you go to Aga Khan. Honorable Chair, the next question was, also it covers, as per the MOH guidelines, normal and cesarean deliveries, postnatal, and immunization for the newborn is also covered. Honorable Speaker, how do we compare this with NHIF? NHIF cover was limited to only antenatal care, postnatal care, deliveries. It also attracted co-appointment in the event of a complication of a mother and a baby, and it covered only normal and cesarean deliveries, with specific limits for private hospitals. It is good to note that that cover did not include immunization for the newborn. Honorable Speaker, moving on to renal care. SHA renal care includes the management of chronic or acute kidney failure, such as the 3 sessions of the hemodialysis for deserving patients, 2 sessions of these, and 2 others for the prenatal dialysis. This cover only includes the pre-transplant evaluation, dialysis, kidney transplant, post-transplant care, with set tariffs for each service. That's what SHA covers. Comparing this with the renal care under the NHIF, renal care was limited by sessions. 2 sessions covered per week, hence patients requiring 3 sessions and more were required to co-pay. Dialysis and kidney transplant had also set limits per sessions and a package payment for transplant. From the foregoing, Honorable Speaker and members, it's clear that SHA's renal care package, which is found on our website for all Kenyans to see, the benefits of SHA are open, they are public, they are in our website. Our renal care package is more detailed with specific tariffs and services, and they are tailored to a comprehensive patient care before and after the transplantation. I want to report, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, Kenyatta University Referral Hospital, which we are proud of, has done the first 2 kidney transplant 2 days ago. And a good one where there was no organ harvesting. Honorable Speaker, on mental health services. Mental health is an area that I think our country is not serious about it. And I want to make it a key priority for me under the Ministry of Health. But how does SHA covers, or what does it provide for mental health? SHA provides for comprehensive inpatient service in designated rehabilitation centers from the CAFE level 4 to 6. Additionally, services include mental health education, counseling, psychosocial support, and rehabilitation for those who use substance abuse and who suffer substance abuse disorders. Honorable Speaker, compared with the NHIF package attracted co-payment. They were not paying for anything to do with the mental health. They were asking you to pay. And it had limited coverage in specific contracted facilities for rehabilitation of drug and substance abuse. Honorable Chair, SHA mental health services are broader, they provide more holistic care, and they cover a wide range of mental health issues, both under outpatient and inpatient. Let me go to oncology services, which is very critical to our country. Honorable Speaker, under the oncology services, under SHA, the treatment will follow the treatment care plan prescribed by the oncologist in line with the National Cancer Control Program guidelines. So after when we treat you, we still follow you with the post treatment plan. Comprehensive cancer care, including chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgical intervention, and routine laboratory investigations with specific tariffs will be provided. Under the former NHIF, oncology services were limited in terms of amount and sessions and attracted co-payment. It's also covered, it also only covered radiotherapy and chemotherapy with set limits per session and per cycle. Honorable Speaker, SHA provides a more extensive oncology package with clear tariffs for various procedures, making cancer treatment more accessible and more predictable for our patients. On surgical services, under SHA, SHA will cover pre-operative, intraoperative, and post-operative care, including major and specialized surgeries, with set tariffs for each procedure type. Under the former NHIF, it only covered major, minor, and specialized surgeries, with set packages limits depending on the level of that hospital. The package also attracted a co-payment. To this end, Honorable Speaker, SHA surgical services are more detailed, more structured, providing clear guidelines and tariffs, which enhances transparency and accessibility for patients. On dental services, SHIF also covers dental services which include consultation, preventive and restorative treatments, such as extractions, scaling, and management, while NHIF dental services were only limited to tooth extraction. In this regard, dental services are more broader under SHA and includes a wide range of treatment. On the third one, on emergency, chronic, and critical illness fund, Honorable Speaker, under SHA, SHA covers medical and surgical procedures not available locally with a limit of 500,000 per person, whereas under NHIF, a similar coverage through reimbursement for overseas treatment up to 500,000 subject to approval was offered. SHA's structured approach with specific tariffs for different treatments shall ensure better planning and access to necessaries abroad. On emergency treatment, Honorable Speaker, SHA emergency treatment shall be accessible to all Kenyans. Under NHIF, emergency treatment was only accessible to be paid by NHIF members. SHA offers a more comprehensive cover. Critical services, SHA, the critical services include care for admission in intensive care unit, high HDU, and NCIU, unlike NHIF. And all this include even the band units. The critical services were not covered under NHIF. SHA offers critical care package, including specialized services and broader coverage which enhance the safety net for health conditions. Honorable Speaker, under SHA, that's emergency evaluation, SHA accidents. Under SHA, accidents and emergencies are paid for all Kenyan residents under the Emergency, Chronic, and Illness Fund. Under NHIF, emergency evaluation was limited to road ambulance service through contracted providers like Kenya Red Cross. Honorable Speaker, let me say this very clear, and many people don't know. And members have been aware that in the event you are walking in the streets and you get a stroke or you get an ailment, when you are rushed to a hospital, the first thing they used to ask you under the former NHIF was deposit. Under SHA, under the emergency, you are rushed to a hospital, that hospital will admit you, will treat you, and will release you out, and you don't pay anything. You even don't need to register. And I'm sure many members will agree with me that there are many Kenyans who die when the ambulance is going around looking for a cheap hospital that can take a lower deposit. These SHA benefits now for emergency, chronic, and critical illness fund will make sure that in any emergency, any hospital must admit, treat, and release that Kenya. And I want to assure this House that if any hospital will do contrary to what SHA provides and the law you have passed, I will have no other reason other than to close that facility. Honorable Speaker, in summary, I think the member has the key achievement of SHA benefits. These benefits are found in our websites. Kenya has made largest step in achieving of universal primary health care service for all Kenyans, and it's important to know that 70% of the health burden are at the primary care in nature. They are at our villages. They are in the rural part of Kenya. And that's why this House and government decided that the primary health care must be free. We have a comprehensive coverage. Under SHA, you have more inclusive, more detailed benefit package. It covers a wide range of medical conditions, procedures, and services compared to NHIF. The SHA structured tariffs, they are structured. SHA provides clear tariffs for various services. It has enhanced transparency and predictability for members when assessing the healthcare services. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, user-centric policy adjustment. SHA includes specific benefits and process such as re-registration of members and structured penalties. Honorable Speaker, even we are focusing more on preventive care. SHA emphasizes on preventive care, including health education, screening, early detection, aligning with the long-term health outcomes. We must, before we were dealing with the other aspect, but this time SHA says it's focusing on preventive. And then lastly, and second lastly, better access to specialized services. SHA gives you more specialized care options, such as mental health care services, oncology, renal, providing members with a better access. We are also have a comprehensive emergency and critical care. Honorable Speaker, on the question of the justification for the mandatory migration of NHIF contribution to SHA and any other measures put in place. Honorable Speaker, if you agree with me, when I was looking at this question, I asked myself, why should I answer? Because it is this House that created the law of Social Health Authority Act and Social Health Insurance. And in the transition clause, what you are doing, you are making NHIF redundant. So at that stage, you should have asked, why are we transiting? But because I have to answer questions before the House, I have to do it. Yes, I have to do it. But now that I am on this side, I think Honorable Jende should have, Senator Jende should have asked this question when we were passing the bill, and now which is an act. But Social Health Insurance Act repealed the National Health Insurance Fund. And with the repeal, all the obligation and assets of NHIF were moved to Social Health Authority, as provided for in the Social Health Insurance Act. And the effects of paragraph 2 and 3 of the first schedule to the Act 23 was to vest all its assets, rights, duties, and powers of NHIF in the authority, which assets include NHIF database. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that timely and seamless access to health benefits of the beneficiaries of the defunct NHIF, the authority mandated through a legal notice number 147, published on 20th September 2024, for the transition of members of the National Health Insurance Fund, including our honorable members here, under the repealed NHIF Act. They all transited to Social Health Insurance Fund upon verification of their data by the authority using existing relevant database. Honorable Speaker, the information was transferred to ensure that all these members and their declared benefits can access benefits come 1st of October 2024. The transition of the information was in the interest of the members. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, Section 28(2) of the Data Protection Act provides that data may be collected indirectly from the data subject, where collections from another source could not be prejudiced in the interest of the data subject, where the collection data from another source is necessary. So, Honorable Speaker, if I go to the question that the senator sought clarification on the measures put in place to guarantee comprehensive year-round.
CS, have you concluded with the two questions by agenda?
No.
Because of time, I would prefer that you move a little bit faster. Because
Honorable
we already
Speaker,
have the responses.
Honorable Speaker, you know the Senate.
And also, yes, I was actually having difficulty to follow your response because we don't have that additional information you're giving.
Honorable Speaker, this document I photocopied, I have signed, and I have given to the House, to the relevant House, to the Senate, and some members have.
Cabinet Secretary, I'm being informed. Cabinet Secretary, order, senators, order. Cabinet Secretary.
I can leave this also with the House.
Cabinet Secretary, I'm being informed that you actually signed this response that you have.
Yes.
When you were in the House.
Yes.
So it has not been distributed. So what we'll do is we will stop where your response is, that the copy we have, and go to the supplementaries, and maybe that issue will come up.
But Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators.
Honorable Speaker, for your guidance, and I abide by your ruling, the House has 3 different methods. The House can call me to a committee. The House can tell me to send a written statement to the clerk. And the House can tell me to come to the plenary. And now I've been told to come to the plenary, and it will be very unfair if you cut me short. And I'm not only talking to the senators, I am talking to the people of Kenya through you. If you allow me to finish the question, and then maybe I take the supplementary. I don't know whether the Senate is in a hurry, but me, I'm not in a hurry.
Cabinet Secretary, we are not in a hurry.
Yes.
We are just running out of time.
So
and there are 2 more questions for you
so
to reply to.
I can take the next 2, and then I can give.
Yes, and then
because I've covered a lot of the questions of Honorable Senator for Kisumu. I
Yes.
can give him this copy.
Yes.
And then I go to the other questions and the
Yes.
supplementary.
Let us do that, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you very much. Honorable Senators, we are going to take supplementary questions from Senator Ojenda. And Senator Ojenda, I think you had informed that Senator Muma will be taking one of your supplementary questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because I'm a loyal member of my party, I have donated...
Senator Ojenda, just one moment. Take a seat, Senator Ojenda. Take a seat. Before your point of order, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Ithumale Secondary School in Makueni County. The delegation comprises 2 teachers and 48 students who are in the Senate for a 1-day academic exposure. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to our parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Yes, Senator Bodukalwale, what's your point of order?
Speaker, as you'll notice, we are all straining to follow the proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, I've consulted the Sergeant at Arms. That noise you're hearing is from doctors, clinical officers, and other members of the Universal Healthcare, UHC. Mr. Speaker, could you resort to standing order number 1? You suspend the sitting for 5 minutes so that we can go and receive the memorandum. Hand over to the minister since he's now here. He has deliberately, Mr. Speaker, refused to talk to those doctors. And that's why they have strategically come when he's here, so that then we can hand over to him and interrogate. If need be, you order him to go and receive that. Both exits are blocked.
Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion.
Order, Senators, let's listen in silence.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, you recall on the 25th of June, that is how the National Assembly continued ignoring. As people pushed, they were continuing to vote. Let us respond to the public, hear them out, so that for the first time, we capture the minister for these members of staff who have found it impossible to get in.
Order, Senators, order. Order, Senators, we are running out of time. Senator Boni Kalwale, although you're raising a valid point, We are not voting on any matter today. You can ask your staff at your office to go and receive the memorandum, or you can go receive the memorandum and come and put the question to the CS here. So Senator, yes, Majority Leader, what's your point of order?
For 10 seconds, on issue of procedure, Mr. Speaker, yesterday at SBC, we passed an agreement that whenever we are handling this session and we are pressed for time, we give priority first to members that initially drafted questions before supplementary questions. I wanted to request, given how much time is spent, that you kindly bear with us. Even previously with the other ministers, that's what the speakers, the substantive speaker did, that you allow the two members who had questions to finish their questions. The minister responds. If there is time left, Mr. Speaker, I would humbly plead that we do supplementary questions. And also, Mr. Speaker, I don't know who shared out my number, but I have more than 1,000 messages from UHC staff who want specific answers from the minister. It will be unfair if he leaves the House today before addressing himself on these issues of UHC. So I plead for your indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you. No point of orders. No point of orders. Senators. Senator Cheriot, I think we will proceed as you've requested. It will save us time because we're really running out of time. And I wish we would stop all these point of orders so that we can manage our time properly. So, Senator Ojienda, we are going to proceed to the next two questions, and then we'll take supplementary questions, all of them at the end.
Mr. Speaker, just on a point, may I then, I will assign my supplementary questions to the Senator for Vihiga, for one question, Senator Muma, Senator Faki, and lastly, yes,
Senator Eddy, it's okay. Senator Sifuna, please ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Although the CS was saying he's not in a hurry, we need to remind him that he came late. And therefore, it is the reason why we are running out of time. And he knows the House rules that there is a time for the rising of this House. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask question number 32. Honorable CS, could you tell us why was the Edu Athia medical scheme, which provided comprehensive medical insurance for secondary school learners under the National Health Insurance Fund, discontinued under the current Social Health Insurance Fund program? And secondly, what are the reasons for the government's failure to provide last expense compensation for Mr. Elias Majau Muta, whose son, Master Robin Murimi Majau, a Form 3 student at Kibera Secondary School, passed away on 9th September 2022. Now, Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the response that the CS has given, and in the interest of time, maybe he can just be brief, and he has asked in the response that I provide certain documents. I would like your clarification or direction, Honorable Speaker, because I have those documents here with me, and I want to put them in the CS's hands. I don't know how that is going to happen, but I will await your direction.
What's your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker, I'm raising understanding order 101, Madam Speaker. I mean 101 and standing order number 1, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what Senator Boni Alwale has brought in this House, Madam Speaker, and requested your chairpersonship to rule on is a critically important one, Madam Speaker. As we are speaking right now, Madam Speaker, the healthcare structure is all in disarray with these strikes, Madam Speaker, because of the UHC strikes, Madam Speaker. If they are outside here, Madam Speaker, and this House, we make decisions as senators, Madam Speaker, we are requesting that you adjourn the House for 5 minutes. We go and get those petitions by UHC, Madam Speaker. The strike is going on. Healthcare is crippled, Madam Speaker. They're not being responded to. The health minister is here, Madam Speaker.
Senator Eddy, please sit down.
Why can't we just adjourn for 5 minutes we make the decision?
Senator Eddy, please sit down. Order. What you're raising was raised by Senator Halwale, and the Speaker on the chair actually made a ruling on that. Senator Eddy, please sit down. it is my decision that we finish the questions and then we will do this. Please sit down. No. Can I invite the CS to answer the question?
Honorable Speaker, I did not send the UHC staff here. I met them
Order
last week.
CS, can
Yes.
you answer the question, please?
Yeah, I met them last week, and they're here because the
Order
budget is
CS,
making...
can you answer the question?
And I'll be very happy to receive the petition. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Senator for Nairobi. The second question, I think we are done. Give me, I can answer, but give me the documents. But let me just, for record and for
Honorable
the answer.
CS, order Honorable CS, you are now doing my job. The member requested that I give him an opportunity, now you're answering on that. Can you just answer the question? Thank you.
I am exactly doing that. I am answering the question number 033 and 034 by the member for the Senator for Nairobi, Honorable Madam Speaker. The Minister of Education engaged the former National Hospital Insurance Fund to provide a comprehensive medical insurance cover for all students in public secondary schools. This scheme was branded Edu Afia, commenced on 1st of May 2018, and was renewable annually for a period of 5 years, lapsing 31st of December. Honorable Speaker, this scheme was rolled out through the National Education Information System, NEMIS. There are several challenges that were found in that system. Fraud, misuse, double payment were made to health institutions arising from a single treatment. And if the Senator wants those information, I can provide the names and the institutions. As such, it was found to be unsustainable, and the government resolved to reconsolidate all these special schemes into one, the Social Health Authority benefit package. Therefore, Honorable Speaker and Senators, the consolidation of the Edu Afia scheme with all the schemes that were managed by the defined NHIF is geared at implementing the right to the highest attainable standards for all Kenyans, and further, the right of the child as envisaged under Article 53, Sub-Article 1C of the Constitution of Kenya, as read together with Section 16 of the Children's Act, which guarantees every child shall have the right to the highest attainable standard of healthcare services in our country. Honorable Speaker, under SHA, students belong to our household, and therefore they're eligible to benefit from the three funds. Honorable Speaker, on the last part of the question by the Honorable Senator for Nairobi, on Mr. Elios Majau Mlimuta, whose son, Master Robin Murimi Majau, a Form 4 student at Kibera Secondary School, passed away on the 9th of September 2022. May his soul rest in peace. The response is this. The comprehensive medical scheme for students in public secondary schools included a group life, the last experience cover in the case of the demise of the student. To access the benefit, the learner's next of kin was required to fill the last expenses and group life cover claim form, which were available from the school. The duly filed claim form was to be submitted to the Ministry of Education, sub-county, and county offices, which upon verification be forwarded to the Ministry of Education headquarters for second verification, and then forwarded to the defunct NHIF. And I wish to state that SHA, in consultation with the Ministry of Education, have gone through the list of the claims submitted during the 5-year contract period they had, and have not traced the mentioned claim. And I really want, because I don't want to give the benefit just to government, I want the Honorable Senator for Nairobi, in terms of the proposed way forward on this matter, I request Honorable Sifuna to provide the specific details, including the name of the full of the students, the student's name is number, the student's death certificate and burial permit, and the parent's contact. And I will follow up, correct guidance on the last expenses claim process with the school and the parent and next of kin. I will do that, and I will bring an answer. I mean, I think I am obligated to do that. Senator, if you provide me with those I have asked for,
Honorable Senator for Nairobi, you can actually come and provide. In terms of protection of the rights of the child, you may not read the particulars of the child. I hope you know that.
Yes,
and
I
you can
understand
hand over
that.
physically to the...
I understand that, Honorable Speaker. Just for the record, the entire process for the processing of the claim was followed, except the county director has refused to sign the certification by the county director for over a year. So I have the form here that has the details, including the name of the child, the name of the parents, and the contact of the parents. I have the form which they filled for the claim. I have the ID of the parent. I have a letter from the school. I have the certificate of death and indeed the permit for burial. Honorable Speaker, I wish that I table this so that the CS can receive it.
Please table it.
Thank you.
And Secretariat hand it over to the CS. Senator Manzo for the next question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my question to the Cabinet Secretary. A, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a detailed breakdown of the management and utilization of the Tobacco Control Fund, specifically outlining how funds have been received and allocated as stipulated by Section 7 of the Tobacco Control Act 2007. B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide information on the measures the Ministry has put in place to improve transparency and accountability in the administration of the Tobacco Control Fund, and how it plans to address the recent assessments indicating insufficient progress in advancing tobacco control efforts in Kenya in light of the influx of oral nicotine pouches, e-cigarettes, and such other products targeting the youth and children. C, in light of the 2015 court case under petition number 143 on the constitutionality of the tobacco control regulations, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on how the Ministry has ensured compliance with the regulations, particularly regarding the solatium contribution from tobacco manufacturers and importers? And D, how is tobacco control being coordinated with the Ministry and across the country, especially in the context of devolution, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, with your kind permission, the answer was not in the bigger pile of answers which came in earlier. And while here, I've just seen annexures which have come out, but I'm ready to be guided by you, the Speaker, and the Cabinet Secretary. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me on the onset say this is a very complex matter, and it's a matter I am dealing with, and it has many faces. So if the House will not be very happy with the answer I have been provided, I am ready and willing to come back next week, because my conscience is 50-50, so this House will help me. But let me just read what the ministry officials have given me. There are many, many issues I'm being asked outside there on this tobacco thing. Honorable Chair, the ministry through the State Department of Public Health and Professional Studies oversees the regulations of tobacco products as stipulated in the TCA Act of 2007 and tobacco regulations of 2014, which is implemented by a body called Tobacco Control Board and the Division of Drug and Substance Control within the Ministry of Health. The Tobacco Control Fund, known as TCF, was established under Section 7 of the Tobacco Control Act, as the member have said. It's financed through parliamentary appropriation, forfeited properties, voluntary contribution, and mandatory solutium contribution from tobacco importers and manufacturers in our country in order to facilitate tobacco control initiatives, including research. The fund resources are supposed to be used for research, for public awareness campaign, for cessation programs, for enforcement activity. Currently, the solutium contribution remains the primary funding source, while efforts are ongoing to explore and implement additional funding streams. The fund is administered by the accounting officer or appointed official pursuant to Section 8 of the Act, and that is to ensure efficient allocation and utilization of resources. According to the records, in the financial year 2024-2025, an allocation of 831 million has been approved, and the annex is what we have provided for supporting the following key activities, both recurrent and development. There is a capacity building and nationwide public awareness. There is ongoing research application calls to inform evidence-based. There is the formulation of the monitoring and evaluation framework. There is the establishment of the treatment and rehabilitation of centers in the 10 most affected counties: Nairobi, Nakuru, Mombasa, Laikipia, Kakamega, Eldoret, Meru, Machakos, Kisumu, and Kericho. There is the element of sensitizing healthcare workers and provide health product technologies, meanwhile as the process of tendering the putting of the infrastructure. These funds are also to be used to review the Tobacco Control Act. I am aware that a draft amendment bill is under the stakeholder validation. There is execution of the surveillance and enforcement, including multi-agency raids on shisha dens and successful prosecution. And Madam Speaker, I think, let me be very candid. I think Parliament must define what is multi-agency. This multi-agency thing, even when I was the leader of majority, is abused. It must be defined in law. Somebody just sits somewhere, he picks few, 5, 10 people from different agencies, and he tells you multi-agency. No, I think this country can do better. So Parliament must define what multi-agency is. Multi-agency is important, is key, particularly in the security sector. And the ones in the security sector have been defined. But you know, you can't walk to Ministry of Health or Ministry of Education and you say, on this matter, we will have a multi-agency. No, no. I think Parliament is the powers of lawmaking. We must define what multi-agency is. Otherwise, multi-agency is not in law. I mean, it's not been there. Nobody can tell me it's in that act. And this multi-agency thing started during the time of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and I think it should not, Parliament must talk about it. There are areas like the security sector.
Okay, I thought you might want to bring it in your supplementary question. Okay, proceed.
To get to that, Madam Speaker, it is good that the Cabinet Secretary was very honest with what he said, and as I sit here, and as I present, Madam Speaker, documents are still coming to me, of which I need time to go through.
Senator Manzo, please sit down. That is, what we are doing is unprocedural. Let the CS finish, and then if you have anything additional, you will bring it in your supplementary. CS, have you finished? Please finish.
Chair, that's why I said this thing of tobacco is very complicated. So So what are the measures that are used for transparency and accountability? To enhance transparency and accountability, the Management Tobacco Control Fund, the Minister has developed an operational manual guideline in 2022, and audits are conducted as per the Public Audit Act. Chair, let me not lie to this House, and I agree with the Honourable Member. I have not seen these guidelines. You know, I have not seen these guidelines. And I want to go unanswered. And then in terms of the dedicated Tobacco Control Fund Implementation Secretariat, it manages the day-to-day operations, maintains financial records, and ensures regular reporting too. But I think the House should not worry because I am on it this thing. It will either straighten up or it will fold. It cannot be business as usual. It's one of the things which are on my table. Many things, including a letter from the DCI on inspection. So I'm studying that. But because I had to come to the House, I had to find a way. So I'll talk to my PS and the people concerned, and we must speak to the people of Kenya on what is going on.
Honorable CS, can you just hold on for 1 minute?
So I will.
Honorable CS.
Chair, can I ask you?
I'm just requesting you give me 1 minute. Sit down first. Honorable Senators, in view of the interest by Senators in the matters currently under consideration, I direct that the Senate extends today's sitting for no more than 15 minutes pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A. Proceed, CS.
So, Chair, I think this, I will ask you, Chair, that this tobacco thing, with the analysis of the member who asked me, I be given more time to find out and even come with the Auditor General's report on this fund and all the story behind it, because even me, I have not really digested and internalized this thing, and I don't want to cheat the House because I am unanswered. Tomorrow the same House can hold me to account. If I seek the approval of this House, I will be told I have said this and this. So can we, with the indulgence, can we step down this tobacco thing? I can still ask, if the members want to ask questions, I can take the notes, but I think this tobacco thing I need to find out what's
Thank you, CS, for being so frank. And in fact, a member was going to ask for some annexures that you've not brought. Members, I suggest that this is a serious issue. We step down that question and allow the CS to provide a comprehensive response. In this House, CS, you'll want to know that I think even before the House, there is a bill that deals with tobacco control. So I think the House would want majority.
Speaker, I beg your indulgence because I have additional request still on this tobacco issue to the Minister, and there's something that he has alluded to. This, can I just make it as a request so that as he brings additional information to the House,
That is fine. That is fine, your Majority Leader.
There is something is not right at the Tobacco Control Board, and I'd wish that the Minister listens keenly to this request. And I like the fact, Madam Speaker, that the Minister has actually alluded and spoken on this thing called the multi-agency. As representatives of the people, we sometimes come into contact with information that is useful for Cabinet Secretary to know. I know for a fact that there is a certain dispute that exists presently before a tobacco importing company and this board. A company that went through all the legal procedures, paid their taxes, then somehow one day, one afternoon, this so-called multi-agency that the Minister is speaking to show up at their warehouse, confiscate goods, goes to the Department of Public Health, falsifies documentation and claims that there is some drug and substance that is in the products that this company had imported. Therefore, putting into question so many other agencies that had prior approved those products to be on the shelves of this republic. That matter has been investigated by the DCI. I am aware that they have filed a response back to the ministry,
and they have confirmed that that multi-agency actually misled the country. I would wish that when the minister comes back to this house, they bring the findings of the DCI with them and tell us what will be done to those officers that led this kind of cartel-like operations where we can use government agencies to falsify records on health matters. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for indulging me.
Secretariat, I direct that this question be rescheduled with all the aspects that have been raised by the members. We now move on to the supplementary questions by those who submitted the questions. Senator Manzo, do you have a supplementary question? No, you are, sorry. Yours is not there. So I don't see Senator Sifuna, neither do I see Senator Ojenda had actually delegated to Osotsi Faki, Senator Faki.
Asante, Bi Speaker. Waziri, asante kwa ujio wako asubuhi ya leo. Na swala langu ni kuhusiana na malipo ya SHA. Kwamba inakuwaje wakati mgonjwa kwa mfano anafanya operation, SHA inasisitiza kwamba lazima alipe malipo ya zaidi ya miaka 2 ndio aweze kupata huduma ambayo anahitajika kupata, either ya operation ama ya kulazwa kwa matibabu fulani ambayo ni ya kitaalamu. Hiyo imeweza kufanyika kwa sababu nimepata malalamiko mengi kutoka kwa wananchi kwamba wanalazimishwa kulipa zile subscriptions za mpaka miaka 2, miaka 2 na nusu ndio waweze kupata huduma hiyo kutoka kwa hospitali zao. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
We'll ask a number before you answer, CS. Senator Oruoba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a concern, a question about Linda Mama. Waziri, I know you mentioned and elaborated about how Linda Mama has been absorbed into the bigger cover. Waziri, I've had the privilege, or is it the advantage, of being pregnant in this particular transition. And I don't know whether you know that that comprehensive cover that you are saying is there for Linda Mama, or that covers prenatal and postnatal, actually doesn't exist in totality. Waziri, I'm not sure if you are aware that some of the prenatal services that you have quoted are not given under that comprehensive cover. For instance, scans are not covered. A pregnant woman requires a minimum of 2 scans before they give birth. That is not covered in the cover that you are talking about. Also, when you have postnatal, and my question is...
No, you only ask one question, please. Can we move to the next person?
Madam Speaker, unless you are going to answer the question, you are going to ask the question. I have not asked it.
You are supposed to ask a question.
I have not asked it. I have not asked the question. Madam Speaker, allow me to ask the question.
Okay, proceed.
My question is, Waziri, my question is, have you actually given a service charter under this comprehensive prenatal and postnatal care so that we can be able to tell you, those of us who have been pregnant, which services are being given and which services are not being given? So that is my question to you, Waziri.
Yes, yeah. Order, Senator Oruoba, please. Senator
Madam Speaker, my supplementary question is pretty much interlinked with the first question that was asked by Senator Sifuna, and is on the UHC workers, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, my question is very simple, but I don't want wounding answers from the CS, because the question is, what is the CS doing to resolve this crisis and strike that we are seeing with the UHC workers in the context, because in the context of number one, making sure that if the CHC workers were going to be transferred to counties, there is harmony of them being put into the payroll nationally, the same way we have seen with community healthcare workers on the portion that the government takes care of. And number two of that part.
Only one question.
It's
Senator
one question.
Eddy, please. Senator Eddy, please sit down.
Madam Speaker, allow me just...
Senator Eddy, I have ruled. Please sit down. No, it is one question, and you have asked it. Senator Miraj, please. Okay, proceed.
I beg your indulgence because the reason why they're striking is very important. The second part of this, Madam Speaker, is that there is budgeting process going on right now for these UHCs. Why they are rioting is because...
Please ask a question.
So the question is the CS going to make sure that they are put into a permanent and pensionable program in this budgeting cycle? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bi Speaker. Swali langu kwa waziri litakwenda moja kwa moja kama mkaazi wa gatuzi ya Mombasa. Tuko na faraja ya kwamba sisi tuko na referral hospital ya Coast General. Lakini tatizo ambalo linaendelea pale kwenye hospitali yetu, Bwana Waziri, ni kwamba wagonjwa wananyimwa huduma. Wananyimwa huduma hivi ya kwamba wanapofika wanaulizwa maswala ya kwamba kama
Senator Miraj, ask a question please.
Si ndo najieleza tafadhali.
Uliza tafadhali.
Swali langu ni kwamba kuna ushirikiano gani wa karibu baina ya wizara na gatuzi ya Mombasa, kwa sababu anayepeana huduma pale CEO anasema ya kwamba hamupeani pesa za SHA wanapotibu wagonjwa. Kwa hivyo wagonjwa ambao wana uwezo wanalipishwa pesa zaidi. Bill zimekuwa kubwa, radiotherapy haifanyi. Yani Mombasa, waziri, kama ingewezekana, mimi kama mwakilishi kutoka kule, naomba ufike Coast General. Maafa yamekuwa mingi, hakuna manasi. So,
you have asked the question. You have asked the question. Now you are
ushirikiano gani wa karibu?
Order, Senator Miraj. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Kiburu Boys High School. Order, Senator. A boys' high school in Kirinyaga County. The delegation comprises 3 teachers and 49 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you very much. Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask my question. And I first of all start by congratulating Honorable CS for coming and appearing before this Senate, because many of the times people are called, CSs are called and they don't appear. Honorable CS, my question is, what are you going to do about networks in the hospitals? Because this registration is really a big problem. People are waiting for it.
I would like you to ask a question, please. Ask the question.
Sinauliza swali, siungoje. Sasa tutaharibu wakati. Wacha nimalize.
Senator, please follow the rules. Just ask the question.
Yeah, the question is, patients are staying at the hospitals from morning to evening until the next day, being told that they cannot be treated because they cannot access SHA. So, and again, Honorable CS, you said that SHA is free. These patients are charged 500 to be able to register in hospitals. And
Senator Kavindu, you have not asked any question. And your time is over.
Nimesema, Bwana,
Senator,
Madam,
be consistent in the...
Nimeuliza atafanya nini kuhusu network za SHA, maana hazifanyi kazi. Hiyo si swali.
Now you have asked the question.
Nimeuliza hivyo.
Senator
Ama
Kavindu,
Kiswahili ndio inaingia.
Senator Kavindu,
wacha basi niulize.
No. Senator, can we move on to
Na
the
watu
next senator?
wanalipishwa 500 kuregister SHA.
Senator
alafu
Mandago, please. Senator Kavindu, please respect the chair.
Madam Speaker, before I ask my supplementary question, allow me to table in the floor and the table of the Senate a petition. Madam Speaker, allow me to table in a petition by UAC staff, Madam Speaker, on the issue of confirmation.
Order, senators, let's listen, please.
On the issue of confirmation of UAC staff. This is a memorandum of objection of the resolution made by the Ministry of Health and the Council of Governors on universal health coverage staff, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, by way of memorandum, we wish to bring to attention the grave violations of administrative injustice.
Order, Senator Mandago. This is question time. It's not time for tabling petition. You will use the normal process for tabling the petition. I now want to invite the CS to respond to the questions.
Then
please.
allow me to ask my question. Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
ask a question if you have a question.
Madam Speaker, I would like to know from the Cabinet Secretary whether in his budget-making process proposal he included the funds for confirmation of UAC staff.
That's
in
a good.
counties.
That's
Madam
a question
Speaker.
now.
And Madam Speaker, now that you have ruled, make sure before we leave this house, you also address those members of UAC, plus the Cabinet Secretary.
Senator Halwade, a question, Senator Halwade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the foundation, backbone, and engine of the success of SHA, SHIF, UHC is the human resource. Mr. Speaker, I rise.
Madam Speaker, not
Madam
Mr.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Under the provisions of our Standing Order 51C, 6C, that the minister be allowed to make a statement on this issue of women resource, because as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, in Kakamega, the doctors are not in hospital, and 17 other counties, doctors are on strike. And Kakamega is special, Mr. Speaker, and Machakos, Madam Speaker, because those two hospitals, they are used as centers for training intern medical officers. These intern medical officers have missed out in their program a whole 4 weeks. It's going to affect their qualification as doctors. Could the minister address this issue now?
Honorable Senators, questions have been asked by members, and we have hardly, we have 17 minutes to go. So my view is that we allow the CS to answer. Now you're making it difficult for what Senator Halwale is asking to be accommodated. No, if you ask, then what Senator Halwale wants to do cannot be accommodated. So okay, I'll then make the ruling that we use this time for the question time, Senator Halwale, and the CS, when the CS comes back, one of the things he must do is to address it. Senator Eddy, I have ruled. I have ruled. You cannot have your cake and eat it. I have ruled. Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is straightforward, Madam Speaker. Bwana CS, with the establishment of the 3 health funds under SHA, how do you ensure that patients will not be lining up at chemists to look for drugs that have been prescribed in hospitals? Because that has been a big problem. We see women lining up with children from hospitals. They are not able to get drugs in hospitals, and so they have to go and procure drugs
Senator,
outside.
you
How
have asked
does
your
this
question.
address this problem?
You have asked a question. Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Speaker. Waziri, there are some dispensaries within our counties that have stalled under equalization fund. I have 2 of them in my county, one called Akadeli and one called Shambani. Those dispensaries were constructed way back in 2019. Even after the ruling of the court case to pay the contractors, I'm asking. Waziri, those dispensaries are vandalized and the counties are passing back to the national government. Are you aware of the same? Thank you.
Senator, what is your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker,
what is the issue?
Understand order 1, Madam Speaker. I'm just requesting you that I understand the sensitivity of time, and there are so many questions that have been asked. Through your honor, Madam Speaker, may we postpone all those other questions, but the CS answers
Senator
the question
Eddy,
of
please sit down. Senator Eddy,
UHCs.
I have ruled on that question. I have ruled on that question.
I'm not overruling you, Madam Speaker. I'm just
Senator
requesting
Eddy, sit down. You're actually being a nuisance. Senator Cherargei, 1 minute. Order, Senator Uroba. You are not co-chairing with me.
Madam Speaker, if they continue disturbing you, invoke 122. Standing 122. Madam Speaker, could I ask the Cabinet Secretary?
Senator Eddy, can the Sergeant at Arms escort Senator Eddy out?
Madam Speaker, can I ask? Can I ask the
Proceed,
question?
Senator.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Could I ask?
Order, Senator Eddy. Order, Senator Eddy.
Could I ask the Cabinet Secretary that in light with the court's decision that the verification committee that he formed was unconstitutional and illegal, how is he going to ensure verification of NHIF pending bills and ensure, Madam Speaker, we have both verifiable and non-verifiable under NHIF? Because I told Waziri when he appeared that under Article 229 of the Constitution, the Office of the Auditor General should be the one verifying the pending bills. What is his options on the table? And I gave him for free. I didn't even charge him. It was
Senator
pro bono.
Cherargei, please sit down. Before the minister answers, Senator Eddy, please withdraw from the House. Senator Eddy, please withdraw from the House. Sergeant at Arms, pursuant to... Sergeant at Arms, please assist in withdrawing Senator Eddy from the House. CS, can you answer the question?
Thank you.
Order, senators, please. Order, senators. Order, Senator Eddy. Honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 121, I cite you for disorderly conduct, and I have cited you for disorderly conduct. Senator Eddy, I have directed that you leave the House. The Sergeant at Arms may now proceed to move him out. Senator Eddy, I have directed that you withdraw from the House. Sergeant at Arms, we will not proceed unless you actually escort Senator Eddy out. Please do not defy the chair. Eddy, I am ordering that I'm directing that you withdraw for the remainder of this sitting, please. All the members who are around Eddy, please go take your seats. Take back your seats. Senator Beatrice, Senator Gloria, please go take your seats. Senator Beatrice, Senator Gloria, Senator Kavindu, please take your seats. Senator Korir, what's your point of order? Senator Korir, is your point of order still relevant? Can we listen to the CS, please? Please, let's listen to the CS. CS, please.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Senator from Mombasa, Bofaki, I want to assure you that there are no prepayment of 2 years. The SHA Act promotes,
Order, Senators,
provides for 1 year annual payment for informal sector. However, currently, Kenyans who are registering are only paying monthly premiums. On Honorable Senator Fosiolo, we shall engage with the National Treasury and we shall engage with the county governments. Equalization Fund is administered outside my ministry. It's under the National Treasury. It has a secretariat. It is members of parliament, leaders who choose what to do. But I think I will contact the National Treasury and the Council of Governors. Honorable Gloria, there are many, they are covered, in fact. And if you look at the comprehensively, what I have tabled today, you'll see it. But further, you need to look at the tariffs of the healthcare service, which was, no, I'm telling you, you need to look at the healthcare service where there was a legal notice number 556 of 225 as gazetted, and it provides for a complete cover. So you go to the benefits. Maybe the facility you went to played a games on it. On Mombasa, Coast General Hospital, on, yes, get us the date and everything and we'll ask him. On Coast General Hospital, let me first thank the governor of Mombasa. That county is leading in terms of SHA registration at 58. And we must thank him. He has, the person second to him is like the numbers between the numbers for Liverpool and Arsenal. The difference is 10. So that is how he's ahead of the pack. But on SHA pays all approved claims by the 14th of every month. And I will give you the figure. As of today, 228.37 million have been paid since SHA came into place in October. If the claims are not verified, and the governor knows, he talks to his people, I have sent him the bills, he has verified, and he is very comfortable. And tomorrow, in fact, he will be in Nairobi. He will sit with our team on digital health to make sure that his system works seamlessly. Senator Kavindu, SHA registration is seamless you can use the USDD, you can use your phone, *147#. You can use the community health promoters. If they are teenage mothers, which we have a number, we are giving them temporary cards. So it's very seamless. Nobody should. Unlike NHIF, where you need, after you register, you wait for 2 months. SHA is, as you go to the hospital, if you register, the system picks you. The only system-related issues, and then if you have any system-related issues, then you call our call center, which is 147, and it's available 24/7. And the call receiving is at 0. It was 2 minutes. Now, once you call, in fact, very soon we will call back Kenyans to ask you, why did you call and you dropped the call? That's how it is. I think there was a question on the fund by Senator Beatrice, on the 3 fund under SHA, and the KEMSA. Do we have drugs? I want to assure this House that KEMSA is undergoing a reform, recapitalization. Through the private sector, we are putting about 10 billion to increase their fill rate to 100%. So drugs are available at the last mile. On the doctors in Kakamega and many other places, as Honorable Khalwale was asking this question, I texted the governor of Kakamega. Whether it is true or false, I told him to send me the agreement he has signed with the doctors. He is yet to send me, but he said, I have resolved. There are about 18 counties where doctors have issues, and I have agreed with the union when I was in Mombasa that those issues must be resolved. Kiambu is one of them. And I'm talking to the governors that we resolve. The main issue is on promotion. Consultants, senior doctors have stagnated for a long. But as you know, health is devolved. There is a committee on health here, chaired by by Honorable Senator Mandago. There is a committee on devolution by the Senator of Wajir. I think you'll do much better if you deal with this matter. But on the matter of UHC, Honorable Chair, lastly, the people out there were with me. We have signed an agreement with them, and I am not budging back from that agreement. Because when leaders agree with you, an Honorable Senator, with a light touch, Honorable Cherargei, I will come to answer his question. He's looking at me. It's the last one. But UHC, I've answered you as you are talking to somebody. Honorable Senator. I started with you as I said, Equalization Fund is under the National Treasury. There is a secretariat. It's members of parliament who
Yes, you have under a minute.
Yes, so I have answered that question. So on UHC, the question is budget. Who makes a budget? The budget is made by parliament. I told them, leave my door, come to parliament. Today, this week is a budget making process. You deal with the division of revenue bill, you deal with the county revenue allocation. I'm sure you'll add some money to the counties. Please do me a favor, cut some money, give to UHC. I will pay them. I am struggling. And finally, Honorable Cherargei.
Yes, Senator Kavindu as well says you have not answered her question.
I have answered her question. Maybe she was not hearing.
He has 1 minute. Let him finish.
But let me answer the question of Honorable Cherargei first. And Honorable Chair, as a good friend of mine, he's the last person I will take advice from. He's the last person. I will never take the advice of Honorable Cherargei. Because if I take, I will not even cross the road. But on the pending bills, by law I have established, Kenyans have the right to go to court. They have gone to court. Those who claim those bills, they have to wait until the court makes a determination. I mean, one arm of government has done its job. Another arm of government has injected
Senator Kavindu, quickly.
Senator Kavindu, maybe I can listen to.
No, the question, just say what he didn't answer.
No, Madam Speaker, my question was, registration ya SHA haifanyi kazi. Na hiyo registration ya SHA, the details Honorable CS unanipatia hapa, ingepatiana huko ground ndio watu wajue watafanya nini wakienda huko, si hapa.
Honorable Chair,
Honorable Senators, having concluded the business for which I extended the day's sitting, the Senate stands adjourned until later today at 2:30 p.m.
I thank you. Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
The chairperson, J-Luck. Who are the members of the J-Luck committee? Majority Leader, can you come to the aid of your chair, J-Luck? There is a paper that's supposed to be laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I had trained very many assistants, but nonetheless, no, besides Methu, there were many others. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, the 14th of May, 2025. Number 1, report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of the County Civic Education Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2024. And number 2, the report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of the Kenya policy on public participation, sessional paper number 3 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Senators, before I call honorable senators for purposes of requesting for statements, allow me to make the following communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from St. Francis Katangi Boys Secondary School in Machakos County. The delegation comprises 2 teachers and 39 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming guests to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the, I'm not seeing the Senator for Machakos in the House. I will therefore delegate this to Senator Beth Siengo to, under 1 minute, to extend a word of welcome.
Thank you, Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome the students of Katangi to the Senate and make sure that you learn all that you can within this visit, and to remind you that Kamba people are great people. So make sure you learn to become great as the Kamba leaders who have done great things for this country. Thank you.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Edwin Sifuna, the Senator for Nairobi City County.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the parcel of land known as LR number 5871/2, situated near Thika Road Mall in Roysambu constituency. The land was previously occupied by the defunct Uchumi supermarket chain and is currently under the control of the Kenya Defence Forces. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the current use and development status of the parcel of land by the Kenya Defence Forces. Number two, how the Kenya Defence Forces' use of the land will benefit the local community, especially those of Roysambu Ward, Roysambu constituency, comparable with the public benefits that citizens in other regions living around military installations enjoy, including but not limited to access to schools, hospitals, or other community amenities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator from Busia County. Is that correct? Yes. Yes. Senator Andrew Mtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have two statements. Can I read them together? Most obliged. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy on a matter of national concern regarding the handing over of a massive cooking gas handling facility to a private firm. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kenya Pipeline Company, KPC, has been left counting losses amounting to millions of shillings after its plan to develop a 30,000 metric ton liquefied petroleum gas, LPG facility in Mombasa, aimed at making gas more affordable and accessible to consumers, was halted. The project will now be undertaken by a private firm, Asharami Synergy, leaving KPC to bear the costs of preparatory work already completed, as Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited has now announced that it will lease 23.19 acres of its land to Asharami Synergy on a 31-year lease to develop, operate, and maintain the plant. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. Reasons why the plan by the Kenya Pipeline Company to develop the cooking gas handling facility in Mombasa was quashed and the project handed over to Asharami Synergy, which is a subsidiary of Sahara Group of Nigeria. 2. Circumstances leading to the decision by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum to hand over the gas handling facility to Asharami Synergy rather than allowing KPC to undertake the project. 3. Whether Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited followed the law and laid down procedure in leasing the 23.19 acres of the pipeline land on which the facility lies to the said firm. 4. The process of selection of a company to develop the gas handling facility, including details on all received proposals, as well as the justifications for contracting Asharami Synergy to construct and operate the facility on a 31-year lease. 5. How KPC plans to recover the Kenya shillings 192.64 million taxpayers' money brought out during the Office of the Auditor General's review of the KPC's financial results for the year ending June 2024 that was spent in undertaking studies, including demand survey, environmental and social impact assessment, front-end engineering designs, and the estimated cost of the project. Signed, Andrew Mtato Koichi, Senator. My second statement, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of national concern regarding the withdrawal of 19,707,023,504 Kenya shillings from the Consolidated Fund under the vote item, State Officers' Salaries, Allowances and Miscellaneous, in January 2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the Statement of Actual Revenue and Net Exchequer Issues for 2024-2025 financial year, published by the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning through Gazette Notice number 1864, which unfortunately was misdated as having been published on 10th February 2024. It ought to read 10th February 2025. The budget allocation for this vote item was Kenya shillings 4,209,674,431. This amount covers salaries and allowances for the President, Deputy President, judges, Attorney General, Auditor General, Control of Budget, members of constitutional commissions, and other stated officers. State officers. Mr. Speaker, sir, the monthly estimated disbursement should average 350,806,203 shillings. However, by 31st December 2024, the cumulative disbursement stood at 1,723,787,530 shillings, implying an average of Kenya shillings 297,297,922 per month. Accordingly, the expected cumulative figure for January 2025 would have been approximately Kenya shillings 2,011,085,451 shillings. Yet, the cumulative payment reported by the end of January 2025 was Kenya shillings 21,708,109,025 shillings, indicating an overpayment of 19,707,023,504 shillings, 574 shillings in a single month. Notably, in February 2025, the reported monthly disbursement dropped back to Kenya shillings 301,385,053 Kenya shillings, bringing the cumulative amount to Kenya shillings 22,091,494,078 shillings, as per Gazette Notice number 3354, which unfortunately is also misdated as having been produced on 10th February 2024 instead of 10th February 2025. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the justification for the payment of Kenya shillings 19,707,023,574 in January 2025 against an expected monthly allocation of approximately 287,297,922, and why this amount was recorded under state officers' salaries, allowances, and miscellaneous. 2, disclosure of the recipients of the excess 19,707,023,504 574 shillings, including a breakdown of payments and confirmation of whether any new employment or reclassification occurred within that month. 3, clarification on who authorized the withdrawal of the unbudgeted Kenya shillings 19,707,023,574 from the consolidated fund, and whether the withdrawal followed the due process under the Public Finance Management Act and the Constitution of Kenya 2010. 4, the remedial steps taken by the National Treasury, including whether investigations have been initiated, if the funds are being recovered, and what actions are being taken against responsible officials. 5, the measures instituted by the National Treasury to prevent similar unauthorized withdrawals from the consolidated fund in future, including internal control reforms and audit mechanisms. Signed, Andrew Mtata MP, Senator from Busia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Professor Tom Ojenda.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the Senator for Kisumu, not from Kisumu. Mtata is from Busia. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to on 4 statements. The first statement, Mr. Speaker, is on renewable energy development and equitable access in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy on a matter of county concern regarding the status of renewable energy development in Kisumu County and the equitable access to clean, affordable, and sustainable energy by households, public institutions, and small businesses within Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya continues to invest in renewable energy sources such as geothermal, wind, and solar as part of its national development and climate response strategies. It is important to assess how such investments translate into equitable access to energy for counties across the country. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the committee should address the following. 1, the status of renewable energy projects implemented or planned in Kisumu County, detailing the type of technology, project scale, source of financing, and current operational status. 2, the share of national renewable energy funding or incentives allocated to projects in Kisumu County over the past 5 years. 3, the existing frameworks for collaboration between the Ministry of Energy and the County Government of Kisumu to promote the rollout of off-grid and mini-grid clean energy systems, particularly for public schools, health centers, and local markets. 4, the measures in place to enhance access to clean and affordable energy in public institutions, households, and small enterprises within the county. And lastly, the process of leveraging on the national transition to renewable energy to address energy poverty, lower cost of electricity, and promote equitable development in the counties with a specific focus on Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, my second statement is on the dilapidated state of Paponditi Hospital in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on the matter of county-wide concern, namely the alarming state of disrepair and collapse of Paponditi Hospital in Kisumu County. Paponditi Hospital, Mr. Speaker, once a vital lifeline for thousands of residents in Lower Nyakach and neighboring areas, today suffers from acute shortage of medical personnel, essential drugs, basic diagnostic equipment, and critical infrastructure. Patients seeking medical attention are routinely turned away or referred to distant facilities, endangering lives and worsening health inequalities. Mr. Speaker, in this statement, the Committee of Health should address the following. 1, the status of staffing, medical supplies, and operational infrastructure at Paponditi Hospital. 2, interventions that the Ministry of Health and the Kisumu County Government are undertaking to rehabilitate the hospital and restore full service. 3, The immediate and long-term plans, including budgetary allocations aimed at upgrading Papanditi Hospital to meet the healthcare needs of the residents. And lastly, timelines for the implementation of emergency measures to stabilize services and prevent further loss of life at Papanditi Hospital. Mr. Speaker, my third statement is on data management and security on government's digital systems and platforms. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology on a matter of national concern regarding data management and security on the e-Citizen digital platform and the recently launched Maisha Number digital ID system. Mr. Speaker, sir, as the government expands its digital identity and service delivery frameworks, there's growing public concern regarding the protection of personal data, consent mechanisms, and the adequacy of infrastructure to prevent data breaches. In this statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. One, the institutional safeguards in place to ensure that personal data collected through e-Citizen digital platforms and the recently launched Maisha Number digital ID system is protected in accordance with the Data Protection Act 2019. Two, the measures in place to ensure consent is sought and granted before collection or sharing of individual biometric or digital identity data. Three, findings of any independent audit or risk assessment conducted in the security architecture of the e-platform and Maisha Number system. Four, the role of private contractors or third parties in the design and management of the e-Citizen platform and Maisha Number system, including the extent of the access to citizen data. And lastly, mechanisms for redress and accountability in the event of data misuse, breaches, and identity theft. Mr. Speaker, my last statement is on the persistent power outages across the country. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Energy, chaired by Senator Buru, on a matter of national concern, namely the persistent power outages that occur across the country during the rainy season, and we have them here, and the continued failure by Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, to develop and implement resilient, weatherproof energy infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sir, seasonal rains routinely trigger nationwide blackouts lasting hours or even days, exposing critical failures in the Kenya power infrastructure. These outages endanger lives, especially in rural hospitals, lacking reliable backup, and result in substantial economic damage to households, small and micro enterprises, educational institutions, and industries. Far from being isolated incidents, Mr. Speaker, the frequent blackouts highlight systemic grid weaknesses, and more troubling, KPLC's chronic lack of preparedness for a predictable annual event. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. One, the root causes of Kenya Power's continued nationwide failure to maintain stable electricity during rainy season and provide a region-by-region analysis of the most affected areas. Two, the level of preparedness by KPLC to manage power distribution during predictable rainy seasons, including existing preventive strategies, infrastructure audits, and disaster response protocols. Three, the human cost of power outages, particularly in hospitals and public health institutions, by assessing fatalities, patient harm, and the adequacy of emergency backup systems. Four, establish whether KPLC has developed or intends to implement any long-term weather-resilient infrastructure or modernization initiatives, including clear timelines for execution in high-risk zones. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, policy measures, including the creation of a compensation framework for consumers who incur economic loss or damage due to preventable service disruptions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 56.1. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Trade.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant Standing Order 56.1b to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee of Trade, Industrialization and Tourism for the first quarter of the fourth session covering the period between February to April 2025. During the period under review, the committee held 22 sittings, during which it considered 18 statements and 4 bills. The committee considered the Budget Policy Statement 2025 and among others, recommendation. The committee recommended that prior to the embarking of Phase 2 in the implementation of the County Aggregated Industrial Park CAIPs, the Ministry of Investment, Trade, Industry should ensure that all the 19 counties that were in the Phase 1 have fully implemented the aggregated industrial parks. The committee undertook county oversight and networking engagements in Mombasa and Kwale County. During this visit to Kwale County, the committee visited Shimoni Fishing Landing Site and the Kwale Aggregated Industrial Park. In the Mombasa County, the committee visited the Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone and the East African Tea Trade Association. Following the constitution of the Committee of the Senate, the committee conducted a mini-induction retreat with the Ministry of Cooperative and the Semi-Development and the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. The retreat enabled the new members of the committee to familiarize themselves with the relevant ministries and the relevant semi-autonomous government agencies. It also allowed the committee to interact with the leadership in the various ministries. The committee will finalize its mini-induction with the Ministry of Investment and Trade, which is yet to happen. It is had to happen because of scheduling issues. The committee also conducted a retreat to consider the submission received on the Creative Economy Support Bill and the Cooperative Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee considered the following bills. Number 1A, the Creative Economy Support Bill 2024, Senate Bill number 30 of 2024, the Startup Bill 2022, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, the Cooperative Bill 2024, National Assembly Bill 7 of 2024, and the Business Laws Amendments Bill 2024, the Senate Bill of 54 of 2024. The committee reviewed the amendments made by the National Assembly on the Startup Bill 2022, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, with the mover of the bill. The committee is currently in the process of tabling its report. The Creative Economy Support Bill 2024, the Senate Bill 30 of 2024, seek to streamline and monitorize the creative space of the creative in Kenya. The committee consider the submission received following public participation and is currently awaiting to table its report. The Cooperative Bill 2024, the National Assembly Bill 7 of 2024, is a bill that seeks to revamp the cooperative in lines with the current times, with the challenges that have been experienced with the SACCO lately. This bill is timely. The committee has considered the submission received following the public participation and is currently in the process to table the report. The Business Law Amendments Bill 2024, the Senate Bill 54 of 2024, is an omnibus bill that will amend various laws. The committee will consider submission made by the public during the public participation and thereafter table its report on the bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee held a consultative meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry on the pending legislative business. The Cabinet Secretary committed to the full implementation of the County Aggregated Industrial Park in Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the consideration of the statement, the committee observed that there was an increase in the number of statements pending before it that required the attention of the relevant Cabinet Secretaries and Governors in person. The committee has therefore scheduled to invite the substantive Cabinet Secretaries and the Governors to appear in the committee on the status of the pending statement relating to the specific mandated. The committee will prioritize the finalization of this pending statement and other legislative business other legislative business. Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for the support accorded to the committee in its work in executing its mandate. Lastly, I also wish to thank the members of the committee for the due diligence and the contribution during the committee activities and the committee secretariat for the facilitative responsibility. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Roads. Do we have a member from that committee to represent? Okay, so then we move to the Chairperson Standing Committee on. Well, that matter has already been deferred to a later date. Chairperson Select Committee on County Public Accounts.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to, pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B, present a statement relating to the activities of the Senate County Public Accounts Committee for the period commencing 11th of February 2025 to 30th of April 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that those are the dates from which the committee was reconstituted to the end of the third quarter. During the period under review, the committee held a total of 8 sittings that included the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson, consideration of its work plan, and interrogation of reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of various county executives. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you're aware, on the 1st of October 2024, the High Court in Republic versus Nairobi City County Assembly and another Musumba and 4 others ex parte application E082 of 2023-2024, the citation is there, delivered a judgment which materially affected the mode of operations of the Senate Public Accounts Committee. In light of the above-mentioned judgment, the committee was thereafter compelled to prepare and table its reports for the financial year 2023-2024 by end of March 2025, which were debated and approved by the Senate on Thursday, 27th of March 2025. And Mr. Speaker, sir, because this statement is restricted to 30th of April, perhaps this will come in the next report, because subsequently in May, Justice Aburili delivered a ruling on that matter, and we shall update the House appropriately. Mr. Speaker, sir, taking into account the constitutional timelines provided for in Article 2298, the committee invited 18 governors or county entities to appear before it and requested the rest to submit written management responses. Out of the 18 governors invited, only 4 appeared before the committee. The committee remains deeply concerned by the growing trend of governors failing to honor invitations to appear before Senate committees without offering any justifiable reasons, a practice that amounts to contempt of Parliament. In light of this, the Senate should consider exploring avenues for amending the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 to introduce stricter penalties, including fines, imprisonment, or other punitive measures to safeguard the authority and dignity of Parliament, because, Mr. Speaker, from experience, governors are happy to pay the 500,000 fine and go scot-free. Further, the committee requested the clerks of the 47 county assemblies to submit written management responses. The committee resolved to adopt the Auditor General's reports for 45 county assemblies as submitted by the Auditor General. The committee noted that 2 county assemblies, namely Homa Bay and Migori county assemblies, had adverse opinions, and it prepared its report on the 2 county assemblies, and the reports thereof were tabled and adopted by the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee further conducted a comprehensive fiduciary risks analysis from the Auditor General's reports for all 47 counties during the financial year 2023-2024. This rigorous examination revealed systemic weaknesses in public financial management across county governments, with a cumulative fiduciary risk exposure amounting to 532.67 billion. The detailed fiduciary risk report was tabled, presented, and adopted by the Senate on the 27th of March 2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, in terms of budgetary compliance, the committee observed frequent and unauthorized reallocations of development funds towards recurrent expenditures, often without the requisite approval from county assemblies. Moreover, there was a worrying trend of underabsorption of development budgets, leading to poor service delivery and stalled growth initiatives. Human resource management across the counties was equally troubling. Counties were found to engage in rampant irregular recruitment, resulting in the proliferation of ghost workers, casual employees hired beyond statutory limits, and improper remuneration practices, including the overpayment of allowances. Further, the wage bill crisis persisted unabated, with only 11 counties adhering to the 35% were found to be spending over 50% of their revenue on wages. The committee also noted with concern the matter of pending bills, with counties accumulating debts totaling to 181 billion, and 179 billion of that is owed by county executives and 2 billion by county assemblies. Mr. Speaker, it should concern this House if county assemblies, which generally do not do a lot of development, could still owe 2 billion to service providers. Other troubling practices identified by the committee included the processing of payments outside the IFMIS platform, irregular interest management characterized by multiple unrecovered advances, unauthorized funding of the Council of Governors, and the prevalence of incomplete and unutilized projects. In conclusions, these findings paint a deeply concerning picture of financial governance at the county level, revealing systemic weaknesses in public financial management systems and highlighting potential instances of gross financial malfeasance. Mr. Speaker, sir, because this report was restricted to the period up to 30th of April 2025, when we'll be making our subsequent reports, we shall update the House on how the committee has responded to the ruling delivered by Justice Aburili on May the 7th, and the county visits the committee has organized, and how the committee has planned to ensure that the resolutions of the House of 27th of March are closed, and matters that were referred to investigative agencies are addressed. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the committee and the dedicated secretariat who worked tirelessly and for long hours to ensure that we are able to consider and adopt reports for all the 47 county executives and 47 county assemblies within the limited time frame, and bring a report to this House on the 27th of March 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakili Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to read this statement. This is request for statement on the change of revenue collection system and other financial malpractices by the county government of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the transition from Jumbo Pay revenue collection system to Bomet Pay revenue collection system and other financial practices by the county government of Bomet. Mr. Speaker, the county government of Bomet has not provided any justification for the transition from the previously functional Jumbo Pay to Bomet Pay, or disclosed details on the procurement process for the new procure system, despite the provisions of Article 201A of the Constitution requiring openness and accountability in financial matters, and Section 104 of the Public Finance Management Act requiring transparency in financial management by the county entities specifically. Additionally, the county government is carrying out revenue collection without an enacted County Finance Act, contrary to Article 210(1) of the Constitution, and continues to collect land rates without an updated valuation roll. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The transition process for the revenue collection system for the county government of Bomet from Jumbo Pay system to Bomet Pay system, including the justification for the transition, its budgetary implication, the structure and extent of the public participation exercise undertaken, if any, by the county government, the approval process for the budgetary allocation for the new system, and whether the procurement process for the new system adhered to the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act. 2. how revenue accounts and cash transfers were administered during the transition period, the oversight mechanism in place under the new revenue collection system, including how revenue collection data is being recorded and monitored, and whether any assessments have been done on the new system to evaluate efficiency, transparency, and accountability. 3, the impact of the transition on revenue collection, including a comparative analysis of revenue collection data from before and after the transition. 4, the legal framework governing the county government's revenue collection in the absence of County Finance Act, as well as the methodology applied for land rates collection in the absence of an updated valuation role. Lastly, 5, Mr. Speaker, evidence of the public participation, if any, undertaken by the county government on proposed county finance laws in the financial year 2022-2023, financial year 2023-2024, and financial year 2024-2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we're supposed to go for comments. However, I'm informed these are a motion that is supposed to address a crisis in Nyamira County, and I believe we need to give it priority. We have two groups, each purporting to be the legitimate county assembly of Nyamira, and each is busy churning bills and laws, not knowing which one is the right house to guide Nyamira County. That is indeed a crisis, and as a house we need to give direction on how things can be put in order in Nyamira County. And therefore, I will, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, rearrange today's order paper. We will move to handle order number 13, and thereafter we will resume the normal flow as contained in today's order paper. However, before I allow the clerk to call order number 13, allow me to make this communication. Honorable senators, you may walk in and take your seats. Now, honorable senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon. Order, honorable senators. Senator Nyutu and the majority leader. You should guide your members well. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from St. Francis Girls Mangu High School in Kiambu County. The delegation comprises 2 teachers and 51 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Now, honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming guests to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Kiambu County to extend a word of welcome under 1 minute. Proceed, Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I take this opportunity to welcome the girls of St. Francis in Mangu, plus the teachers who have come to visit us today. This is the Senate, of course, I'm your senator, Karungo Wathangwa, that is my name, and I thank your parents for voting for me. This is a great opportunity for you to come to learn and see what we do at the Senate. The Senate has been described by Kenyans as the last line of defense when it comes to legislation and when it comes to passing motions and laws that really assist and help the common mwananchi. As you learn, feel free to interact with the senators. They're very friendly. And also know our roles are majorly 3. That is representation, that is oversight, and of course, making laws. Once again, karibuni sana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call order number 13.
Order number 13, motion. Progress report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Nyamira.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution.
Give me the order paper. Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the report of the Standing Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Nyamira, that the Senate adopts the progress report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Nyamira laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 17th April 2025. Honorable Speaker, the Senate Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations reported that long-time standing dispute of the County Assembly of Nyamira that allegedly split the Assembly into two functions. The committee has further concerned that the dispute was affecting the smooth functioning of the County Assembly and effective service delivery in the county. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, 1st April 2025, the Senator for Nyamira, Senator Mogeni, CPS Senior Counsel, MP rose pursuant to Standing Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution regarding the leadership and operational crisis currently affecting the county of Nyamira. In the statement, the Senator informed the House that the Assembly had split into two rival functions, each conducting parallel sittings in different venues, led by individuals claiming to be the legitimate speaker and clerk. This state of affairs caused confusion, undermine the legislative integrity, and will potentially jeopardize public confidence in the institutions and the oversight role of the Senate. Honorable Speaker, the Senator requested the following. One, the officially designated and gazetted locations of the County Assembly of Nyamira and whether sitting held outside the location were duly approved, tabling evidence. Two, the status and legal standing of business transacted by the two functions, including the adoption of the supplementary budget and other legislative issues made during the standoff. Three, the process through which the two speakers and clerks were appointed and whether due process and relevant standing orders were followed in the installation. Four, the steps taken by the relevant constitutional and intergovernmental bodies to resolve the leadership dispute, to resolve the leadership dispute and restore order in the county. The Senator further recommended that the committee initiates and leads a reconciliation and mediation process to return the Assembly into institutional normalcy and safeguard the rule of law and protect the interests of the residents of Nyamira. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Devolution considered the matter and invited both functions to a meeting of the committee on 8th of April 2025 to address the committee on the dispute. The individuals were Hon Thaddeus Nyamboro and Hon Enoch Okwero, both claiming to be the legitimate speaker, and Duke Oyare and Sylvanus Ndemo, both claiming to be the legitimate clerk. The committee also invited the Controller of Budget to provide information on financial issues arising from the approval of the budget, county budget, and acquisitions. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted extensive discussions with the stakeholders regarding the matter, noting that the major issues arising from the deliberation. Further, the committee did an in-depth analysis into the issue emerging from the stakeholders' submissions and made various observations as set out on the report. In the report, the committee observed that, 1, there were 2 functions that consist of separate leadership structure, including speakers, clerks, and assembly service board, leading to confusion, legal uncertainty, and inability of the county assembly to effectively fulfill its constitutional duties. The 2 warring functions have an intense dispute that have culminated in numerous cases being filed before various courts, which have further complicated the situation in the assembly. Some of these courts include Nyamira High Court, E008 of 2024 by Enoch Okero versus Nyamira County Assembly, and others, challenging the suspension of Hon Enoch Okero as the Speaker. 2, petition number ELRC E001 of 2024 at the Kisii High Court, Enoch Okero and others versus the County Assembly of Nyamira and Acting Clerk County Assembly, challenging the impeachment of the Hon Enoch Okero as a Speaker. 3, the High Court, the High Court case number E007/2025 County Assembly of Nyamira versus State Law Office and the county government, the government printers, challenging the legality of various gazette notices. 4, High Court number E001/2025 Edwin Oshogo versus IBC and Nyamira County Assembly and others, challenging the election of Hon Thaddeus Omanyi Nyambaro as a Speaker of the County Assembly of Nyamira. 5, High Court number E050 of 2025, High Court in Milimani, County Assembly of Nyamira versus Central Bank of Kenya, regarding the granting Mr. Selvas Ndemo partial access to the bank accounts of the County Assembly to facilitate payment of salaries for MCAs, staff, ward office, remittance of KRA taxes, and associated reductions, and payment to essential services providers. All these cases are currently active and live in court. The County Assembly of Nyamira also faces operational challenges owing to ongoing parallel County Assembly sittings held by 2 functions, each claiming legitimacy on one function holding its sitting in gazetted wards and the other holding its sitting within the County Assembly chamber. 2, the contestation of the office of the Speaker has the dire consequences affecting all other County Assembly service structures, therefore making it imperative for the legitimate Speaker to be ascertained. Based on these findings and observation, the committee made the following interim recommendations. 1, in accordance with Section 7B2 of the County Act, CAP 265, which provides for the location of sitting of County Assembly, and in particular, subsection 2, which provides as follows. Except for a sitting of a new County Assembly under subsection 1, a sitting of a County Assembly may be held at any place within the county and may commence at any time as the County Assembly may appoint. But there was no resolution on this from the Assembly. And Gazette Notice 7653 of 2017, the sitting of the County Assembly be held at the County Assembly premises located in Nyamira Assembly Building opposite Kenya Industrial Estate, Nyamira. And 2, that pending the determination of the court cases, the County Assembly resumes its normal operations in accordance to the Constitution, the County Government Act, and the standing orders of the County Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the committee has planned to visit Nyamira on 23rd of May to go and reconcile the 2 warring function groups, the two warring factions, and also to meet the senator of Nyamira, Honorable Mogweni, and the governor, because we feel that, from our observation, I think this is politically motivated, and the both two leaders are actually engaging different groups and functions. And therefore, we believe that if they also meet the two of us, the two of them, and the committee will be able to solve this problem. And I hope our honorable senator is here, and will be able to assist the committee during our visit, because I feel this thing is actually politically motivated, and it is actually the two functions belong to at least one to the senator and the other to the governor, from my observation. Honorable Speaker, having said that, may I take this opportunity to commend the members of the committee to their devotion and commitment to duty as the committee continues to consider this matter. I also wish to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for the Senate for the support extended to the committee in undertaking these important assignments. Lastly, I wish to thank the stakeholders who presented their submissions to the committee. Honorable Speaker, with those few many remarks, I wish to move this motion and request the House to adopt the progress report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and on its considerations of the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Who is seconding your motion, Senator Abbas?
Langwa. Second. The committee member. No, yeah. Honorable Speaker, sorry. I request Honorable Langwa, who is a member of the committee, to second.
Proceed, Honorable Karungo Thangwa. Proceed.
I second.
Wonderful. Now, honorable senators, the motion has now been moved. I will therefore proceed to propose the question. That the Senate adopt the progress report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Nyamira, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 17th of April, 2025. Now, honorable senators, this is a motion. And in our standing orders, you have 20 minutes. You may want to take the 20 minutes. And if you, then you know exactly what to do if you want to limit debate. That is not in my hands. Yes, Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request that we limit the debate to 5 minutes per senator.
Under what standing order?
Under Standing Order 110. No, not 110 is adjournment. I don't want to adjourn the debate. Yes, under the Standing Order for limitation of the 111. 111, limitation of debates.
Now, honorable senators, we may go through the whole hog and I end up putting a question, or we may strike a consensus on the time allocated per senator to speak. Do we then agree that we'll speak 5 minutes? Yes. 5 minutes? There is no senator on their feet, Professor. Yes, but not now. Let's handle this limitation first. Do we have a consensus that a senator speaking shall not take more than 5 minutes? Very well. Yes, Senator for Kisumu.
minutes, I think, is...
No, we are done with that aspect.
Okay.
It's 5 minutes. It's speaking
Let me move
for
my
not more
amendment.
than 5 minutes.
Thank
if
you,
you
Mr.
can
Speaker.
speak for 1 minute, that's okay.
Mr.
3
Speaker,
minutes
may
is quite okay.
move my amendment? I have a notice of amendment to the motion, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the following amendment to the motion by the chairperson, yes, I did, Standing Committee on Devolution and keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, that the motion be amended by deleting the full stop at the end and inserting the following words. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. Subject to the insertion of the following recommendations of a recommendation number 2 of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. Order. Order, honorable senators.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment is as follows: that the decision and resolutions made by the impeached Speaker and members of the County Assembly that convened outside the gazetted presence of the County Assembly, which is serious, are null and void.
Senator Joyce, what is your point of order?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Jerargay to just cross the floor and interrupting the members while talking and just crossing the floor like a marketplace, Honorable Speaker?
No, where is the Honorable Senator? Senator Fernandi. Kindly leave the chamber for the remainder of this session. Kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment is to paragraph...
Order, Honorable Senator. Yes, what is your intervention, Senator, for Kakamega?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. This morning, just like you have seen this afternoon, we have sat through the embarrassment of senators exchanging with the chair when the chair directs that they leave the chamber. In fact, we lost 10 minutes in the morning because the senator affected refused to go. Mr. Speaker, this is an embarrassment. Those of us who are sufficiently experienced, we've never seen it in this House. Can you find a way of restoring the dignity of senators and the Senate so the senators don't come here thinking they are coming to prove their mancho? Once they have broken the rules, they go out. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, the dignity of this House rests in your hands. I'm your Speaker, I'm not your prefect. I'm here to coordinate and facilitate debate. If you decide to be belligerent, the only thing I can do is to ask you to leave the chamber so that you allow your colleagues to continue with debate and the business of the House. So the dignity of this House shall not be brought about by the number of senators we ask to leave. And that's why I'm very restrained in asking a member to leave the chamber. I'll always caution with the hope that a member will see the need to behave in a manner that befits the title of an honorable senator. So let's help each other, help the chair, and also help you by conducting and facilitating debate, because that is what you're elected to do, to come to this chamber and debate matters of national concern. If you're going to belittle ourselves to the kind of things that the senator for Kakamega has just alluded to, then honestly, we are really belittling the dignity of this chamber. So, honorable senators, let us uphold the dignity of this house by the way we carry ourselves. Senator for Kisumu, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed is to the recommendation number 2 in the report, and it reads as follows, Mr. Speaker, that the decision and resolutions made by the impeached Speaker and members of the County Assembly that convened outside the gazetted presence of the County Assembly are null and void, because they are, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, I propose that an amendment be carried as follows, that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission investigates appropriation and spending of public resources by the impeached Speaker of Nyamira County Assembly and a group of members of the County Assembly that held meetings outside the gazetted presence of the County Assembly. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the clerk and the County Assembly surcharges and recovers all allowances and funds paid to the impeached Speaker and the group of members of the County Assembly who conducted business outside the gazetted presence of the County Assembly, Mr. Speaker. We cannot afford to have 2 assemblies and 2 speakers, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Wambua, can you second?
Yes, Senator Mngatana.
Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment is premature. And the reason I'm saying this...
Senator Mngatana,
yes.
Once the amendments have been moved, the motion for amendment has been moved.
Yes.
It shall be seconded. And then once I propose the question, you can rise.
Much obliged,
and put your point across. Your seconder, Professor? Who is your seconder? Yes, Senator Enoch. You're the seconder, I presume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been called upon to second this motion, the amendment to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, I stand to second. Mr. Speaker, as we second the amendment to this motion, let it be known to all of us in this house, that the county assemblies are what is referred to as regional parliaments in other jurisdictions. Institutions that have capacity to make laws and transact business for and on behalf of their respective governments. The Speaker of those assemblies, it can never be that a section of leaders in one assembly will decide that they are going to have a sitting in the office of a member of a county assembly and call themselves the assembly of that respective county and pass laws and appropriate funds for the executive, and then we sit here, the Speaker, and say that we are oversighting devolution. The Speaker, if we allow that to happen in Nyamira, it will happen in Tana River, it will happen in Kakamega, it will happen in Bomet, and before you know it, the Speaker, anytime that MCRs are able to marshal a quorum to do anything, they will appoint among themselves a Speaker, they will do what they want to do, they will appropriate, and they will say that they have done it as an assembly. The Speaker, assemblies have designated venues
And once a place is designated as the sitting of an assembly, there is a procedure of gazettement. To the extent that any business takes place in any place, Mr. Speaker, that is not gazetted as a sitting of the assembly of any county, Mr. Speaker, the business transacted in that place cannot be said to be illegal business. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question. Majority Leader, kindly take your seat. Which is that the motion be amended by deleting the full stop at the end and inserting the following words, subject to insertion of the following recommendations after recommendation number 2 in the report of the committee. 3, that the decision and resolutions made by the impeached Speaker and members of the County Assembly that convened outside the gazetted places of County Assembly are null and void. That the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission investigates appropriation and spending of public resources by the impeached Speaker and group of members of the County Assembly that held meetings outside the gazetted places of the County Assembly, and that the Clerk of the County Assembly surcharges and recovers all allowances and funds paid to the impeached Speaker and the group of members of the County Assembly who conducted business outside the gazetted places of the County Assembly. Now the floor is open. Yes, you, Senator Mungatana.
So, Speaker, I beg to, first I want to thank you for giving me the floor, but I beg to oppose the proposed amendment. That amendment, Mr. Speaker, is speaking to the finality of that report. Mr. Speaker, I took my time to listen because I have very serious concern about the problems that are facing Nyamira, like all of us. We don't want the problems to continue. But I listened to the chair of Cohesion Committee, Mheshimiwa Abbas.
It's Devolution Committee.
Devolution Committee. And he said it's a progress report. And Mr. Speaker, I was going to support him very much in the original format because he said the recommendation, in fact, the heavy recommendation, was that the committee was going to go to the ground. They have suspicions that maybe these factions are supported by politicians, and they were going to have a meeting with the senior politicians there, who is the senator and the governor. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good recommendation, and it's a progress report, so that then they can feel and hear. In our language, we say you want to feel the stomachs of the people of that decision. Because, Mr. Speaker, the committee has had the opportunity to sit and accept and hear the witnesses. Firsthand, we were not there. And the committee has had the opportunity to listen to the grievances of both sides. We were not there. And the same committee, which is led by a highly respected senator, is saying, let us go and sit like elders. We talk to them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was going to suggest that during that meeting, there should be even maybe the religious community or elders to be involved so that some form of understanding can be reached. If that understanding is not reached, Mr. Speaker, I was going to convince the House and pray that at the finality, then those heavy propositions that are being made, that some people must be investigated, maybe arrested, maybe refunds be ordered, can be done after the attempted resolution of the matter in a peaceful way. Mr. Speaker, political problems cannot be solved by courts. Political problems cannot be solved by EACC. This is a political problem, and the best way is this intervening committee to sit with them and talk. But, Mr. Speaker, when we say that now the other side must refund the money, the other side all the meetings they have done are illegal and whatever, and yet the committee is just giving us a progress report. I think it's like the Senate is taking a position before even the meeting is convened. It's like the Senate has already decided. But the committee has not recommended to us that we take that position. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether Honorable Senator for Kisumu, who is a member of that committee, I'm not sure. But the chair of that committee has spoken to the progress report. Mr. Speaker, I want to request honorable members, and I stood here to say it's premature. I'm just requesting, give them 1 week or 2 weeks. They will come back having made those attempts. There's nothing wrong with attempting a resolution. Mr. Speaker, those of us who practice law, we have been told many times that a bad consent is better than a good judgment. The best judgment that you can give is not like a poor consent. Even it's better to have a poor consent, but a consent between parties. Why can't we give the opportunity to the chair and his committee to go and attempt a political solution? Why are we in a rush, Mr. Speaker? I'm asking that we don't be seen to be partisan as a house. Let the committee go and attempt. And this amendment that is being introduced, it is finalizing this report. And that was not the intention of the chair. I listened to him carefully. So, Mr. Speaker, unless we are saying we have no confidence in what the chairman and the committee are doing, I think it is unfair to take a position at this time. Whether that position is correct or not is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, let us give the committee an opportunity to go and listen, seek a political solution. Let us not take a position now on Nyamira so that we can give all political players, maybe the religious groups, maybe the elders there, to give us a solution that will solve this problem once and for all. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to oppose that amendment and ask that we let the committee go with the first form of the motion, that they go down to Nyamira and attempt a political solution. I beg to oppose. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajuang.
Mr. Speaker, the person who represents the people of Nyamira in this House is Senator Okongo Mogeni. He's the one who moved the committee to carry out an inquiry on matters to do with the affairs of the Assembly in Nyamira County. And generally, when a senator escalates such matters to the Senate, we must take it seriously, because it would imply that he may have attempted all other methods of reconciliation and they have failed, and they have seen it fit to bring it to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, Senator Mogeni brought this matter to the Devolution Committee on the 1st of April 2025. I don't think it was a Fool's Day prank. It is 45 days later. We have an interim report, and it is not normal, Mr. Speaker, as you know, that when a statement is requested, that the committee reports back to the House. And I do believe that it's because of the seriousness of this matter that you allowed the committee to report back to the House by giving interim recommendations. Mr. Speaker, my concern is as follows. In those 45 days, since Senator Omogeni flagged this issue, laws are being passed in 2 different assemblies. Budgets are being processed in 2 different assemblies. Public participation is ongoing by 2 different assemblies. Withdrawals are being authorized from the County Revenue Fund, perhaps with the authority of 2 different assemblies. This Senate must put a stop to that nonsense, Mr. Speaker, because there's no better way to describe it. Even if this is an interim report, but we must put a stop to that absurdity. It is that absurdity that made the drafters of our Constitution introduce Article 192 that allows for suspension of county governments. And the County Governments Act says that where the people or the leadership of the county engage in activities that are detrimental or against the objectives of devolution, what else can be against the objectives of devolution than this thing or this theater of the absurd that we are seeing in Nyamira? Mr. Speaker, I want to recommend that this House, even though this could be an interim report, but we must make strong interim recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how the control of budget is handling requisitions authorized by two different assemblies. There is a big problem, and I wish that Senator Ojienda would have had even a far-reaching recommendation on the control of budget to stop authorization of withdrawals from an assembly that is not recognized in law. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we are going to go with the persuasion of Senator Mugatana, then Senator Abbas must convince us. This matter has been in his committee for 45 days. What is it that we must do for the people of Nyamira to know that we are serious? And Mr. Speaker, for your information and information of the House, when the governor Nyamira appeared before my committee, this matter played out. My committee resolved to visit Nyamira, but because the devolution committee was seized of the matter, we allowed the devolution committee to pursue the matter, and they are doing it rightly so, because that's where this responsibility lies. We want bold recommendations, even if the committee is visiting Nyamira tomorrow, but we must put a stop to the leakage of public resources through illegal activities that are being perpetrated by actors in Nyamira. It is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I would support these interim recommendations as proposed by Senator Ojienda. But the devolution committee must also move with speed, because if we cannot solve this matter in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, then this House is as good as useless. Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad affair.
But Majority Leader, would you wish to get some more information from the chair devolution before you make your comments?
I don't mind.
Proceed, Senator Bass.
I want to inform the House. This issue seems to be taking a lot of interest. And I think we did what we said is progressive report. We do not finalize the situation. 2, Honorable Speaker, we have a gazette notice that was gazetted. The venues, what they call Bonge Mashanani. That all the areas that these people are sitting have already been gazetted outside the respective place for the assemblies. 2, we ask the same questions what Honorable Jung is saying. The control of budget. The control of budget said she does not deal with assemblies. She deals with the finance committee, the finance department of the county, the CEC counties, and that's why she released the fund. So I think I'll ask this House to be patient, because I can see there's a lot of interest and a lot of influences in this issue. Because this is the second time now, before the report is finalized, it's been changed. Otherwise, we can be told we can withdraw, and then other people can take it over.
So,
if
Chair,
they feel that
are you giving information or you?
I'm informing you. I'm informing you, Mr. Speaker. This issue has developed a lot of interest in this House. So the committee should be.
Senate Majority Leader, you may decide to use that information. Honorable, let the Majority Leader let us make progress. Majority Leader, let's
Mr. Speaker,
let's make progress.
I have listened to the chair of Devolution Committee, a member that I hold with so much respect, together with all the 9 members that serve in that committee. But I must look them straight in the eye and tell them that you have failed this House. You have failed this House because, honestly, Senator Abbas, for 45 days, 1 to 45, 1.5 months, a colleague of yours has walked up to you and told you that there is an absurd situation in my county where 2 sittings are happening and both are purporting to be the county assemblies of my county. Surely, what will be more urgent? Many times we walk up to each other as colleagues and request that intervene in matters that affect the citizens that we represent in this House. On account of time alone, the length of time that it has taken this committee to give us now a progress report, Mr. Speaker, I must say that something is not right. Secondly, you have had the chair of the Devolution Committee say that the controller of budget told them, we get requisitions only from the county executive. It is her duty, and I am sure when requisitions come, it is stated what that requisition is for, including for county assemblies. That's why we devolved the office of the controller of budget. They have a representative in all our 47 county governments, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, She cannot, either she feigned ignorance, but even when you receive that answer, all the 9 members of that committee, the clerk in that committee, the legal person in that committee, surely you accepted that as an answer. Mr. Speaker, we have to be honest with ourselves. We have to be serious if indeed this is a house that caters for the interest of devolution. This matter stinks to the highest of heavens. It is not fair that in a country governed by the rule of law. So if we allow today Nyamira for there to be 2 or 3 sittings, what stops Senator Methu tomorrow from starting another parliament somewhere? Or Senator Wambua in Kitui? You know, Mr. Speaker, surely, what kind of precedence is this that we are setting? I want to make this request because I know we are starved of time, Mr. Speaker. There's also another entity that has really failed us. Our judiciary must stop hiding under the cover of independence, Mr. Speaker. Independence is not cover for incompetence, Mr. Speaker. This judge that sits in Nyamira gives orders that causes this level of confusion. Surely, can they walk out of Nyamira law courts and head to the County Assembly of Nyamira and make a determination of what needs to happen? How do you sit as a judge? You are driven home every evening on taxpayers' money while this kind of maladministration is happening and being visited on the people of Nyamira. That is absolutely not right. This is a matter that even the Chief Justice herself needs to bring to her attention. If a judge can issue orders that breaks apart a county and perpetuates a situation where there are 2 sittings in a county assembly, it speaks of their incompetence, Mr. Speaker. And that is not interference with judicial independence. In this house, when we pass laws, Mr. Speaker, when there is lack of clarity, as Parliament, we endeavor to provide clarity. We even inform those that are using, the users of that particular law, what was the intention of Parliament. Can't that judge make a determination of this case, Mr. Speaker, so that in the public interest, this is a matter of great public interest, Mr. Speaker, because money is being lost in Nyamira, as nobody oversights what is happening in the county executive, Mr. Speaker, and these games are continuing while we watch. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, can you direct at the rise of this house, if there is nothing more urgent for the committee, departmental committee on devolution than this particular matter, Mr. Speaker, than to leave this house immediately and head to Nyamira until they resolve this particular issue? Because, Mr. Speaker, honestly, if it has taken 45 days and they are telling us, you're giving us a progress report, Senator Abbas and your team, you cannot be proud of yourself. Each of the 9 senators that serve in this committee, you are letting us down. If each of us was to take our work with the kind of seriousness that you're doing, your work, members of devolution committee.
Senate Majority Leader, there is some more information that Senator Mogeni wishes to share with you. Are you amenable? Sure.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to inform the senator, my good friend, Senator of Kericho, the matter he has raised of injunctions that are being issued by judges. Mr. Speaker, if you read the report that has been tabled by the Chair of Devolution, indeed a petition was filed by the impeached Speaker, being petition number E001 of 2024. If you read the report at page 20, the Speaker saw an affidavit where he sought an interim injunction from the courts to stop or to stay the impeachment. The records that have been brought before this House indicate that the Honorable Judge never issued any conservatory order. So the impeachment was never stayed by the court. So I have heard you make remarks about some judges, maybe some orders were issued earlier, but on the impeachment, Mr. Speaker, no orders of stay were issued. 2, before you, I've heard you tell the chair that he should proceed to Nyamira and deal with this matter. Mr. Speaker, if you read the report that has been tabled at page 29, the chair himself says that the sittings, and I want the Senate to listen carefully, that the sittings that may have been held contrary to the provisions of Section 7B2 of the County Government Act are invalid, null and void, and contrary to the law. So as you tell the chair
to go to Nyamira. Is he going to Nyamira to hit Matoke or to resolve this matter? Because he has already made a finding, Mr. Speaker, that is aligned with the law. What this House should be doing, Mr. Speaker, is to agree with the amendments that have been proposed by Senator Ojenda that agree with the recommendations of the committee, Mr. Speaker. The only mistake, Mr. Speaker, is that all those findings are in the body of the report from page 27 all the way to page 29, but they are missing in the interim recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the sentiments of senators that if you don't deal with this matter, remember there are similar issues happening in the County Assembly of Taveta. There are similar happenings in the County Assembly of Machakos. This will become the norm, Mr. Speaker, and the money that we appropriate from this House, that we send to our county governments, will end up in the pockets of governors, Mr. Speaker. That's the information I wanted you to have, Leader.
Proceed. Just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that's very useful information. And you know, that's a handicap that we suffer, because I've tried to locate the report on our tablets. I couldn't find it, Mr. Speaker, because now we have to respond based on what we've had the chair say. I listened to the chair, and I think he made reference to certain orders. If that is the case, as Senator Mogeni puts it, Mr. Speaker, then I hold back my comments on what perhaps need to happen with regards to the, what the judiciary has done about this. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, if you think this situation, as Senator Mogeni is saying, is about to get worse, bear in mind that we have already passed a law in this House, Mr. Speaker, granting financial autonomy to county assemblies. This situation will even be worse, because at that point, Mr. Speaker, then the county assemblies will actually be making the determination of how to spend these particular funds. Imagine a situation, Mr. Speaker, where you have two county assemblies fighting over a particular pool of funds, Mr. Speaker. It will be undesirable, and that's why I have said with tremendous respect to Senator Abbas and the team at the Devolution Committee, on account of time, how much time you have taken to resolve this issue, I feel you could have done this House better. It's really unfortunate that 45 days later, we have an interim report with no mention, even from, because I was waiting to hear what will be the final conclusion of this matter and by when. I just had the chairperson say that you're planning to visit and we'll come back with this particular report. Mr. Speaker, can you maybe, in your wisdom, and even as we try to resolve this particular, seek audience, either for the committee or for the committee of the whole, with the controller of budget. Like I have said, of all the absurd things that have been said, it is the revelation by the chair that the controller of budget says that because she receives exchequer request from the county government, she cannot determine which function of the assembly is benefiting from these funds. These funds is not sent to anybody in the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, because she is a key player in this dispute. And I'm beginning to wonder, Senator Onyonka, given that the controller of budget comes from this particular county, could she be complicit in the conflict, Mr. Speaker? I'm just wondering. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think that is something that we need to make a determination on. I know many colleagues want to speak on this matter, therefore I'll end it at that. I thank you.
Senator Faki.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia
Now, honorable senators will take two from this side, two from this other side, and then we will put this to a vote.
Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi nijiunge na maseneta waliotangulia kuchangia mjadala huu kwamba ni makosa yale yanayoendelea kule katika kaunti ya Nyamira. Mheshimiwa Spika, huu mswada ulipokuja mara ya kwanza, hili swala lilipokuja mara ya kwanza kabla ya kamati kuambiwa ichunguze, kulikuwa na umuhimu wa kwamba hili swala limeingia katika hali ambayo si ya kupendeza, kwamba kuna mabunge mawili katika kaunti ya Nyamira ambao yanatoa sheria ama mwongozo tofauti kwa serikali ya kaunti ya Nyamira. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, lawama pia lazima ifike kwa gavana wa kaunti hiyo, kwa sababu gavana wa kaunti ile ndio kiongozi ama ndio mkubwa ama msimamizi wa mambo ya kaunti nzima. Kwa hivyo japokuwa serikali bunge la county lina nafasi ya kufanya maamuzi yake kibinafsi, lakini masuala yote yanakwisha katika meza ya gavana wa kaunti ya Nyamira. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu kwamba hata kamati baada ya kwenda pale bunge zile mbili hazikuweza kukaa chini na kuamua ni ipi ni bunge ya sawa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiacha swala hili liendelee, nafikiri litaenea katika bunge zingine, vile vile itakuwa ni shida sasa kuweza kulitatua, kwa sababu kila mtu ataona kwamba atakuwa na haki ya kutoa Kenya Gazeti kwamba watakaa mahali fulani, baadaye wakae mahali fulani, huku wananchi wanapata shida na pesa za umma zinaendelea kufujwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja ya swala hili kutatuliwa kwa haraka, kwa sababu ikiwa koti imesema kwamba hakuna amri ya kuzuia kubanduliwa kwa yule spika ambaye alibanduliwa na yule spika mwingine tayari ashaapishwa, hakuna sababu ya kuwa na mabunge mawili. Amebanduliwa. Kwa hivyo nasubiri mahakama mpaka atakapomaliza kesi yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiliacha swala hili, siku nyingine tutasikia kwamba kuna naibu wa rais amefungua ofisi mahali fulani na anafanya kazi ya nchi ya Kenya. Asante. Na wabunge wake wanafanya kazi hiyo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Lastly, Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable
Mr. Speaker,
senators, we are debating on the amendments. You'll have an opportunity to debate the report. So we have, I have the dashboard. So we are going to handle the amendments, and thereafter, each one of you will have an opportunity to contribute to the report. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, what is begging in this issue, even if one is speaking to the amendment or the main report, is action. Action, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to appeal to my brother, Senator Omugeni, the Senator of Nyamira. Politics being what it is, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that the two bulls of Nyamira, the governor is controlling one house, and maybe the other bull, Senator Omugeni, is controlling the other assembly. It is on this backdrop, Mr. Speaker, that I appear...
What is your point of order, Senator Omugeni?
You know, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my seniors, including Senator Abbas. You know, Senator Abbas made a statement, and I've read through the report. He made a remark to the effect that one group is controlled by a governor and another group is controlled by a senator. I've read the report that he has tendered before this House from page 1 to page 30. I don't feature in that report. So that statement is not factually correct, and that misleading information, Mr. Speaker, is being repeated by Senator Alwale. Mr. Speaker, if you read their proceedings, I don't aid any faction of the County Assembly, Senator Alwale. I have no interest in causing two sittings to happen in the County Assembly of Nyamira. In fact, if that was my interest, I would not have brought this statement to this House. So I want that to be dispelled, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't speak on matters that cannot be substantiated, matters that would be contrary to our standing orders, because Senator Alwale may be imputing bad motive on my personal Senator of Nyamira that I want to cause two sittings. That's not the case, Mr. Speaker. The only thing I'm seeking assistance from this House is to ensure that we have law and order in the County Assembly of Nyamira. That's all.
Very well. Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Senator of Nyamira. If you had followed my statement from the beginning, I was not trying to impute. I was saying politics being what it is. Then I said maybe
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker.
For you to use the word maybe, you must have gotten some facts to buttress that use of that word. If you don't have any facts to support you using the word maybe, please proceed to withdraw. And
Mr.
conclude your
Speaker,
remarks.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is happening in Parliament these days. There is freedom of speech in Parliament. Then when a member finishes, a member with a contrary opinion then opines otherwise. Otherwise, this thing of being asked, withdraw, apologize, even the chair sometimes, Mr. Speaker, stops you from making your contribution.
Senator Boni,
Mr. Speaker,
the chair has ruled on this matter. Kindly proceed.
Mr. Speaker, look, we did not come to Nairobi to play around.
I know.
We are not children. We are speaking on important matters of governance. Allow me to flow. Where I am wrong, I'll be corrected.
Senator Boni, abide by the ruling and then continue flowing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with due respect to my brother, I have nothing against you. I have no interest in Nyamira. It is on the strength of the speech by the chair of the committee who has actually brought in the possibility that the two of you control the warring parties. And therefore, I'm free to comment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I sat very well with Senator Mungatana about bringing in other parties, including the church and other players like elders, is because he was now pursuing the possibility that it is not points of law, it is just ego amongst two people who are unable to work together. If indeed, Senator Mugeni, that is not the case, then I can tell you the best thing to do so as to resolve this matter quickly is to agree, just like bank robbers, the MCS and the leadership in Nyamira is fighting over money. Mr. Speaker, if that be the case, because the control of budget has refused to be proactive, let us find that this is a breach of the financial control mechanism. Let us also find that this breach is persistent, and Mr. Speaker, therefore, let us invoke Article 225 of the Constitution that gives this House the power to stop for 60 days 50% of the budget that goes to Nyamira, so that both parties will have something to lose and not fight for what they want to benefit, and then they agree to come back on the table. Otherwise, what did you want the chairman of devolution to do? To go with the machetes to Kisii and tease people so that they listen to him? He has come and told us where he is. Mr. Speaker, this is a progress report. We all chair committees. We know how difficult it is for a committee to complete work. You can want to complete work in 30 days, but because of the volume of work that comes to the chair and the secretariat, it can stretch sometimes to 90 days. Mr. Speaker, let us not just give our chairman a bad name so as to slaughter him. It's a good effort, but the House should help him by invoking 225. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we need to dispense with this motion to amend, and I'll proceed to put the question. That the motion be amended by deleting the full stop at the end and inserting the following words. Subject insertion of the following recommendations after recommendation number 2 in the report of the committee. That the decision and resolutions made by the impeached speaker and members of the county assembly that convened outside the gazetted precincts of the county assembly are null and void. That the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission investigates appropriation and spending of public resources by the impeached speaker and a group of members of the county assembly that held meetings outside the gazetted precincts of the county assembly, and that the clerk of the county assembly surcharges and recovers all allowances and funds paid to the impeached speaker and the group of members of the county assembly who conducted business outside the gazetted precincts of the county assembly. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Now, honorable senators, we are now going back to debate the original motion as amended. Senator Kenyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Bwana Spika, kwanza kwangu nikianza kulivulia njuga mswada huu Bwana Spika, yakiwa na marekebisho. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana. Ukitembelea gatuzi unapata iko na maspika wawili, iko na maklak wawili na iko na vikao viwili Bwana Spika. Ilhali ni gatuzi moja. Bwana Spika, ikiwa spika ametimuliwa na katika hiki kiti cha kuwa spika, Bwana Spika, hana haja yoyote kuwa na kikao chochote mahali popote Bwana Spika. Lakini Bwana Spika, hata tukiwa tunasema namna hiyo, nimeangalia nikaona ya kwamba kuna hizi sehemu ambazo kwa lugha ya Kiingereza wamesema zimegazetiwa Bwana Spika, ambazo zinapaswa kutumika kama vikao maalum. Bwana Spika, idara za serikali zinachangia kwa haya, kwa huu kwa kuchanganya wananchi wa Kenya Bwana Spika. Unapata ya kwamba mahali ambapo hiki kikao cha Nyamira ambapo hawa madiwani wamekutana Bwana Spika, wanatumia sheria, kwa sababu nikiangalia naona ya kwamba, na nimemsikiza mwenyekiti akituambia ya kwamba tayari hiki kikao chenyewe ni gazette Bwana Spika, na ninaangalia gazette notice ambayo ilipeanwa Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ni kama tuna idara tofauti za serikali. Idara ambayo inasema ya kwamba ndio kuna wale ambao wanapaswa kuwa mashinani Bwana Spika, ndio kuna wale ambao wako katika ile sehemu ambayo imetengwa maalum ya hawa madiwani kukutana. Bwana Spika, idara za serikali zinapaswa kuwa zinawasiliana, si kupeana mambo kiholela Bwana Spika. Kwangu inakaa ni kama ni muujiza Bwana Spika, kama si maajabu Bwana Spika. Nimemsikiza seneta wa kutoka Nyamira akielezea yale mambo ambayo yanatendeka huko Bwana Spika. Na unapata ya kwamba kama ni hela Bwana Spika, zinapeanwa kwa gatuzi hizi mbili Bwana Spika. Ninataka kuunga mkono Bwana Spika, ikiwa pesa zinatumika kwa gatuzi katika gatuzi ambayo haifai Bwana Spika, wanapaswa kurejesha Bwana Spika. Na vile vile Bwana Spika, ninashindwa kwa nini sisi tunaandika kwa mate na wino upo. Bwana Spika, haya mapendekezo ambayo tunapendekeza hapa, tusipendekeze mapendekezo ya kupoteza muda Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu seneti hii wakati mwingi tumefanya mapendekezo Bwana Spika, na tunaenda nyumbani na mapendekezo yale hayafuatiliwi Bwana Spika. Langu ni kuuliza, kwa sababu kamati ambayo inahusika imekuwa ikilishughulikia lile jambo kwa zaidi ya siku 45 Bwana Spika, na watu hawajapata majibu Bwana Spika. Nina uhakika ya kwamba hii seneti isikuwe yenyewe tutapeana mapendekezo na yawe tu ni mapendekezo ambayo hata hayatatiliwa nani na ya kufuatiliwa Bwana Spika.
Senator Kinyua, ungependa kujulishwa na Senator Muma.
Lakini kwa sababu Kiingereza mimi kinanichanganya, kwa Kiswahili nitafurahia. Kama ni Kiingereza
Senator Muma kwa Kiswahili. Senator Muma kwa Kiswahili.
Speaker, I think I have the right to choose the language with which to speak. So allow me to do so.
Senator Kinyua.
Naomba.
Senator Kinyua.
Aya, wacha nijaribu.
Jaribu.
Bwana Speaker, asante sana Mheshimiwa Kinyua kukubali nikushauri ama nikujulishe. Ningependa kukujulisha na kujulisha nyumba kwamba hili neno halikuangaliwa na kamati ya ugatuzi peke yake, Bwana Spika ama mwenyekiti aliamuru ya kwamba kamati ya justice, kamati ya sheria, uwiano na haki za binadamu iangalie mambo ya kisheria ambayo yanahusiana haya mambo ya Nyamira. Kile ambacho hatujaelezwa leo ni kama hiyo kamati imemaliza hiyo ripoti, kama kamati imetekeleza vile mwenyekiti alisema. Sio vizuri tuendelee kashifu kamati moja na hatujapata ile ripoti ya kamati ya pili. Asante sana.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika,
what's your point of information, Senator Hillary Wakili? Point of information or point of order?
I'm okay. I want to be informed by Senator Wakili.
Kwa Kizungu ama Kiswahili?
English is okay.
Senator Wakili.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa kumjulisha mwenzangu vile Senator mwenzangu Muma amesema, kamati yetu ya sheria tayari ishapewa jukumu la kuiangalia mambo mawili na tumeipangia mkutano Ijumaa. Tuko tayari kuiendeleza, alafu tutatoa mapendekezo yetu. Hivyo ni vile ningetaka kujulisha mwenzangu Senator Kinyua kuhusu yale tushapangia kama kamati ya sheria na haki za kibinadamu.
Bwana Spika, hiyo ni dhahiri shahiri kwa hii kamati imezembea katika kazi yake, Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu zaidi ya siku 45 Bwana Spika hawajalivalia hili junga, na ni jambo la muhimu zaidi Bwana Spika. Wananiambia kwamba hawajakuwa na kikao kuliangalia hili jambo. Na ilhali unaangalia Nyamira, hela zinaendelea kutumika kwa njia isiyofaa, kwa sababu kuwa na vikao viwili na gatuzi moja Bwana Spika, inaonekana wale kamati hii ikiongozwa na Seneta Wakili hawalioni ni kama ni jambo la manufaa, jambo la muhimu, jambo la dharura Bwana Spika. Wanapaswa kuwa wakituletea ripoti kutuambia, hata nataka afueni kamati ya gatuzi wamefanya jambo. Kamati ya sheria haijaliangalia Bwana Spika, na wao ndio wanapaswa kuwa kiliangalia. Bwana Spika, nikimalizia nataka kusema ya kwamba naona gazette notice ambayo ni ya tarehe 23 Novemba mwaka wa 2024 ambayo inasema ya kwamba wamekubali kuwe na vikao mahali kunaitwa Masaba North Sub County, Nyamira Sub County Office, Manga Sub County Office, Borabu Sub County Office. Bwana Spika, ndiposa ninauliza kwa nini idara za serikali zinakubali mambo kama haya yakitendeka? Bwana Spika, nashukuru na naunga mkono ya kwamba hivi vikao visitishwe na tuwe na kikao kimoja ambacho kinakubalika. Bwana Spika, nashukuru.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Speaker, I have a big file here, so I need some stuff. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to debate on this motion. Speaker, I wish the chairman of devolution was in the chamber, because there are certain things that I want him to hear, but because I can see some members, they will take note. One, Mr. Speaker, is that under Section 7B(2) of the County Governments Act, a resolution of the Assembly following all the procedures of debate is necessary to designate a sitting outside the gazetted premises of any assembly. Now, Speaker, it is very clear in their own report, interim report, that they have made a finding that the sittings
that have been gazetted outside the designated chamber of the Assembly, those sittings, Mr. Speaker, were not a product of a resolution of the County Assembly of Nyamira. To that extent, Mr. Speaker, I feel like I'm speaking to myself. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I find it difficult to continue with my contribution. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm finding it difficult to continue with this submission because...
Senator Hillary, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to help the Honorable Chair to manage Honorable Senator Olekina and the minority leader who are entirely disrupting the proceedings that Wamboa is doing. We desire to listen to the Honorable Senator as he submits, as well as the Chair to coordinate and manage the House. Are they in order for them to continue consulting the Speaker when the Speaker is speaking to the House?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wambua, please proceed with your submissions. I'm just consulting with the leadership of your side on a matter which touches on your side. No, you can proceed. I can multitask. I can multitask, Senator Wambua.
I don't doubt that, Mr. Speaker. The only problem I have with that, Mr. Speaker, is that the chair of the committee is not in the House. So I want to address the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that we are dealing with here is different assemblies in one assembly. I'm seeing a semblance of the same thing as the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is possible that because the consultation is important, I can sit back and wait.
Proceed, Senator Wambua. We've concluded.
But what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is not right. Let's just go on record. I think what we are doing is not right. Honestly. What is happening is not right.
Senator Wambua, proceed. I'm listening.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so what I was saying is that the Assembly needed to pass a resolution for there to be sittings outside the designated chamber of the County Assembly of Nyamira. The Speaker, in the findings of the committee, in their interim report, the Speaker, the committee has found that that resolution was not granted. As long as the Speaker, any place that the Assembly has sat, which has not gone through the process of designation of the Speaker, and any decisions that have been made out of those sittings, the Speaker, those sittings and the resolutions made in those sittings are null and void. And that is a plain reading of the law, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to take serious issue, and I will be the last person to impute any improper motive on any person, any leader, or any committee. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to take great exception to the way this matter has been handled by the Devolution Committee. In all due respect to the committee. In all due respect to the committee. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue. This matter portends an existential threat to devolution as we know it. And you see what has happened is that now county assemblies are borrowing from what is happening in Nyamira. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to inform this House that in the County Assembly of Machakos, something very funny has happened. The MCRs move a motion. They want to impeach the Speaker. There is chaos in the Assembly. And the Speaker from our office writes a letter closing the Assembly indefinitely. Mr. Speaker, now as we speak today, the County Assembly of Machakos has been closed, Senator Mugatana, indefinitely by a letter from the Speaker because he was facing impeachment. Honorable members, I would have expected that this committee, and I said I don't want to impute any improper motive on any senator, but members, this through the Speaker, this committee plays such a crucial role in the success of devolution that the Speaker allowing such things to happen. Today it is Nyamira and Machakos. As I said, you don't know what is going to happen to Nyandarua tomorrow. You don't know what is going to happen to Bomet the day after tomorrow. As Speaker, this committee of devolution of the Senate must make serious recommendations and apply themselves to the situations that they face on the ground in as far as devolution is concerned. As Speaker, lastly, I want to say this. I have heard that the committee wants to go back and have sessions with the governor, also wants to have a session with the senator, who is actually the leader who brought the question to this house. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, what kind of appointment does the Committee on Devolution need with the Senator of Nyamira to deal with the matter of Nyamira County Assembly? It never occurred to me that the Senator of Nyamira is so inaccessible that the committee has got to make an appointment, take more than 45 days to have a sitting with him to discuss a crisis that is happening in Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, I think a time has come that all of us, including myself, must begin to take the business of this Senate a lot more seriously. For a chairman to put it on record that 45 days later, he's planning to meet the Senator of Nyamira and discuss the issues of the conflict in the County Assembly of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. It's a slap on the basic diligence of the people of Nyamira and the senators in this House, Mr. Speaker. It should not be allowed to happen. There are some statements that should not be made by chairmen of committees, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying I do not want to impute any improper motive on anyone. I just want us, all of us, Mr. Speaker, before we seek to be respected by the national executive and the county executives, Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, as committees of the Senate, we must respect ourselves. We must dignify ourselves before we can ask other people to respect us and treat us with dignity. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. When I read the motion as it is today, I don't know whether to support or to oppose. Mr. Speaker, because what has been added goes deeper than what this House is supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be giving my full, whether I support or not support at the end of my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House that this issue of Nyamira was directed, Nyamira County Assembly, was directed to the Devolution Committee, which I'm a member. Mr. Speaker, we have scrutinized this issue as members of the committee. We have even invited the Senator of Nyamira, Senator Omogeni, in the committee. So it is wrong to say that he has not been invited, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the order paper today, you will see, if they are not wrong, that the report that we are debating today, Mr. Speaker, was tabled on 17th of April, 2025. That's almost a month ago. So I don't know whether it is the committee or it is the Senate as it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of Nyamira is an issue that we need to comb with a toothpick, as they say, because we might be curing half of the issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Nyamira there are two speakers. One impeached, as I say, who is holding sessions away from the precincts of the assembly. That is one fact. There is another fact, Mr. Speaker. Another speaker is holding the sessions inside the precincts of the assembly, Mr. Speaker. That's another fact. Fact number two, Mr. Speaker, the one who is holding the sessions away from the assembly precincts, Mr. Speaker, is breaking the law. The one who is also holding the sessions in the gazetted county assembly is also breaking the law, Mr. Speaker. I will tell you why, because I'm a member of this committee and I know it. Because the speaker, who is purported to have been voted for by other MCAs, Mr. Speaker, is a sitting MCA, Mr. Speaker. And the law says, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be, or you have to elect a speaker who is not an MCA, Mr. Speaker. That speaker, who is purported to be the current speaker, the substantive speaker of the County Assembly of Nyamira, is a sitting MCA.
Senator Paul Thangwa, I'm being informed that you seconded the motion.
It is a new motion, Mr. Speaker, because there is amendment. It has a new amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment, Senator Paul Thangwa. Just give me a minute. Senator Paul Thangwa, unfortunately, it is the same motion. So you cannot debate it again. I would have to stop you right there and give to the next Senator Joe Newtu. Joe Newtu is not here. Senator Gloria Oruoba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this motion with the amendments that have been brought to the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to my colleague, Senator Mungatana, who said that we should not be quick to go in and recommend and do things before the committee is done. But Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House that we are constantly saying that we do not want to be the morticians of things. We do not want to keep waiting until when things are done is when we are being called upon to do oversight over matters that have already been concluded. So, Mr. Speaker, this is actually one of the motions where we are going to set precedents as this House. As a House that is protecting devolution, a House that is ensuring that devolution works, I believe that the actions that we take in terms of the matter of Nyamira.
Senator Roba, I'll just interrupt you briefly, if you can take your seat. I have a communication from the chair. Honorable Senators, I have been approached by the Minority Leader and the Senate Minority Whip seeking clarity on the suspension of Senator Eddie Okech during the sitting of the Senate this morning. Honorable Senators, I have reviewed its directions given by the presiding officer and further confirmed from the presiding officer of the exact direction that she had given. I have established that the suspension was for the remainder of the morning session pursuant to Standing Order number 121. I therefore admit Senator Eddy for this session. Thank you. Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, whatever the House decides to do in terms of the issue that is affecting Nyamira County is actually going to set precedents in terms of how we protect devolution as the upper house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have listened to my colleagues debating and weighing in on the matter. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have the privilege of coming from Kisii County, which is a neighbor of Nyamira County, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that as much as we joke about Nyamira County being our younger brother or our younger sister, Mr. Speaker, these issues are completely affecting the development of Nyamira County, Mr. Speaker. It's not just a matter of conducting two separate assemblies. Mr. Speaker, in the last financial year, Nyamira County lost 19 billion, which cannot be accounted for. And when you look at the matters that are going on in Nyamira County, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I should pause and wait for Senator Eddy to maybe give a prescribed apology now that he's back from his suspension. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say this. It's not just an issue of two separate assemblies. Mr. Speaker, Nyamira County lost 19 billion Kenya shillings in the last financial year. And we are still yet to be told what happened in terms of accountability of those funds. Right now, we are being told that the county assembly is actually receiving funds through the controller of budget. And I have heard my colleagues saying that the controller of budget will only follow the law and has to send the funds because they only deal with the CEC of finance. Mr. Speaker, let it be on record that the controller of budget is actually living in this planet. She's from Nyamira County, and she is aware of the things that are happening in that county. So as much as we are all trying to be independent, Mr. Speaker, it is an outright abuse of office, what is happening in Nyamira County. Mr. Speaker, one of the recommendations that I think, which did not make to the amendments, is that we should stop funding this county assembly until they put their house in order, Mr. Speaker. I believe that in a time where no one can tell you which is the legitimate assembly, then we also can decide that the county is not functional. So we should stop funding them in terms of having the exchequer send all this money that we are losing. As I've said, 19 billion was lost in the last financial year. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, one of the things that we are not debating in this House, I've heard Senator Boni Alwale saying that it is political. And if it is political, then maybe we need to find a political solution, and maybe the senator for Nyamira County, my colleague, Senator Omogeni, should be able to work with the Committee of Devolution and find a political solution. Mr. Speaker, as much as it is political, we have to remember that as the upper house, we are here to protect and defend devolution. And at the point where that becomes an issue, then everything else has to be put aside so that we might be able to protect and defend devolution. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the amendments of this, I want to support this motion with the amendments. I also want to say that I'm a bit disappointed with the devolution committee, because I know that probably they don't have the authority to go there and stop things. But for instance, Mr. Speaker, this report should have come in earlier so that we could have debated it earlier, so that we actually make sure that we are not losing more funds as we are wasting time in terms of tabling reports to the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that Nyamira County is a county that, if governed well, can really produce a lot of good things for the benefit of this country. Mr. Speaker, you know Kisii County and Nyamira County, if we decide to focus on farming, we can feed the whole of this country without even importing any form of food, not maize, not sugar, not nothing. So this is an issue that the whole country should look at, because it's not just Nyamira County. It is actually affecting, there's a whole domino effect around the assemblies and them not functioning or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the report, and I want to thank Senator Omogeni for continuing to do his work at in Nyamira. and for continuing to make sure that he's independent, devoid of everything that is happening there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us is very, very, very weighty. And I think Senate is under a major test to see how we are going to resolve this matter. Mr. Speaker, I have read the report by the Devolution Committee, and I think more should have been done, because there are instances of clear violation of the law, clear violation of law by both parties, which I think the committee should have done more to ensure that the law is upheld. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a serious problem with Nyambira County. As the chair of CPIC, I have had a lot of problems dealing with this county, and particularly the governor of this county. In fact, there are about 5 counties which, Mr. Speaker, they are in a category of their own when it comes to matters of governance, accountability, and transparency, where impunity rules. What we are discussing now, Mr. Speaker, this is impunity of the highest order, where people have decided to violate the law, people have decided to create their own law and operate in their own space. If you look at the history of this matter, Mr. Speaker, you realize that it started with the attempted impeachment process against the governor. Then it went to the speaker, and then it created the 2 parallel assemblies. And then they amended the standing orders so that they could carry out this impeachment. Mr. Speaker, the overall effect of all this is that there is no oversight in Nyamira County because of the 2 parallel houses, because of the inability of the county assembly even to enforce appearance of the county executive committee members before them. So we are in a very, very, very serious situation at the moment. And that's why I started by saying how I wish the committee would have done better than what I have read in their report. Mr. Speaker, this is also a clear sign of interference into the management of the county assembly, starting with the governor himself, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen how the county executive of Nyamira has behaved when they appear before Pick and Pack. They clearly demonstrate that they are not ready to be held accountable. And if they can do that to the Senate committees, then what about the county assembly? So what is happening here, the elephant in the room, is that there is every effort is being made to frustrate oversight, accountability, and good governance of Nyamira County. And I think that's where the committee should have put their focus on and ensure that the right things are done for the good of the people of Nyamira. So I want to encourage the committee, since this is a progress report, to try and do better than what they have presented before us. And Mr. Speaker, you know, Devolution Committee is the interface of this Senate. It is the interface of this Senate. Most of the issues that affect devolution entirely are supposed to be handled by this committee. I know there are numerous outstanding matters which have not been handled yet, Mr. Speaker. For example, the intergovernmental relation mechanism. I think it's a high time, Mr. Speaker, we had a proper law governing that in this House. That would address some of these challenges. You have seen the response from the controller of budget. It is not justifiable. Mr. Speaker, how does the controller of budget appropriate money to this county assembly? How does the controller of budget adapt an illegal budget, an illegal supplementary budget? And we leave her to go scot-free, Mr. Speaker. I think something has to be done around there, because the public funds must be protected, even as the two assemblies fight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is also an opportunity to relook at the County Government Act 2012 in terms of location of sittings of county assemblies and even ourselves here. Probably this matter of bunge mashinani has to be.
Your time is up, Senator Osotsi. Senator John Methu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Commissioner Joyce Korir. Honorable Speaker, I also welcome back my brother, Senator Eddie. We missed him. He's a young legislator in this House, and it's always a pleasure to have him around here. My age mate, who now crossed over and took over from where I left. Honorable Speaker, he's a bit older than me. But, Honorable Speaker, first I would want to express my dissatisfaction and displeasure by a comment that has been made by the chairman of the committee, Senator Abbas. And I actually wonder whether there was a legal person in that committee, and they had a researcher who was advising that committee when the controller of budget said that there's no way he can be able to help stopping funds coming to the county assembly. And Honorable Speaker, unless anything has changed, for as long as I know, the way funds are appropriated and are withdrawn from the county revenue fund, requisitions are prepared by the clerk of the county assembly, and they are only transmitted to the control budget through the CEC. Honorable Speaker, there is no role of the CEC in as much as preparation of the monies that goes to the county assembly, Honorable Speaker, or requisitions that are going to the county assembly. There is no comma, there is no full stop that is added by the CEC, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, if indeed the control of budget wanted to help in ensuring that money is not misappropriated in the county assembly of Nyamira, and this is not an isolated case, Honorable Speaker, she had the honors and the responsibilities on her. And Honorable Speaker, may I invite you to look at our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, Article 207(3). Money shall not be withdrawn from a revenue fund unless the controller of budget has approved that withdrawal. Every money that shall be misappropriated in the county assembly of Nyamira, the responsibility will be on the control of budget, because it is the control of budget who will have released that money and who will have allowed the withdrawal of these funds from the county revenue fund. Honorable Speaker, it is this constitution that gives the control of budget the powers that she enjoys. And I also want to draw your attention to Article 2285 of the Constitution of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. The control of budget shall not approve any withdrawal from a public fund unless satisfied that the withdrawal is authorized by law, Honorable Speaker. All the monies that are going to the county government of Nyamira, be it the county assembly or be it the county executive, Honorable Speaker, the control of budget must be satisfied. That is the leading of the law, Honorable Speaker. It's not me who wrote this constitution, Honorable Speaker. If anything, I'm just a farmer. There are many even better advocates in this House, Honorable Speaker. The control of budget must be satisfied. That is what the law is saying, must be satisfied. Article 2285, the control of budget shall not approve any withdrawal from a public fund unless satisfied that the withdrawal is authorized by law. So the monies that are going to the county government of Nyamira, be it the county executive, be it the county assembly, the control budget must say that I am satisfied 100% that these withdrawals that are happening at the county revenue fund are backed by the law. So it is a defeatist argument, Honorable Speaker. It is a very defeated argument by the chairman of the devolution committee to come and say that the control budget said that he is helpless. It is not true. It is not true, Honorable Speaker. Requisitions that are coming from the county assembly are never prepared by the CEC for finance. That is not true. Requisitions are prepared by the clerk. The accounting officer of the county assembly is not the CEC, Honorable Speaker. It is the clerk of the county assembly. So therefore, if indeed there is money that is being withdrawn by the impeached speaker, and we have been told again, Honorable Speaker, and many people want to say, oh, there is politics, there's a group that is aligned to the governor, there's another group that is aligned to where it doesn't matter. The matter has been brought to the Senate. It is for us to decide out of these two groups, which is the legitimate group, Honorable Speaker, so that the other group, Honorable Speaker, cannot continue withdrawing this money. Honorable Speaker, tell me, if some people are sitting in a corner and they call themselves a county assembly, they have no legitimacy. There is no court order that the speaker, or there is no conservatory orders that stayed the impeachment of the speaker, Honorable Speaker. How, therefore, does the speaker continue withdrawing money from the county revenue fund, Honorable Speaker? There is no explanation that the Committee on Devolution can give to this House, Honorable Speaker, and they don't require even to go to Nyamira. What are they going to do to Nyamira? I want to ask, like Senator Wambua, is Senator Okongo Morgan so inaccessible that we have to go and look for him at Nyamira? What does the governor have to do in determination of a matter as to who is the legitimate county assembly of Nyamira, Honorable Speaker? So therefore, I am disappointed, where I support, in fact, had we not gotten this amendment from Senator Ojenda, that report of the Committee on Devolution, in my opinion, was completely underwhelming. It was very underwhelming, Honorable Speaker. Had we not gotten this amendment from Senator Ojenda, Honorable Speaker, I don't think we would have done justice to the people of Nyamira, to the County Assembly of Nyamira, because the people who hold the primary responsibility of oversight, Honorable Speaker, is the County Assembly. It's not even the Senate. The people who hold the primary responsibility on oversight, it is the County Assembly. If the County Assembly cannot play their oversight role on the County Executive, therefore, Honorable Speaker, even the reports that we shall be looking at the County CPIC of Senator Sosa Kajwang,
Yes, Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this interim report. Mr. Speaker, may I confirm to the House that I'm a member of this committee and that I was present actually when we interviewed the team that came from Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, as Senator Tangwa said before you were stopped, we are dealing with two groups which were illegal, and I think we made those observations. Illegal in the sense that the original speaker was suspended, but there is nothing called suspension. So the members of the assembly were wrong to do the suspension. That was the first thing that we noted. The second thing is that they seem to have noted that because after suspending and crudely ejecting the speaker, they were called to go to court and they went to apologize. It was after the apology, Mr. Speaker, that they came back and did the right thing to impeach. Mr. Speaker, according to the standing orders of Nyamira, which are like our own standing orders, the assembly has a right to impeach. During the impeachment, Mr. Speaker, actually they even invited the speaker and allowed Okero to take care of himself, to defend himself. And after the defense, after it was done procedurally, he was actually impeached procedurally. What happened, which surprised the committee, is the fact that in the point of being impeached, this speaker who had been impeached went to court, and when he was given a small brief, although there was no ruling, because we went through the court statements, and there was nothing to give a stay, he actually took advantage and suspended the clerk. And that is how he came up with his own clerk. And the parallel group started emerging. At the same time, after the assembly, if you read the report, after the assembly had suspended, had actually impeached successfully, according to the standing orders, the speaker, they elected the deputy speaker to be the speaker. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the deputy speaker is a member of the county assembly. So we are dealing with another illegality because he was elected when he was still an MCA. So again, we have served as a committee that we are dealing with two illegal leaders. The impeached speaker started holding his meetings because he could not be allowed to come to the premises by the MCAs who had elected their own speaker. Now, if you look at the recommendation, and I want to go straight to the recommendation so that the committee is not misblamed or blamed for the things that they didn't do. If you read our observations properly, we have brought issues out. But if you go to the recommendation itself, we made a recommendation, Mr. Speaker, and I dare say I'm the one who laid the report in this House on the 17th of April. We are being blamed for 45 days, but actually we brought this report in 17 days. 17th of April is when I laid the report on the table. It is this House that delayed, so the 45 days don't belong to us. We did our work within 17 days, we laid the report, and we are waiting for our recommendations to be either accepted or rejected. These meetings should have taken place soon after the 17th. So for that reason, Senator Mogeni, and they are disrupting him now, it should come out very clearly that since we laid the report on the table of the House on the 17th of April, we cannot talk about 45 days. We gave our report on time. Now, after giving the report on time, we gave two very strong recommendations, which nobody is referring to in this House. Please don't blame the committee for what they did not do. What did we say? In recommendation number 1, we said pursuant to section 7B2 of the County Governments Act Gazette, whatever, the sitting of the county assembly be held at the county assembly premises. That was what we agreed. The second one.
Give the senator 1 minute to conclude.
Please give me 1 minute because I'm a member of the committee and I want to clarify two things. That is what we agreed as a committee. That's what we accepted. We wanted this House on the 17th to come and rule on. Because if you had accepted, this communication should have gone to Nyamira, and the people of Nyamira should have been, the assembly of Nyamira should have been in the right venue. Number 2 was that pending the determination of the court cases, the county assembly resumes its normal operations in accordance with the Constitution. What is the Constitution? The Constitution is to use the right venue, and the MCAs have a right to follow the standing orders. In the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, there are two things that are very clear. Number 1, in absence of the speaker, because they didn't have a speaker, all the two of them were not had already been dismissed in our observations. They could actually have a member of the speaker's panel. So they had a right to move to the right venue and continue until we go back, because we wanted to visit and clear this thing with the assembly. In fact, we are not talking of going to see a governor. A governor has nothing to do with the county assembly. It is only a pity that the comptroller of budget was put in a very awkward situation, because the controller of budget came out clearly and said, it's ended.
Your 1 minute is up, Senator Kamar. Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've also to support the report from the Committee on Devolution with amendments. Honorable Speaker, I've had a number of colleagues spoke to this report, and I want to say, Honorable Speaker, this is a House that is being weighted by the entire country to give directives to the Assembly in question in terms of how best they can discharge their mandate. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to congratulate the Honorable Senator from Nyamira County, Honorable Omugeni, for taking lead in making sure that he assists the committee in terms of getting a lasting solution. But, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of questions that are running through my mind. One is that, Honorable Speaker, we don't have a cap in terms of statutory instruments that are supposed to guide us on where the assembly is supposed to be sitting. That is one. Number two, Honorable Speaker, we don't have a cap in terms of directing the control of budget in terms of remittance of the monies to the assemblies. We don't have a cap. The statutory instruments are there. It is well stipulated. The only problem that we have in this country is the implementation part. We will keep blaming each other. We are blaming the assembly. We are blaming the two groups within the county assembly. We are blaming the Senate. We are blaming the committee. The blames are all over. Yet we have the instruments that can assist us in making sure that things work the right way. Honorable Speaker, a number of colleagues have spoken. This is a problem that is going to split over to the 47 counties. Remember, we are a house that are supposed to set a precedence that is going to be followed in any other day. Such an occurrence is seen, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, by so saying, I want to stand with the amendments that has been suggested by Honorable Agenda. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that despite the fact that we are saying it was tabled on 17th, it has taken time. I would want to see, Honorable Speaker, an instruction by the Senate committee instructing the counties to do what is right. These blame games should stop. We are using public resources. We are mistreating the members of the public. Despite the issues that the committee is supposed to move to the ground, I was waiting to see a number of recommendations that are supposed to be undertaken by the county assembly. That is the only way out, Honorable Speaker. We are not talking here to please one another. We are not just talking because we want to debate. We don't want just to be seen because we are a Senate House that is in charge of devolution. We need to see actions taken. We need to see a serious recommendation by the committee to make sure that things work the right way. So I don't want to say much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to say that I would ask the committee to still relook at this thing. Let's work. 45 days is a long day. This is something that needs to have a time frame because it is affecting the members of the county assembly, it's affecting the residents of Nyamira County, it's affecting the name of the Senate and the role of the Senate. Thank you, Honorable
What's your
Speaker.
point of order, Senator Mungatana?
I really didn't want to intervene, Mheshimiwa Joyce, because she's a great senator. But Mr. Speaker, is she in order factually under 105 to suggest that the report stayed for 45 days, yet a member of this committee has clarified that they tabled it within 17 days and they acted very swiftly, and it is this House and the SBC that did not bring it for debate. And now they have changed everything to say it's 45 days, the committee, they have crucified them unfairly. And I thank Professor Kamar for bringing the truth to this House, Mr. Speaker. Is she in order?
Senator Senator Joyce Korir, before you proceed, I will allow you to proceed. But the point of order raised by Senator Mungatana is a valid point of order. Senator Kamar was the speaker just before you rose up, and she clarified on the matter of 45 days. And I think it was for the benefit of the House, and it was to guide the House, not to keep referring to the 45 days as something that was done by the committee. So could you please withdraw that and continue with your submission?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, I will not withdraw. And the reason why I will not withdraw this, Honorable Speaker, is because the report is a progressive report. It's not a concluded report. It's a progressive report. If it was a concluded report, then, Honorable Speaker, I would have withdrawn. It means the matter is still even taking more time than expected.
Yes, Honorable Senator Joyce Korir, the fact of the matter is that this matter was sent to the committee on 1st of April. And on 17th of April, they came back to the House to make a progress report. And then thereafter, we went for recess. So 45 days have not actually lapsed. In that order, the point of order that Senator Mungatana rose on and the clarification that was given by Senator Professor Kamar would have guided you in not falling into that trap of 45 days. So I would ask you, and don't say you will not withdraw, because this is the order of the chair. If you don't withdraw, I will find you grossly out of order, and you might face the same fate as Senator Eddy faced this morning. So Senator Joyce Korir, Senator Joyce Korir.
Hope Honorable Speaker is not a threat.
No, I was guiding you. I was guiding you, even with the tone.
It's a guide, but not
it's a guide,
it's not
yes,
a threat, Honorable
yes.
Speaker. Yeah, what I just want to say that I will withdraw the 45 days, but still, Honorable Speaker, that the only thing that has given life to this report is the amendment by Honorable Agenda. That is the only thing. Yeah, that is the thing.
Thank you, Senator Joyce. Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments on this report, which is highly unprecedented. We are faced with a challenge which really, legally, it's an issue that can be resolved very, very easily. Mr. Speaker, the process of moving funds to a county assembly are clearly defined in the Public Finance Management Act. If you read Section 1 of 3 of the Public Finance Management Act, it sets up treasury of the county assembly. 104 puts or places the CCM finance as the head of the treasury. This is the person who communicates and deals with the control of budget. All these problems we are facing, and I've taken some time to try and understand, because I've looked at the recommendations, but the recommendations given by the committee do not solve the problem. These are interim recommendations that do not provide a solution to the problem that we're having in Nyamira County. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of a fiduciary responsibility. My brother from Nyandarua attempted to guide this House in an area where we should be actually looking at it. And I hope that the committee members were listening keenly, because the distinguished senator from Nyandarua was actually leading this House to where we should be able to resolve this problem. When we have a county that has got 2 assemblies, we first of all ask our questions. What is our role as the Senate? We are the House that is supposed to protect devolution. But when you have 2 assemblies, then the issues of, 1, lack of accountability, or the issue of a fiduciary responsibility arises. I've taken some time and I've consulted with the area senator, who has clearly explained to me where the problem is. We have 2 assemblies. We have one with 12 members. We have another one with 22 members. The 12 members, the 22 members attempted to impeach, attempted to impeach the governor. When they could not succeed in impeaching the governor, now the governor now decided, I'm going to deal with these 22 MCAs. Then when he was going to deal with the 22 MCAs, the 22 MCAs decided to impeach the speaker. Now the speaker went to court. When the speaker went to court, he said that these 22 MCAs had not met the threshold. He was not given a stay. So when he was not given a stay, legally speaking, you cannot proceed. You are impeached. That is it. So, Mr. Speaker, when you follow the process, and this is why I'm saying there's a lot of collusion, and it is about time that we try to figure out where this collusion is coming from. Because if you have 2 clerks, before an assembly is funded, their money is tied to the exchequer, which is being released to the county assemblies. Before that money is released, the CCM Finance, who is the head of treasury of that county assembly, is the one who has got to release a Form C so that the money can then now be sent to the assembly. So we are finding a situation here, Mr. Speaker, where there is either incompetence in the part of the CCM Finance, and I wish Senator Kajwang was here, because when you read the Public Finance Management Act, I think Section 99, there are serious consequences that befall anyone who violates the PFM Act. 199. So here is it's a very simple process that we need to be able to proceed with. And Mr. Speaker, instead of beating about the bush and giving recommendation that really will not solve this problem, we should go to the bottom line. Why is the CCM Finance issuing Form C to send money to people sitting in a place which is gazetted by an impeached speaker? That is where the problem is. So what we should do right now is very simple. If this Senate cannot be able to pass a resolution and make sure that resolution is implemented, other agencies should be able to move expeditiously and make arrests. The controller budget should also not be releasing money, because the law, Article 2, is it 226, subsection 5? 225, subsection 6, one of the two, mandates her to release the money only when she's satisfied that that money is authorized by law. So, Mr. Speaker, just 30 seconds, because this issue is very key. So it is important. Otherwise, we will not be able to solve this problem, Mr. Speaker. We will be going back and forth. Things will not be implemented. You know, things will not be implemented. What we need to do is very clearly summon the devolution committee should work closely, or we should actually set up an ad hoc committee. Set up an ad hoc committee. The first thing we need to do is to make sure that we use Article 125 of the Constitution and summon the governor here to appear with the CCM Finance. And at the same time, also ensure that we've summoned the controller of budget so that we bring sanity to this matter. Otherwise, Mr.
Your 30 seconds are up, Senator. Senator Sigei Hillary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion as amended. And from the very onset, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, first of all, defend the committee. The committee that was involved in this particular question has been bashed by members over allegations that they have taken more than 45 days, which is not true. And Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, I have been going through the Hansard. The question, or rather the statement, was sought by Senior Counsel Okonko Mogeni on the 1st of April, and a preliminary report was tabled on 17th of April. That is barely 17 days. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Hansard said, and I want to quote what Senator Okonko Mogeni on that particular day said. And I wish the chairperson of committee was in the House, because he and his members ought equally to be defended for what is good they have done and are blamed for the delays that, if any, have caused. Senator Mogeni confirmed that indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is a progress report on the operational and leadership crisis affecting the County Assembly of Nyamira. I rose on a point of order on 1st of April and sought the indulgence of the committee to deal with 4 issues. I have had the opportunity to peruse through, and I thank the chairperson of the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee and his members for the attention they gave this matter and for the speed at which they have tabled the report before the House. To that extent, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee members. However, I further want to give an indication and an appreciation to the Senator for Kisumu, because if the report, as was tabled earlier on by the chairperson, was as it were, then it would not have served the purpose of the statement that was sought by Senator from Nyamira County. And the reason is as black as white. It was not reflective of the concerns that were raised. And this is one of the issues, Mr. Speaker, that led to the concern that the Senator on that particular day sought the intervention of the Speaker, and 2 issues were referred to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, which issues substantially will have been dealt if this report were to be adopted today by the amendment that has been sought by Senator Ojenda, which amendment has been adopted, and it is this which we are debating. So the committee did what they could do in the circumstances of that, and in terms of time, they had done their best. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the amendment has indeed given life to the report, and that is why we are supporting, because the question that had been sought by Senator Omogeni are threefold. And if we were to approve, which I support, that we approve the report as amended, the issue as to the legality of the sittings by a version of the assembly which is outside the presence of the gazetted parliament, or rather assembly, is null and void. And secondly, in terms of the speaker who was impeached, it doesn't matter whether he has managed to challenge the impeachment proceedings or not. The fact of the matter is that, Mr. Speaker, the speaker, upon being impeached, went to court. He was unable to secure an injunction, and therefore he cannot in any way purport to sit. Whether he gazetted the way he purported to gazette 3 sitting places, and he christened them sittings machinani in actually 4 words, that in itself is legal, and whatever proceedings that transpired in those sittings are illegal. And therefore, even as we ask that the report should affirm the nullity of those sittings, it is upon the Speaker of the House who is supposed to be sitting to ensure that those proceedings are declared a nullity. Mr. Speaker, lastly, because of the aspect which has been raised by the members, we are dealing with 2 assemblies, and the chairperson of this committee alleged that the controller of budget indicated that she received requisitions. Senator Medhu has tried actually to run us through the process of requisition of funds from the controller of budget and the approval of such funds. There is highly likelihood that there is collusion between the office of the controller of budget and the legal team that is sitting in the assembly. And that is a very important and serious issue that this House must delve into, even as we attempt to resolve this issue. And I agree with Senator Olekina that besides the
Your time is up, Senator, we're running out of time. Please indulge me. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And just to say, I'm a member, the Vice Chair of the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. I'd like to support the motion as amended and to bring it to the attention of the House that it is important that we get the record right. I would like to urge every member to read the report fully and look at the observations. If you look at observation number 10.7, actually speaks to the nullity or the illegality of the county assembly sittings that were done outside of the correct place. And that is part of what Honorable Senator Ojenda has brought in place. The only observation that is not there is around the ethics and anti-corruption, bringing in the ethics and anti-corruption. And this was because the committee resolved to actually go to Nyamira to find out what is happening on the ground. And as it did so, we were aware that it has a myriad of cases before the courts, and we are also cognizant of the need for some of those cases to be resolved. So, Honorable Chair, I think some of the people who have spoken here have not even made reference to any of the observations that we made, but have proceeded to actually erroneously bash the committee on what is it. That the report was tabled, and it is the House Business Committee that has put it for today, scheduled it for today. And the day the report was tabled, the Honorable Senator for Nyamira was not very satisfied, and he actually asked the Honorable Speaker to refer the legal matters to the Jailer Committee. The Jailer Committee, you will agree with me that every observation in our report is actually a legal matter. So even as the committee is preparing to go to Nyamira, you can see JLAC is also preparing to look at this matter, and I would request that all of us converge and understand that there is not one committee that does not want to get to the bottom of the truth on this matter. And as a House, we need to converge and do what we have to do, respecting matters that are before the courts and doing what we are able to do in order to help this matter to move. Honorable Speaker, as a decision is made and the report is adopted, you might want to guide the committee on devolution and intergovernmental relations, whether it is its planned activities to finalize this issue are still valid, given the comments that we have heard from colleagues. I support the report, and I will stop there for the time being. Thank you.
Senator Mariam Sheikh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the report as amended. Mr. Speaker, as much as we fight for semi-autonomous of the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, we don't encourage this kind of behavior for this county assembly. Mr. Speaker, sitting outside the gazetted area for county assembly is illegal. Mr. Speaker, I went through the reports, but the report is only showing the observed from the stakeholders, and without the amended reports, which has been given by the Senator Kisumu, the amendments, the reports will have been having no other actions. But when it is amended, it has a bit of action which can be taken to be taken action. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of facilitation of funds, Mr. Speaker, the controller of budgets we cannot stop the blame to the controller of budget. There is also CM, which is the approver and the releaser of the fund to the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, when they do the bunge mashinani, before even gazetted, it must be passed through motions by county assembly, so that there must be concurrency, that there must be a bunge mashinani. After that, the gazetting must be done. Mr. Speaker, with those, if there is no concurrency on the county assembly, and without that, there is illegal for the bunge mashinani to take place. Mr. Speaker, as the action has concluded, we need to investigate on misappropriation of fund. Mr. Speaker, we send the money for proper use, not for the political parties fighting each other to divide county assembly for their own agenda so that they can benefit one way or another. Mr. Speaker, to avoid this, the committee of JLAC and the devolution must have a stand. They are not supposed to give us the progressive report the way they did. They must have a concrete action for these matters to come to an end. Mr. Speaker, if we leave it like that, what's going on in county assembly is they will get an example of this Nyamira, and other 47 counties might practice on such kind of action. Mr. Speaker, to avoid this, the two committees which has been given the committed to work on this motion, they must take a very strict forward for the action to take place. Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I support the report. Thank you.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, yeah, I was almost going to depict a character that is not mine, because I only realized that my lights had gone off, but and because I think Senator Eddy should just stick to his seat, because the day has not been very favorable around him. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this progress report with the amendments as approved, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, from the word onset, I want to say that the Nyamira County Assembly is a crime scene, Honorable Speaker. What is happening there is unacceptable. Honorable Speaker, when we reflect back to the role of the Senate is here to represent the counties and to serve to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. Madam Speaker, I am a teacher, and there has long been this thinking around the leadership of schools. We used to say that the school is as good as the head, and the head is as good as the school. And Honorable Speaker, I want to relate this to the county government of Nyamira. Honorable Madam Speaker, Nyamira county government has head of a government. And how Nyamira is run reflects on this head of government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the county assemblies perform constitutional functions, that is oversight, representation, and legislation. And Madam Speaker, they do this on behalf of the people that elected them. And as we sit here, Madam Speaker, with the kind of scenario that is in Nyamira, it means that the people of Nyamira are not adequately being represented. It means, Madam Speaker, to me, that the executive, the county government of Nyamira is not adequately being oversighted. And Madam Speaker, it means that the people of Nyamira are suffering. Madam Speaker, there is separation of powers. We have the executive of Nyamira and we have the legislature. Madam Speaker, why I call it a crime scene, it has been brought out in the report that we have an impeached speaker, Madam Speaker. And when one is impeached, it means they are out of office. I do not accept, Madam Speaker, that an officer that is impeached can have gazette notices. Madam Speaker, where does the speaker that is impeached get the powers to send gazette notices? And Madam Speaker, there is literally a confusion that is by design to me set out in the Nyamira County Assembly. And the question I ask myself, Madam Speaker, as I rise here, is who is causing this confusion and for what reason, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I began by saying there's a head of government in Nyamira. What is this head of government doing? Is it by design that this is a governor that does not want to be oversighted, Madam Speaker? Why does this governor encourage the running of a county without a legislative arm of a government, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, it is unacceptable because we know the mandate that the county assembly has, that the county assembly approves budgets, that the county assemblies approve development plans. Madam Speaker, the county assembly vets even county executives, and on a day-to-day, on their functionality, Madam Speaker, there are varied mandates that the county assembly oversees. What then happens if we have a county assembly that is illegal, that is non-functional? And Madam Speaker, I say it is illegal because it is not clear who is running this assembly. Madam Speaker, the county assemblies are definite. We have them referred to as the county assembly.
1 minute for the senator, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to end by saying that, and by talking to the governor of Nyamira, put your house in order and let the county assembly of Nyamira run. Your time will come to an end. Whether you want this assembly not to be disarmed, we are saying as a Senate, things must run in the county assembly of Nyamira so that Nyamira people are served well. Madam Speaker, I want to end by saying that I found the submission of the controller of budget as reckless and irresponsible. This is a state officer that must be in office to serve the people, and Nyamira County is part of the people that she's in office to serve. Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa umenipa ili kuchangia na kuunga mkono moja kwa moja hii ripoti ya kamati kuhusu bunge ama serikali ya Nyamira. Mheshimiwa Spika, hili swala liliibuka wakati gavana wa Nyamira alipokuja kwa kamati ya wahasibu, ambapo tunaketi na seneta wa Nyamira Mheshimiwa Mogeni, na tukagundua ya kwamba kuna mabunge mawili. La kwanza linaloketi katika bunge ya Nyamira iliyo mkabala na nyumba ya KIE, na bunge lingine ambalo linaketi mahali ambapo si pamoja, mahali kwingi. ambalo liliitwa bunge mashinani. Ningependa kushukuru Mheshimiwa Okongo Omogeni kwa kuleta hii taarifa ambayo aliuliza maswali matatu. La kwanza ni nyumba gani inayofaa kuketi bunge la Nyamira, ambayo iko katika taarifa ya gazeti la serikali. Ya pili aliuliza, je, ama uhalali wa zile sheria ambazo zinapitishwa na mabunge yote mawili, yakiwemo bajeti ya ziada. Na la tatu aliuliza hii kamiti ya devolution ni njia zipi zilizotumika kuchagua spika na clerk wapya. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kamati imefanya kazi nzuri, ingewaji imepata mapigo, na Mheshimiwa Spika anajua unaketi katika hiyo kamati. Lakini katika swali la kwanza wamesema kwamba bunge ambalo ni halali ni lile ambalo linaketi mkabala na jumba la KIE huko Nyamira, na ya kwamba ile bunge mashinani ama yale mabunge ambayo yanaenda mashinani hakukuwa na azimio lolote ama resolution yoyote ya bunge la Nyamira. Na la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika swali la uhalali ya zile sheria zinazopitishwa na lile bunge ambalo liko mashinani,
Senator Mogeni,
limejibiwa.
You have an interest in listening when you are talking.
Limejibiwa na ile mabadiliko katika mswada ya kwamba sheria zote zilizopitishwa na lile bunge ambalo si halali, basi zote ziwe si halali. Na nakubaliana 100% na hiyo amendment. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwenda mbele, hizo sheria ambazo tunasema si halali zitachukuliwa namna gani? Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna bajeti ya ziada ama supplementary budget ambayo ilipita na tayari inatumika. Kwenda mbele, zile pesa zinazotumika, je, wale ambao wanatumia zile pesa watachukuliwa hatua aina gani, Mheshimiwa Spika? La tatu ni kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, Okongo Omogeni alitaja mambo ya Taita Taveta. Ni kweli kuna shida ya lile bunge, ingawaje si kama bunge la Nyamira, kwa sababu Taita Taveta spika alibanduliwa kupitia kwa impeachment, akaenda kotini, na wakati alienda kotini, yule aliyekuwa naibu wa spika saizi ako kama acting speaker. Kitu ambacho ningesema ni kwamba labda tuangalie sheria, ili kukiwa na kesi katika koti itachukua muda gani ili yule ambaye ni naibu wa spika aache kuwa acting speaker. Kwa sababu ile kesi ikichukua muda sana kama ya Nyamira, basi ule mkanganyiko unachukua muda mrefu, na katika katiba ama sheria hakuna acting speaker. Kuna speaker, na wakati speaker ametolewa lazima kuchaguliwa speaker. Kwa hivyo nafikiri hii kamati pia inaweza ingilia mambo ya Taita Taveta, iangalie uhalisia yale mambo ambayo yanaendelea kule Taita Taveta. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono moja kwa moja ya kwamba tume ya maadili na kupigana na ufisadi iingilie ili angalie yale mambo ambayo yanatokea Nyamira, yakiwemo kutolewa pesa na control of budget.
One minute to finish.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Kutolewa kwa pesa na control of budget kwenda kwa bunge, na pia waziri wa serikali ya Nyamira kupeana form C na kujaza ili bunge lile lipewe pesa. Kamati ama EACC iingilie kati na iangalie uhalisia na uhalali na maadili yanayotokana na hilo jambo. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono hii ripoti, na ni kweli kwamba lazima iwe ni interim, kwa sababu bado wanataka kwenda kule ili kuangalia kama wanaweza suluhisha yale mambo yaliyoko kule kisiasa. Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Eddie Okech Gisheru, Senator for Migori County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on a serious note, I want to thank you for readmission back to the House, recognizing that I was a little bit more passionate about the universal health care, issue that has bedeviled the workers, and sometimes the emotion ran high, but I'm grateful that you have readmitted me that it was not actually really disorderly, but it was just a misunderstanding. And I want to thank you for that, Madam Speaker. That said, Madam Speaker, any county assembly, for you to have requisitions made, we have got a county assembly service board. That county assembly service board, Madam Speaker, gets these requisitions and then writes to the head of the Treasury as established by the County Governments Act. The head of Treasury in the county, Madam Speaker, is the CCM for Finance, who then prepares Form C, signs it, sends it to control of budget. But it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. Anything that the County Assembly will request, among others that are sent to the CCM Finance, is also coming from the executive side. And that executive side is the governor. And those issues are canvassed within the Assembly, which in this case in Nyamira, it's been found that was the Assembly ran by these 12 members of the County Assembly in Nyamira. So, Madam Speaker, what we are realizing here is very simple. Because the biggest finding of this report, Madam Speaker, is that these 12 members of the County Assembly who call themselves Mashinani team and the impeached speaker were sitting illegally under Section 7B of the County Governments Act. So, Madam Speaker, why are we sugarcoating this issue? There is a criminal enterprise that is running in Nyamira. This is what we must stand by as a House. And this criminal enterprise, Madam Speaker, is constituted of, number one, the governor himself. Because it is him who makes executive decisions that go to the County Assembly that is rogue, the 12 members. Then two is the 12 members who are meeting and making these decisions. Number three is the speaker who has been impeached. Number four is the CCM Finance of Nyamira. And number five, Madam Speaker, who must be held liable, is the County Assembly Service Board of Nyamira. Madam Speaker, these people must be arrested. They must be taken to court. And EACC, together with the DCI, must investigate their intention of building this criminal enterprise to siphon money of the public from Nyamira, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm informed. I'm not making this statement lightly. I'm informed that the governor of Nyamira is actually the party leader of UPA, which has been shown time without number to be fronting a presidential candidate. And it's nothing personal. This is the party that Honorable Matiang'i is going to run with. I don't know whether this money is being siphoned deliberately to finance a presidential campaign for Honorable Matiang'i, Madam Speaker. So this investigation, Madam Speaker, must be done by the EACC, by the DCI, and I can tell you point blank, Madam Speaker, that this is a criminal enterprise.
Senator Eddie?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I would suggest you don't insinuate anything that you may not be able to substantiate.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, but I'm just saying that there is a deliberate siphoning of fund here. Because all these people cannot be wrong to the extent that even the control of budget claims to be wrong, where the report says that the 22 MCAs have written to Madam Nyakango to inform her that these people are sitting illegally. So you can see that everybody who is mentioned here, Madam Speaker, I am insisting that it's a criminal enterprise because they cannot say that they're ignoring the law right from the County Assembly Service Board